even beyond Tommy Tallarico's wildest dreams. I think that over its lifetime, the Amico is going to sell over 200 million units and it's going to become the best-selling console of all time.
Of all time. Did you hear that, folks? 200 million units. Let's go. Best-selling console ever. Fuck Chapter 11. Doesn't matter. It's going to be the best. What's up, everybody? It's the often imitated, never duplicated Tony TGD coming at you with this Intellivision Amico super show. We're going to be talking about Chapter 11. We're going to be talking about retail units and maybe some other good stuff. But first, let me introduce today's panel. We got in the hammock, but not really, Days Gaming. What's up, Days?
What's going on? Now I'm in my recliner, not in the hammock. It's getting a little too dark out.
Over there in the bottom left, using the Ninja Turtle Shredder's Revenge icon, who just disappeared.
Who just disappeared?
That was Gary. Apparently, he's not doing too well because he's gone.
Hi, Gary. Bye, Gary.
Later.
And of course, the head shit stirrer himself.
What?
The guy who's always causing...
You already introduced Dazed. What are you talking about?
Hey, I just respond. I don't stir this shit. I just clean it up.
What's up, Ninja Kitty?
I'm excited to hear this crazy big news. Huge
big news.
Big news.
So we got
That's what's up.
21 people in the chat. Everyone's all excited. Hopefully, we're going to drop some likes. We're going to share the video. And maybe some of you who ain't subscribed to the channel might subscribe. But it looks like it's all regulars. So, Dazed, I was watching your video earlier, and apparently you think there's going to be a Chapter 11 or something?
Yeah, a little birdie told me.
Dazed
Through the
already told us.
grapevine.
A birdie or a froggy?
A little froggy. Yeah.
I was watching DVD Fever's video, and he said he got his information from you, Days.
Oh. Well, I made it crystal clear that I got that scoop from you. It would have been on the geek. It would have been on your channel, but we're too incompetent, or at least I'm too incompetent to get my mobile to work to go to your channel.
Yeah, we'll figure it out one day. We'll figure it out. But so, okay. Obviously, we all know that I have some people who I talk to that may or may not have inside information, connections to Intellivision. And this is the email I received this morning. It says, I was told by a very reliable source, former colleague, current friend of Phil Adam, that the Intellivision is going to file Chapter 11 imminently. They've run out of working capital and have no way of repaying the loans they took out. It says they were able to produce 25 units that are ready for retail and could mass produce if they had the funding. But a loan agreement they've entered into that is tied to manufacturing makes it impossible. I believe that would be the Big Sudesh loan.
Yeah.
He says his view was that they were going to reorg under Chapter 11 and try to bring it to market. Now, that was one of these sources. Of course, I did have two others. And let me should have got this up earlier. But what do you think about that so far? What we're hearing? Does it sound reasonable? Does it sound possible?
Sounds like what we thought was going to happen.
Yeah.
Just the inevitable outcome
now.
So this was from earlier in the month, at the beginning of May, so last month. But I filed this, I kept this on the side just in case. It says, a birdie told me Intellivision is doing a bankruptcy with restructure. Assuming that's why Hans is off the payroll, case filed under Chapter 11 of the United States Bankruptcy Code is frequently referred to as reorganization bankruptcy. Usually the debtor remains in possession and has the powers and duties of a trustee, may continue to operate its business, and may, with court approval, borrow new money. So then he clarifies, says reorganization, not restructure. But that's not all. Because, of course, we had one more source. Let me find it here. Says Intellivision is planning to do a Chapter 11 reorganization. Phil Adam himself expressed this to me back in March. Now, why is March important? Why did I stop there? Because as we know, March is when Quiet Time started.
Mm-hmm.
So already, the beginning of Quiet Time coincides with when this inside source was told that they were already planning Chapter 11. Isn't that funny? Funny how that works. It's suddenly. They stopped doing refunds. Suddenly.
There's nothing funny about what's going on with this.
Stop answering emails. Stop appearing on shows. Everybody keep it quiet. People start leaving the company because they already knew bankruptcy was looming, was imminent. Ninja Kitty, your thoughts?
My thoughts. Well, was it February or March that they're looking for the secret investor? That was in February that they said they may have somebody that could save the day.
That was early March. It was right before Quiet Time.
Right before Quiet Time, so it all coincides. Makes sense.
Now, what you got to understand about Chapter 11, it's not guaranteed, right? It's not like you just fill out some paperwork. They're like, yeah, rubber stamp it, Chapter 11. That's not how it works. Chapter 11 was created for companies that would have more value being allowed to remain open than if you sold off other assets. Originally, it was structured for railroads because they figured, pulling up all the railroad ties, selling all the metal and all this stuff would probably net you a lot less money than allowing the railroad to continue. And, that would disrupt all the industries that were relying on the railroad and stuff like that. So Chapter 11 was created in order to give companies that would provide a valuable service and have value to the U.S. the ability to continue operating. So now, under the current way that Chapter 11 works, you have to fill out some paperwork and basically tell them, hey, this is why we should exist. This is why you should allow us to do Chapter 11 reorganization. Now, it can be turned down and turned into Chapter 9, which is basically liquidation. Like, no, you guys aren't worth it. You ain't got no money. Days, what the fuck are you doing?
Getting me some ice. I thought I had it muted.
Days is getting wasted. He's sad from this news.
Yeah,
He's
Carl.
pouring a cold one.
A cold Dr.
Carl's
Pepper.
not here. You don't hear any.
He's being attacked by that creepy doll.
Carl, stop.
Oh, goodness.
Anyways, go on.
So, yeah. Darius wants you to know, don't fall for this source crap. This is classic clickbait. So, everybody be aware. I'm just lying.
How many times have we been wrong, Darius? How many times?
Yeah. I don't know what to tell you. I can't out my source because then that opens them up to liability. They'll get sued. If you don't want to believe it, I understand. Don't believe it. Just click off the video and go somewhere, play some games, have fun. Where was I now? Chapter 11. Like I said, they have to basically tell the government, hey, this is why we should exist, right? Tell the judge, hey, this is why we should still exist. Now, in the field of video games, there's really no reason why Amico should exist, right? Let's be frank. They're not filling in a niche. They're not filling in a gap. There's no hole in the market.
No, they're no railroad.
Yeah, they're no railroad. However, what if they weren't a console anymore? What if they were just a software company providing software to other platforms?
What?
I mean, I believe it was Nick Richards himself who said, hey, here are these other forms of revenue that we're going to be exploring soon, which was coincidentally right before Quiet Time. Darius wants you to know if you fall for this, you're an idiot.
Uh-oh.
Damn it.
I guess I fell for it because I made a video about it.
Sega Snatcher says 25 units seems like a waste of time. It does if you think that the 25 units are actually like they're not going to put these in the stores, right? They're not going to put 25 units on store shelves. The 25 are going to be used to establish what the Amico is, right? If I told you what is an Amico, it doesn't exist, right? It's an idea at this point. So what would differentiate an Amico from, say, an Intellivision Mini, right? Because you know what a Nintendo Entertainment System is, and you know what a Mini NES is, and they're two different things, right? Now we know that Sudesh needs $100 for every Amico sold, but how much does he get for an Intellivision Mini or an Intellivision Amico plug and play?
Zero.
That's right. And now we all know that John the Retro Bro said, hey, these guys, they don't want to put any of their own money in there, right? But why didn't they want to put their money in? Because they had all this debt, right? They said they don't want to throw all their money into this pit with all this debt, with this loan hanging over their head, this manufacturing agreements. But if you do Chapter 11, all that goes away, right? If this is successful, if the judge says, hey, you could make more money, you're going to provide more jobs than if we just liquidate you because you have no assets. There's nothing for us to liquidate realistically, right? You've taken all the money, it's all gone. What are they going to sell, the Running Man sign?
What do they not? Do they own the IPs?
But they don't, because you remember, the original Intellivision IPs are owned by the Intellivision Holding Corporation.
Oh, do they just own like the names?
Yeah, Tommy had bought Keith's share, remember? And then he used Keith's share to create the Intellivision Entertainment Company.
That's right.
Remember, we always speculated why they had so many LLCs, because they had 5.
Right.
So theoretically, they might not actually have any assets in this company. So there would be not much to liquidate. So let's say that Chapter 11 goes through, they clear it all up. They still need money to manufacture, right? But there's nothing stopping Nick Richards, David Perry, Phil Adam from investing after the Chapter 11 to get the units manufactured. In which case, all the profits would go to them.
Wow, that's shitty.
Now, again, this is just quote-unquote supposition.
Oh, sure. But it's a possibility.
Bomberny says, I also wonder how much software they actually have / own that they could port to other consoles. I don't think they have much, to be honest with you, because Fox and Fox and Forest already exist, so Finnegan Fox isn't getting ported to anything else. Rigid Force Redux, which is finished, another finished game, but that's already on other consoles. As Rigid Force Alpha or something like that. I mean, what else is there? Maybe Emoji Charades is already on other platforms. Sesame Street's already on other platforms.
How much is that one machine worth that tumbled the controller around?
Yeah, they're gonna sell that tumbler. Gatoroo says the hardware IP is owned by IE, and the FIG agreement prevents transfer of it. Yes, that's the hardware IP for the Amico. Remember that. If you read the FIG agreement, they said that they actually could use the money for the creation of other systems, not just the Amico. Right? Again, we have to, what is an Amico? It requires you to be able to connect to the internet, download games.
Right? Wash your feet.
Foot bath. So what if they strip all that away, right? If they took away the downloading games, if they took away the internet access, if it's simply a plug and play machine, is it still an Amico? You can't tell people news and not say where it comes from. That's completely ridiculous. What a shallow thing to do for clicks. I told you where it came from. An inside source who's close to Intellivision. I mean, you want me to like name names, give you his address, and dox him, and tell you to meet him behind the Wendy's so he can give you information? So I don't know what you want, Darius.
DT is not happy with your sources.
Yeah, he's not happy. I mean, again, have we been wrong? Has my sources been wrong before? I think I've demonstrated
no.
that I've been pretty on point with all my sources. Pretty on point when people tell me stuff. I mean, again, the Amico, it's not the only thing I've used sources for, right? I've used sources within Sony. I've used sources at Nintendo. I've used sources at Microsoft for different stories. Francis Candy says Darius doesn't understand journalism. Yeah, I mean, there's a whole like code of journalism where you don't give up your source. You go to jail. How many journalists have gone to jail because they didn't want to name a source because the government was trying to strong arm him into figuring out who the leaker was. We have all those whistleblower laws now and everything. My source, and that's it. Like, that's the end of it. Like, if you reveal a source, you're never getting a source again. No one's ever trusting you with information.
Our source is the girl from 31 Flavors.
Tommy says, to be fair, Darius is a conspiracy. Yeah, I get that. And again, if Darius is free to make a video saying, hey, Tony's full of shit. He has no sources. He's lying to you. He's fucking completely just making shit up, right? He's free to do that. And if that's his opinion, that's his opinion. But, I mean, I don't know what he wants here because he's not going to get anything here. I'm not going to just name names. I've showed other people's sources. People that need to know are in the know. People that don't need to know, they don't know, right? Now,
we know.
On Days Gaming video, there was a comment. I don't know if you've seen it, Days, about the U.S. Patent Office.
I haven't checked my comments in a while. I've been doing shit with my family. What's up?
It's funny you say that because I'm pretty sure you replied to the dude who commented.
Oh, did I? I might have. I did check my comments earlier.
Days already hit the bottle, so he.
They were coming fast and furious. I was trying to reply as quickly as I can, so I've certainly forgotten a few what people said. But what was it?
I'll highlight it.
Okay.
It's from Xanthan Zarda. It says, as of today, Intellivision has failed to file either a statement of use or requested a 6-month extension to show a statement of use for the following trademarks: Television Prism and Television Amico. U.S. PTO documentation indicates, except in rare cases of oversight, this failure to respond becomes a step in the abandonment process. 2 other trademarks have their due date for response coming shortly. Let's see how that big news goes, Jim.
Yes, I remember that comment now. Yes.
Now, I went to the USPTO website, looked up Intellivision. Both of them said they were active, right? Both trademarks active. There was no indication that I seen that there was something up with them. So if Duke sees this, he can give me a link maybe to where he's going and seeing different stuff, because I'm not seeing it. So I just wanted to throw that out there, make it clear that I did look into this. I didn't see it. What's up, Garcia? Miko Community Love. Gary, you've been kind of quiet. So what's going on over
Can
there?
you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
I've been quiet. I said a few things. I'm just trying not to get all this background noise. It's loud over here. I'm on the road.
Oh, snap.
No, I don't think we need to prove anything to anybody. We've been pretty right for the last year. It's not all assumptions, I don't think. I mean, safe assumptions, a little bit on my part. But you pretty much dug in multiple times within the last year and been right about some things that I would have never guessed. So,
I mean, the fact that I ran out to my Jeep and went with what you said, because I trust what you've said to me, because you've yet to let me down. So, but it's not, I mean, you know, if I fuck up on my channel, I just make one of those cringy apology videos the next day. But I at least, you know, you have not let me down yet with anything you've told me Amico related, Tony.
Yeah. Tommy says, Gary, you were wrong. You thought it was kind of real. I mean, it's kind of real in a sense, right? Because they do have what are claimed to be 25 retail units. I would imagine they're functional. They have the 6 pack-in games on them. I do believe they're going to send these out to your DJCs and stuff to try to keep the charade going.
Do you think Retro Bro will get one?
I don't think Retro Bro's getting
Damn
one.
it, because he might actually let us play it.
What about Smash?
I mean, come on,
Now-
you can't think that it was fake from the first announcement trailer. You got to give these businesses some credit at the start.
Yeah, I mean, it's real easy to just start shouting everything's fake, right? Oh, it's all fucking a scam. And no one remembers the crazy dude yelling about it being a scam when it's not a scam, right? Like,
Right.
name the people who are calling the Atari VCS a scam. You can't, because they're just faceless nobodies, right?
I mean, unless you wanted to have a bad take like Canadian Gamer and say that the Playdate wasn't going to ship and they've gotten 10,000 units out already and they're on the, you know, they're about to move into the second phase here. So you don't want to be that guy.
With photograph evidence.
I'm willing to entertain the idea that it was a scam all along. I don't know either way. I'm not willing to shut it out. I'll tell you that, because I've made videos recently saying that I believe that it could have been a scam all along.
Tommy Miko says, how can they give away 25 that aren't FCC compliant? Well, there is the key in what you said. If you give them away, you're not selling them.
You're
You
not
can't
selling them.
right?
Exactly.
You can't sell them without FCC compliance, but you can give them away because there'll be test units, demo units, review units, right? As long as you
So
don't
then that's
sell
what
them.
you were saying. It's just to get it out there. Like, what is an Amico? That's what it is. Those 25. So people can actually see it and it's being played.
There were developers for the Playdate. They had their units 2 years ago, I believe, and I don't think they had locked all that up at the time that they sent those units out. So yeah, selling and giving away are 2 different things.
We need to get one. We need to get our hands on one. I'm going to try to pretend I'm DJC or something, or some like weird cult member. Who do you think who's like a low level one that maybe we could?
You'd have a better chance of finding one at a garage sale for like $5.
Pretend to be Super Jeremy's World. He was an old school shill from back in the day.
I think Days can pull a John Riggs.
You think
You
so?
pretend he's John Riggs.
Maybe I need to get a little perm going and grow up my hair a little bit.
Get the
more.
skullet.
Gain about 80, 100 pounds also, but
Yeah. Bacon ice cream. Yeah, Tommy. Maybe. I don't know. I don't look like enough like a fish.
That's just cold. Why you gotta do a man like that?
why are you being mean, Days? He doesn't look like a fish.
I
He
don't
looks
know.
like the guy from Ice Age with eyes for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm with Show though. If I got one, it's immediately going up on eBay.
Why would you do that? That would be antithetical to what we want. We want them to be put on YouTube to let people see exactly what it is.
Well, I'm not saying that I wouldn't open it and like screw with it and show it, or show it off. But after that, I'm selling it for like $3,000. I know someone like a DJC will pay like $3-5 grand for one, hands down.
They'll probably give one to DJC. I'm sure. I'm sure he's on top of the list for getting one.
No, because I think that would definitely they definitely end up in hot water over that if they gave him one.
Why would they end up in hot water?
To
I don't
give one
know.
to
Somebody will
DJC?
find a way.
All right, so this was an interesting bit of Amico news that nobody ever talked about. It was sort of missed by everybody. There was a time when we said that the Amico was like the Christian console, right? They were going after the good boys and girls.
Mm-hmm.
But did you know that they actually approached developer to create Christian games for the Amico?
Wisdom Tree.
No.
What?
So we're gonna take a look at this forum here. It's called I think it's Insert Coin, Insert Credit. So this man here, Exodus. I don't know if you can see this. His real name is Brandon Sheffield. He's a video game director, webcomic writer. He's the director of Necrosoft Games. He's created games for the PlayStation Mobile, Gunsport, Oh Dear. So he's done some things. He does that No Girlfriend comic.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, it's some like indie comic shit. Not for boomer types like us. But it says, just FYI, they literally asked us if we'd be willing to make Hush Tones, quote, Christian games.
Wow. Yeah, how did we never talk about that?
And this was posted on August 6, 2020. So yeah, this was a while ago. And somehow we everybody missed this. So it was a real thing at one point.
What kind of games do you think they were going to make? Like an Astro Smash clone where, like
Bible adventures.
sins would fall from the sky and you shoot it, so it'd be like premarital sex and you shoot it,
No.
and then
Come on, Ninja Kitty. We could do a lot better than that. What it was John the Baptist. Instead of shooting blasters, he was throwing water. He was baptizing people as they were coming down the screen.
Sinners.
So,
no, I like the idea of a spaceship shooting like people having premarital sex or drinking.
Well, they could be being blasted with holy water.
And Tommy
getting
would
baptized.
be God in that game.
Yeah.
Ludo
Pop
says
out.
that they would have been smarter to go for the Satanist market.
Maybe that's why Francois was so into it. Remember, he had all his religious stuff.
That is true. Ultra Noah's Ark, according to Dean, the Amico, exclusive to the Amico. Yeah, DJC is right or die. He won't say that it's a retro pie inside. I don't think it's a retro pie inside. I think it's a custom chip. Ooh, Bomini says Christian game where you play as Romans crucifying everyone.
Yes. The Crusades.
How can you spin a Christian game into Ariel the Mermaid giving you a lap dance? I don't know.
That would be your 40 virgins that you receive when you go to heaven.
There you go.
How does a mermaid give you a lap dance?
Ask Tommy. He's the one who said it.
Wasn't she like 15 in that show or 16? Like,
yep,
she was young. Sicko. When are we going to hear from Tommy from all of this? I want his nonsense to come spewing out.
I already told you. We heard that he's going to be bankrupt and broke, so you're going to have to go to California and go to the beach and see him disheveled and under the pier again with the TurboGrafx 16 shirt.
Or with his metal detector searching for coins out there to have dinner for the night.
And then he finds one of those coins from the Miko physical games and cries, no!
I wonder if those would even be freaking detected by a metal detector.
He digs up a disc pad.
No. Anyways, sorry, Tony, go on.
I lost my train of thought. Do you think he's actually going to be bankrupt? Do we believe that?
No.
No.
Did he? If he committed
didn't one of your
everything
sources
to
say
the
that he was going to be
dream.
bankrupt? Sorry.
Atari Creep said he was going to be bankrupt. Retro Bro said he was going to be bankrupt. I believe Saggy had said that he was standing to lose a substantial amount of money.
There you go, Darius. 3 sources named right there.
Substantial amount of money, more than he made while pushing this product.
Supposedly, he didn't make anything pushing this product. That's the claim.
I don't believe that.
He's going to sell his Lilu doll or whatever, his real doll.
Well, from my understanding, and again, this is just my understanding, all of it sold. Like his house, his memorabilia, his comic books, it's all gone.
Really?
Where's the proof?
There is none. Sorry, Darius, there's no proof. That's why I said from my understanding.
I'm going to Google search Lilu real dolls and see if I can find if someone else has it.
I almost spit out my drink when you said that.
Wait a minute. I think Carl told me he bought something the other day. Wait a minute. Carl, you naughty boy.
What is a Lilu doll? Is it like a
The
Fifth Element girl? Did you ever see his house tour?
Oh,
He has like a life-size doll of her.
Yes, the one where he like was showing all of his
Crap.
Yeah.
the
basically.
movie Charlie and the Chocolate Factory junk.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I call it a
saw
real
that.
doll. I'm pretty sure he drilled a hole in it. So, yeah, no.
Was it a small drill or a big drill, you think?
It was a little drill.
It was
It was the
little,
East Coast Italian drill.
quarter-inch drill. Yeah.
A 3 millimeter. That's all she gets. So we got more interesting comments. This is from a Peter Oliphant. He's a game designer, personal friend of Phil Adams.
Is he?
Yeah. You didn't know that?
No, I've seen his comments a few times. He's always had interesting things to say.
And he just showed up like out of nowhere, right? Like just like suddenly he just started leaving comments. Like I'm fucking
Maybe
Phil Adams' friend.
He's an alt account. Somebody.
No, this is his account. Like if you click on the account, it goes to his.
Oh, okay.
His YouTube channel, whatever. And I know he did a game. I think it's called Stonefall, something like that.
Nice.
Okay, so he's real.
So it's Peter Oliphant or is Timothy Oliphant?
Peter Oliphant.
Okay, because Timothy's the hitman.
Stonekeep is what fuck did I say? It's late. Yeah, so he did Stonekeep for Interplay. As you remember, that was the company that Mr. Tellerico and Dave Perry worked at. So this is a reliable source, I guess. This is I don't know why he would just show up in YouTube comments just to like bullshit, but I mean stranger things have happened, right? So this was a reply on the latest DJC Game Studios Miko Forever podcast. It says at DJC Game Studios, okay, but I do have my doubts that they will not just kick the can down the road again next week. Did I mention I know Phil Adam and John Alvarado personally, both for decades? I'm an interesting person when it comes to the Amico. I was the first person to do the minor 2049er demo, which they rejected on the basis they were not going to do minor 2049er. And this was 1.5 years ago. He. Tommy O says his main source for info is Slotham.
So that I kind of probably behind, like on DJC's thing, they somebody came up, was Phil Adam on there? Wasn't he on there or something?
No, he
and
was
they said
in
they
the
were
comments.
but they said they were going to be doing something. They were going to be saying something next week. That's where we're at now.
It was either the end of this week or next week.
So
Do you think
I'm
it's gonna-
confused. Or go ahead.
Do you think would they announce that they're going to bankruptcy? Would they announce something like that? Could that be an announcement? Or
Well, it could be an announcement. Sorry, all your pre-order money is gone. We're doing Chapter 11.
Okay,
okay.
I mean, who knows now that we've let the cat out of the bag? Maybe they'll tuck tail and run.
Do it early.
Yeah. Mike Garcia says Slotham should react to current videos. He's working his way through the library. So do we think this Peter Oliphant's on the level? Does sound legit?
I mean, sounds legit, but yeah, like you said, what would the point be to if he's got like a channel and he's known? Like, what would be the point to come in here and troll?
Yeah. And one of the funny things is about what he says here is Miner 2049er. I'm pretty sure is one of the games in the original trailer from Portland Retro Game Expo.
Yeah.
Actually, here, I got it up. And we'll take a look.
Put it up.
Let's pull it up. We'll stop sharing that. We'll share the reveal trailer 2018. So as you can see, this is the reveal trailer. There it is.
There it is.
So it's kind of weird that in the reveal trailer in 2018, they're like, hey, we're going to have Miner 2049. And then Peter Oliphant does a demo, and they're like, dude, we're not doing that game.
Why would they not do it? Why, if they had somebody trying to do a game, why wouldn't they just accept it? What would be the point of?
They would have to pay him.
Well, they would have to pay him.
He's not from a German studio.
They'd have to pay the license.
Okay.
They might not have the license for this game. Remember, they show off Toe Jam and Earl. I mean, they show off what R-Type, 10-Yard Fight, Load Runner, Kung Fu Master.
Quite a bit of games.
Toe Jam and Earl. None of these have materialized in any shape or form. So Miner 49er could have just been a game they threw in there, snuck it in there thinking no one's going to notice.
That's where you got to look at this thing as it being the long-term scam. You know, like they were putting crap like that early in there.
Spelunker.
Oh, they overhyped every aspect of it. Come on.
Yeah, that's why I do think it was a scam, right? I think it was a scam in the sense that they were promoting things that they didn't have access to, or they weren't 100% sure they were going to get these games. But they were kind of working on, well, we'll probably get them, so throw them in the trailer, right?
It's either a scam or just extremely unprofessional. And
Yeah.
I still
I
on
guess
the
it
fence
depends on
because
what.
they've been so unprofessional all along and so clueless that they might just be that stupid.
Show says funny how some of these games are on Evercade now.
They are. And Evercade waited until they got the license and confirmation before showing it. Silly Intellivision.
So, but like I said, I think it's a scam in the sense that they just showed off a bunch of shit and made a bunch of promises that they didn't have the ability to keep. But I don't think it was a scam and like everyone's like, oh, they were gonna just try to pocket millions of dollars and like take off to the Bahamas with it, right? Like I know it sounds good for us to say, like it sounds funny.
Yeah, no, I'm not there either. I'm not at that point either. I'm not at the point where they were hawking fake Rolexes all along. But I guess it just depends on what you define a scam as.
Well, I'm saying because if
when we looked it up, it's just deception.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the scam in the sense of, running off with millions. If that was the point, right? They would have just shit something out. They would just like got the cheapest chips or fucking not even put chips in them, right? And it's like, oh, we must have forgot to put your chip in that fucking thing and just sent you a box with like parts. Right? Then I'd be like, yeah, it was a scam because it just threw a bunch of junk in a box and sent it to you, right? But if they made the legitimate effort, like they paid a company to design the Amico, they paid a bunch of developers to start.
No, see, when they had more legal problems, if they just threw a bunch of parts in a shell. I mean, if they had something that was just like half-assed and didn't work, I mean, obviously, they would have had to pass FTC, all that stuff. So like,
well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if it was a scam, right? If it was a legitimate scam, they would have just scaled everything back. They would have made the promise of like this controller that had all these functions, and then just scaled it back to like a simple controller, and then like you got what you got, right? And it would have been over like 2 years ago. Why drag it out? Like they could have kept the money 2 years ago. They would have said, "Hey, we couldn't get the controllers to work. All you get is the 2-button controller. Deal with it. Here you go. Here's your Amico."
well, I think the only thing that you can really assume is that they tried not to do it that way. Trying to save the reputation is the only thing that I could probably come up with on that one.
Yeah, again, I don't think it was a scam in like the way everyone says. Like they just, Tommy's sitting there, him filling them or counting these stacks of cash that they have squirreled away somewhere. No, I think it's a scam in the sense that they got in over their head. They didn't know what the fuck they were doing. They made a bunch of promises. Tommy, being the unprofessional that he is, when he was like, "Hey, can we put Spelunker?" and people were like, "Yeah, sure." Like he took that as like a hard confirmation and like, "Hey, threw the fucking Spelunker game on the fucking trailer, right?" Because remember, we haven't seen these like Spelunker. What else did they show off here? R-Type, Miner 2049er, Load Runner, Kung Fu Master. None of those games made it into any other trailers or mentioned anywhere again. So it could have been a matter of they put it out there and the company contacted them and said, "Hey, you can't do that. Like we didn't have a solid agreement. Don't mention the game no more." Right? They just didn't force them to take it down from the other trailer. Like, yeah, it's fine. We'll just pretend like it was canceled or whatever, but don't do that shit again.
I would feel like if I were somebody that invested or pre-ordered based on the fact that one of those games of it was existed, and that was like what I was like, I'm a big Miner 2049er fan, I would feel scammed. Like that to me, I would say that was a scam. Like if I was that person, like you lied to me. I paid my and now I can't even get my fucking pre-order back. And now you're going to do Chapter 11 bankruptcy where you might not get shit back.
Mm-hmm. What's
That's
up,
crazy.
Saggy's in the house. She says, "Damn, Canadian Gamer was right. You guys are still talking about the Amico." Well, we got new news, right? Chapter 11, incoming bankruptcy. It's the hot topic.
It's the new news.
We want to get out in front of it. Make sure that we're the first ones. But Mike Garcia says, "It was a scam from the start. He talked to the Intellivision board about Amico at Keith Robinson's wake." That doesn't make it a scam, right? Like, bad timing, yeah, probably not the best look, but it's not really a scam. And if you believe anything Tommy says, right? Like, because remember, this is part of Tommy's story that he talked to Mrs. Robinson at the wake, and he got the board there because they were all together for Keith's funeral, and he talked to them there. If you listen to what he says, he was actually talking to Keith the entire time. From when they were going to do the Generation 2 Kickstarter until Keith's and Tommy's demise, Tommy had been in contact with them on and off about making a new console. So, again, this is Tommy's version of events, right? So,
take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah. Saggy says, "Hey, Lorenzo, what are you doing here?" Lorenzo's always here. Lorenzo loves fucking Amico news. Mike Garcia says, "Keith Robinson didn't choose Amico, though." Well, according to Tommy, Keith was planning on going forward with the Amico, or what was going to become the Amico, right? I don't think they had a name at that point. It was probably just like the new Intellivision. Maybe it was Intellivision 3 or 4 or whatever. But according to Tommy, there was wheels in motion. And then Keith died, and that kind of derailed things. And he was like, "Well, let's go ahead with it anyway." And he convinced the rest of the board and bought Keith's share, and we got the Amico. Yes, Show says, "I know everyone got paid up, and now lessers are slowly leaving the company." Yes. Again, if it was a scam, why would you hire so many people, right? Like, why would you spread the money out to these like nobody people? The Utah offices, all these little developers. I mean, you would just throw John Alvarado. You would be like, "Hey, John, we need you to create like 12 shit games that we're gonna throw on the Amico, and we're gonna keep the millions of dollars and pretend like, we'll set up shell companies with phony developers, right?" That's a scam. At least that's a scam in the way that everyone's trying to make Intellivision be.
I'm more along the lines if it's a scam as far as like they just got into this without knowing what the fuck they're doing. Like, I mean, you're like the what is the what is what is the name of the console that you were looking into? I can't even think of it right now. The Unicorn, Project Unicorn. Like, you're asking questions, like you're getting information, and it's like, if it can't be done, it can't be done, and we just won't do it.
Exactly.
It won't happen. Like, they didn't even bother to do that. They just jumped into this crap head first and just like, we're not gonna do
whoa, Days. Whoa. They did focus testing. Sorry, that's my impression of somebody.
That's actually very good, like too good.
Yeah, it was on point. I was scared for a second.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I do.
Do I do my second part? And then there's Days gaming there, pretending to do some type of motion of sucking an eggplant. He also did that. Sorry to interrupt you, Days, but they said that they did focus testing, and they found that this was totally what people wanted and totally doable. They did all the research. Mm-hmm. That's their words, of course, and clearly none of us believe it.
No, well, like, you can see, like I would never like put all these games out there, like Miner 2049. I would not do that without knowing that I could actually put that up there. Like, that's just where I look at it, is like, that's the part that's the deception. That's where it gets into scam territory. If you say that it's like scam all along, like, yes, no, I don't believe that it was a complete just con job. I just look at it like there's some gray areas here on what we would say that it's a scam because of all of the deception and the lies and just the over-promising.
They got Andre Lemont to make the controllers. That means it's not a scam. He got over 750 products that he brought to market. And he worked at artificial intelligence for NASA. How could it be a scam?
Wow. 30 plus years. That's a big chunk for that 600 years.
Yeah. Bomber New TV says, what's an N67? Where'd you see that at? What was that? Who had an N67? What the hell is talking about? Look at that. He worked on Metroid Prime. You're telling me the guy that worked on Metroid Prime is a liar?
See, exactly. Like, that's part of it. Just the deception. He's a con man.
Look at, he's got 100% star, whatever that means. I don't know.
Look how young he looks in that picture.
Yeah. You're telling me a guy that uses a 30-year-old picture?
That guy below him on the left looks like Sloth.
Oh, he's coming up next. That's Jason Enos, VP of production. Hasn't produced anything, but he was the VP. I believe he left. Perrin Kaplan, as we know, Zebra Partners is the PR firm that she runs. They hired her for a couple PR little fucking press releases, and that was it.
That says N64 too there.
Yeah. Along with Beth Lewin, who also works at Zebra Partners.
Everybody has 100%.
See, this is probably why they put Kung Fu Master, R-Type, 10-yard fight, Load Runner. They probably thought Scott was going to just get him access to those games. Spelunker. I'm still not seeing that N67. B-17 Bomber. Did we ever
He
see
says
this lady ever?
Bomberny says, WTF, I swear I saw an N67.
Yeah, I don't know, Bomberny. Maybe it's hitting the sauce early. And Mike says he thought he saw N67. I haven't seen it. Bomberny needs glasses. Yeah. Did we ever see this lady? Ever? Like in anything?
Nope.
She apparently worked for Lego, SanDisk, TiVo, Adobe, Nickelodeon. She managed.
She's the marketing and branding for Intellivision since 2010.
Since 2010.
She
Well, I
worked for
guess they have been
Ziff
doing
Davis
that.
Media, Mindscape
stuff.
Software, The Learning Company, Mattel Interactive. I don't understand how she was marketing and branding, but then they got her as the communication and events person. Yeah, I don't see any N67, Bomberny.
What's the Intellivisionaries podcast?
You don't know what the Intellivisionaries podcast is?
I don't think so.
It's a podcast of some old guys that talk about Intellivision.
Huh. Never
He
seen
don't
it.
work for the company anymore, by the way. That's Atari Age veteran over there, Paul Nerman. He was one of the reasons that people thought that it was going to be a real successor to the Intellivision, because this was a guy who loves Intellivision, talks about it, has a whole podcast dedicated to Intellivision. He was involved with the company. How could it go wrong? Well,
it all looks good
This
on
is like
paper.
Ocean's 11 right here.
hey, you think
Yeah,
so?
it is.
But look, it's got time and space. Let's see. Look at that. It was going to have online multiplayer modes.
Wow.
Whoa.
Ooh, it had audio.
That's audio. Ooh.
And more. Guys, it had more. You're going to have more on it.
Updated graphics.
Special needs Ocean 11 yet.
Audio.
The N67 is real. It's not real. You guys are like,
Is this Mandela effect?
yeah.
Well,
Saggy has a physical copy of Finnegan Fox. So do I. I got a physical copy of Finnegan Fox. I got two of them, actually, because I got one from Gen X Gamer that at some point I'm supposed to put on the railroad track.
You have a physical product.
Yes, I have a physical product.
which that was right there. That was something they did that kept the investors from being able to get any of that money from the games, because it wasn't games, it was physical products. To go back to what you were saying, that like if they released a plug and play Amico, like they already have a history of
skirting,
pulling that shady garbage.
Yeah, they'll definitely,
who knows?
Play word games, try to go on technicalities. Those physical products are not going to be worth a fortune. They're going to be worth nothing. No one's going to want them. It's going to be a niche of a niche of a niche market. Look at the what the hell's the Hyperscan? Hyperscan ain't worth shit. Nobody cares about that.
Something really fucked up is going to have to happen at Intellivision for this to become known to the masses, like a hostage situation, like a hostage situation or something insane.
Tommy holding everyone hostage, like, you bring me Tony, TGD, Pat, Ian, and that Days Gaming.
If that happens, then yeah, those games might be worth a fortune. But as it stands right now, it's not spicy enough to get into the real world.
The real marketing hasn't started yet. That's what we heard. So once they get those big influencers, such as Smash DT, because it's easy to get 17 million views or whatever he said the other day, then the money will be rolling in.
Yeah, the marketing hasn't even started yet.
The real marketing hasn't started yet. Who the hell's sending me fucking?
I have an idea, Dazed.
Who the hell's this?
Oh, the N67.
Oh,
That's Dean. It's got to be Dean.
You bastard, Dean.
in 67.
Dazed, I have an idea. Do
What
you
is it?
have all of summer and fall off?
No.
Okay, well, you should book it off. Me and you, we're going to go to California. We're going to create our own web series of where in the world is Tommy Tallarico. We're going to go around the whole state trying to find them. And then at the season finale, we'll find them under the pier.
Yeah, that would be fun. Where
It'll be on
in
Netflix,
the
it'll be great.
world is Tommy Tallarico?
He'll be in a karaoke bar, like singing to himself. He'll be like, hey, there he is. Singing Global Gladiators. I always go back to that because that song is just so cheesy.
I've never
Right.
heard the song.
The Global Gladiators songs that he's so proud of, they're very 90s.
Yeah, I never
Yeah,
played
King
that
of
game.
all buttocks.
What's up,
Special
buttocks?
news report: someone named Gary does not consider Shark a 10.
No, Shark is a 10.
Very large chances happened that, or he's been muzzled per him stepping down. He didn't step down. He was forced out. Josh says, "Hey, what's up with Redditors throwing shade at you on the Intellivision Amico subreddit?" I don't know.
What do they say?
I have no
Ooh.
idea.
Let's go find out. Taint Snake would like to know how many people are part of the Geek Getaway cult.
All of us.
All of us.
How many we
All
how
of
many
us
we
are
got?
part of the Geek Getaway cult. You will not ask us that anymore, Tank.
Yeah, I don't see where people are throwing shade at me. I don't know. Maybe you could point out a comment or something, Rabbit Dude.
Yes, Saggy, you're a member.
Well, Saggy is a member because by default, when she got married to Tony, she automatically is included.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see what he's talking about here. So, Infinite V is says so you can only be an alt-right guy for so long before you finally catch a ban. Dude was a KIA regular, hung out in the Donald before the place got nuked. I'm not a good guy. People don't like my politics, Rabbit Dude. That's all it is. I'm not allowed to have opinions. You know, we had a president for 4 years named Donald Trump, but for some reason, if you have any liking towards Donald Trump or you voted for him, obviously you're just some psychopath, right? I mean, if you believe in babies having rights and being individuals that shouldn't be killed in the womb.
Tony, we have breaking news.
What's up?
It's in the Perrin Kaplan profile. It says N67. That's what Mike Martinez says. Aha!
We'll go back.
Saggy is very happy to be married to you, she says. She says...
She's not married to me. What are you talking about?
Well, that's what she's saying. Writing something about you in the chat.
Ninja Kitty is bullying me. Kick him. Yeah, from what I understand, Days Gaming is Miss Piggy. So,
What did he mean that by like, am I Miss Piggy because I go out and do the show?
I don't know.
Is that what that is? Because like Kermit didn't do the show, right? Like he was like running the backstage, and then Miss Piggy would go out and do the show. I think that's what he meant. That
I
was
think he
Miss
meant that you love
Piggy.
me so much that you're Miss Piggy. Like I'm Kermit.
That could be. I did post a picture of Miss Piggy kissing Kermit, so.
So here is the Perrin Kaplan thing. It says N64.
Saggy is Miss Piggy.
Yeah.
See that I see exactly what would happen. You ready for it? It was not a Mandela effect. For some reason, they thought it was a good idea to have the numbers change.
I see.
Is that what they saw?
Yeah. See, so if you stop it just right, like right now it's an N6. Damn it. Now it's an N60.
I saw it. I saw it. Yeah.
I saw
The
it.
N6.
I'm trying to
The
trying to figure out who
N67 existed for a second.
There it is, N67.
it did.
How great.
Dazed. Who would you be in the Muppets? Because I'm looking through them. Originally, I was going to say Sweetums, but now that I look at Sweetums, he kind of looks like Atari Creep.
I could be. I don't know. I could be. What is the? You got Beaker and what is the crazy one that?
Honeydew.
Honeydew?
Bunsen Honeydew. Benson Honeydew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could be one of them.
Dean, are you ordering a bunch of wood grain Amicos? Is that what we're seeing on the screen here?
I just ordered one. I'm in the club. This thing is coming out. Woo!
You know what's going to be real fun? I want to see how they spin them declaring bankruptcy, DJC not getting any of his pre-order money back, and then them telling him, hey, if you want an Amico, you have to make a new pre-order and give us more money.
That'd be great.
That would be funny.
It's been,
If you really, really want
it.
Guys, I really support this company and I believe in them. I'm willing to pay for 2.
He already bought 3, so he'd be paying for like 6.
Yeah, I know. That's how he spent it. Like
3.
he's out what, $900? $900.
Out 900. He might be.
Plus whatever he
was this
invested.
before the price increase?
Yeah, this was before the price increase.
Yeah, probably was. So what?
Oh, okay.
$750.
Yeah. Okay.
Darius asked how much he would has to tip for you to tell us who your sources are.
It's not going to happen, Darius.
How much is your integrity worth, Tony?
My integrity is priceless. I would not ever rat out my source. Believe me, if I ratted out my source, the man could be sued into oblivion. I'm not going to.
Hey Tony, I have one question. If it's an okay question, does your source, is he a YouTuber
No.
or she? I don't know.
What are you eating over there? Crawfish?
Yeah, crawfish. They're done. How come you don't want to answer my question?
I said no.
Oh, okay.
How come you don't want to listen after you ask a question?
It didn't come through on my side, Tony. Gosh, man.
Fucking Dean, always causing trouble. Are there internal sources? Yes. One of them is an internal source. One of them is an external source. Both have been vetted. All 3 have been vetted.
Whatever, Saggy, you're gross.
Crawfish is delicious. Yeah. Saggy's
Saggy
Darius
probably
says
has
bullshit.
a bad
You
bet.
have no source. Darius, do you just want to be mad? Is that what this is? Like, I'm not getting paid. I'm not making any money off this stream. Like, I'm clickbaiting everybody for what? Like, I don't get paid. I'm not monetized. I'll yell at Dean whenever I want, Saggy. He's always getting me into trouble.
Is he really?
Yeah, he does.
You get yourself in trouble.
Yeah, who did I get you in trouble with, Tony?
That one time when we were like, "Hey, let's play Smash or Pass, YouTuber edition."
What was wrong with that? What was wrong with that? That was a great addition. Matter of fact, I want to say that has boosted your female audience, right?
You know what? I stopped doing Smash or Pass and like Celebrity Butt Challenge, and my female audience went from 28% to 0.3%.
Oh,
I know the girls liked it, dude. Got to bring it back.
Yeah, girls want to know, man. Am I cute enough? I don't know.
There's internal sources left. Yeah, there's a couple of people that still work. The company's not like completely empty. There are several individuals that work there.
Does Tommy still work there?
Technically, yes, he's still the president. Does he actually do anything? Do they like let him come into the office? No. A direct feed games built 10,000 subs with fake sources. I don't know who they are, so I can't, give you some validity whether or not that's true. They had fake sources or not. How can they get sued? The company has no. You don't need employees to sue somebody, right? It's not how that works. The company exists. That's all that it's needed to sue somebody. And theoretically, even if the company didn't exist, they could still sue my source because of the information they've given me would have a direct effect on people's personal finances. Now Saggy's joining in with Darius. Okay.
That's great.
The show says that every time a source talks to Tony, they get yeeted. Yeah, that's why they've been losing so many fucking people at the company. Well, I think that covers all the news that we had. Chapter 11, incoming. They got 25 retail units assembled and ready to go. They need to raise some more money for manufacturing. They got to convince a judge that they have a plan going forward in order to get the Chapter 11 approved. And there's the possibility that you're going to get a plug and play that's not quite an Amico, so they can skirt the whole Suit Dash alone, $100 per Amico being sold. Has nothing to do with a non-disclosure agreement. Oh my fucking Lord.
Oh, Tony's triggered. Trigger Tony.
I'm not triggered, I'm annoyed.
Tony, invite
Tony, can we get a
criminy?
Trigger.
Criminy.
Criminy? I thought it was criminy.
Criminy. Gee willikers.
For criminy sake. It's criminy.
Yeah, Darius, Tommy was literally going to lawyers trying to figure out how they can sue us. Me, you, Pat and Ian, Ninja Kitty.
Not to me.
Yeah, you. Remember fucking Nick Richards threatened to sue you. Remember, he's like, hey, you better
yeah.
that video.
Tommy doesn't, never said my name, though. Just that Nick guy. It's because I made fun of Nick. And I made a video where I changed duck hunt to gopher hunt and had Nick Richards shooting at gophers. I think he didn't like that.
And just for argument's sake, they actually did sign NDAs. Because I did contact somebody that used to work in television, and the dude was like, hey, I can't tell you shit because I got an NDA. And it was an intern. It was a low fucking level person. I was like, maybe I can get something out of this low level person because I didn't think that they would have an intern sign an NDA. That motherfucker was like, no, I signed an NDA and I ain't saying shit. Bomini says employees have contracts with stipulations in them. They don't need an NDA if it's in their contract. Yeah. This is not true, Mike. NDAs can work even if the company's gone. If the NDA is tied to, say, Tommy or Phil Adams or Nick Richards, they can still be enforceable. Yeah, see, Saggy says GameStop had their employees sign NDAs about not sharing inside information. So, yeah, they definitely signed an NDA.
Tony made us sign NDAs.
Out.
Yeah.
Days. I guess.
Hang on a sec.
Go ahead.
Tony has us signing NDAs. We know what he looks like, and we can't tell.
Yeah. He's got a face that's more fucked up than bacon ice cream.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Ouch.
What's wrong with bacon ice cream's face?
Everything. He looks like a melted doll. What?
Are you sure you're talking
Oh
about
my god.
Bring his face up. Bring his face up.
Bacon ice cream's like
At first,
a nice guy.
The
He's
first
a nice
thing when
guy,
I
though.
saw him, I thought he was like a flout. Like he is a nice guy, but he looks like a fish.
I thought he was computer generated for a second. I was like, no one can look like this. That guy.
Are you guys like confusing one shill for another?
No,
Just
this
making fun
guy
of his
has
face.
the greatest neck beard known to man, and he has glasses, and he has a very nice haircut. I
Okay, so
think.
yeah.
Dean, click the link. Does he look
Click.
like this in the private
Click.
chat?
Click
We
the
don't need
link
to. I got him right here on the screen.
Yes.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Damn, you nuked Dean.
He laughed so hard.
He laughed himself right out of there.
Did you see the picture, Days?
I did. What is that guy's name? I can't even think of
Sid.
his name.
I think it's Sid from.
Yes,
It's-
Sid.
See, that's big.
That's not the best picture. Like, there's another that you can see it, but there's like certain times when his face looks warped.
Look at that. It's in motion. It looks like a normal dude. Maybe that's me. Maybe that's why. Maybe I'm secretly baking ice cream.
A melted doll. I mean, look, he's got like fish eyes. Like, look how wide set they are.
You guys
There's better pictures, like Dave said, but
Oh.
yeah.
Yeah, the first time I
disagree.
saw him, I thought something was wrong. But then he started talking, and he sounded
Oh.
normal.
I do. I find him quite charming looking.
He's an okay guy. He's a good guy. Okay.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
Except that he shilled.
You can make
So fuck that guy.
you can make fun of my face too. Bacon ice cream, it's fine.
Well, you can. You look like you got the walrus tusk.
I got
with the
walrus
beard.
tusks. Exactly. If what you're saying is true,
you
why
need
would
to-
they risk everything for your benefit?
Yeah, it's not my benefit. They're not risking everything for my benefit. They're risking for the fact that I am a journalist. I'm not going to out them. They've seen my work. They've gotten my trust. It wasn't like I said, "Hey, give me information," and they just like gave it to me. Right? There was conversations that were had. Trust was built up. You know, they give me a little bit, and then if I didn't out them, then they give me a little more. And really, they're doing it for the benefit of the consumer because some people have conscience. Some people, have morals and ethics, and like, hey, some of this stuff we're doing is not right, and the people need to know. Or maybe Tommy just pissed them off, and they're like, "Fuck that! You know what? I'm gonna tell you some information because this asshole upset me."
Dean came back.
Yes.
You laughed so hard
didn't-
you quit.
You know
No,
what?
I didn't hit
I'm
back or anything like that. And so it's
I'm getting tired of arguing with the chat, so I'm gonna drop the link. Darius, why don't you come on in? You got something to say? Let's hear it.
Oh man, it's the face-off of the century.
Dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun.
Hey, Darius, calm down and go have an Esca.
I wonder what something's got him going, man, because y'all were been cool for a while, but he's just like triggered by something you've done, or just the whole sources thing has really got
Darius
him
has got to
pissed.
he's got to keep his street cred up. He can't admit that he's a true fan of the Geek Getaway.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, he can't be a cult member. I get it.
Anyway, Slotham. I don't know who Slotham is. We don't know his real identity, so I don't want to just be like,
8BE, 8BE.
Jerry's going to take this to Jerry Springer. He can, like I said, the link's there. I told him come on in, but I mean, you're here for again. There's a link. Come on in. Don't be soft.
Could be. Is it bacon ice cream your source? And they were just doing misdirection for making fun of a guy's face for no apparent reason.
Yeah, I
No,
feel bad now. I shouldn't have said that.
Days, you know what? I'm gonna reveal a secret, Days.
Oh,
What?
I look somewhat like bacon ice cream, but only if you took my picture and then used Photoshop and stretched the horizontal
Yeah, you told me that one time.
really wide, and then you're like, oh, okay.
So you got that same chin strap beard going on?
No.
No,
I just have dark hair.
Okay.
But if you take the Photoshop and like stretch it and warp it or whatever,
all right.
Yeah.
We got Darius here. He's hopped in.
Oh boy.
All right,
Hey,
you got
Darius.
the floor, Darius.
I never
go
got
ahead.
to say hi to Darius ever, so I just
This
say
is
hi.
gonna be a work. Let's go.
Dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
The mic is muted. The mic is muted.
He's not ready.
He is not ready.
He's
The
waiting.
champion
He's getting
has to
ready.
get ready. Oh, boy.
Oh,
There he
hey,
is.
I didn't see you guys come in. Where are your sources?
Hey, Darius, you sound like a
Damn
little high
it.
pitched today. Are you feeling okay?
That's clickbait.
I got a cold.
You got a cold? Okay.
Is this the work? Are you doing the work right now?
Darius
that
says
is
that's
me.
not me.
I'm the one and only Darius Struxton. What are you talking
Something's
about?
wrong with your voice, Darius.
I have a cold. Listen, it's cold in Canada. Leave me
Yeah.
alone.
So cold.
It's very cold. Leave me alone. Geez, you guys are being just where? What are your sources, Tony? Why can't
It's
you tell
Saggy
us?
Truxton.
Listen, I have a cold.
You could never imitate Darius because you're not willing to go to the level of slurs and just wilding out. You won't wild out as much as he would. So it's not.
I told you I have a cold. God, what are your sources?
I was excited for a second. I was like, Darius is going to be on here. Now we're going to get some action. It's getting a little bored.
You gotta throw
Yeah,
in a good fucking Lord here and there. Oh,
What, you
Saggy
guys-
Glover is here. Yes. Yes.
I will
Oh,
Saggy.
hell no. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you for that. You're the devil.
Oh, Ninja Kitty, you're the devil.
You're the
Well,
devil.
ooh.
Living
I
rent
actually-
free in your head.
I actually am curious though. Who were your sources, Tony? Why can't you tell us, huh?
I can't tell you because then that person would get sued.
Did
You
they sign an
probably
NDA?
There's nothing to do with NDA.
You could at least say that yes, it does. It does have to do that. The person signed an NDA.
One of them did. Now, remember, there's three
Oh,
sources. So one of
the
them
other
did.
sources didn't.
No.
So what are you protecting them for? If they didn't sign an NDA, you could literally tell us who it was.
Because that's how you get trust. As soon as you give up one source, no one else trusts you. That's it. What's up, Bob? Is this the real Bob? Or is this
Yeah, it
Darius
is.
pretending to be-
I know who Tony's sources are.
Oh.
Ketchup, mustard, and mayonnaise.
The sauces.
Sauces? The sauces?
Yeah.
The sauces.
Yeah. Chabby's right. When have people ever revealed sources? Because then who would talk to Tony after that? Yeah, once you reveal the source, that's it. No one talks to you.
Chappy. Just you don't get what's happening. It's okay.
Joshua says, anyone with basic business sense knew IE was headed to insolvency years ago. I
So
would
what's
say yes
going
and no.
on?
What's going on?
Well, I don't know the news. I haven't been keeping up. Apparently that we only have Amico stuff to talk about. We can't grow our channels without the Amico. So
Yeah. Darius says he's leaving the R-Tard cult. Apparently he was in the R-Tard cult, but now he's leaving it.
don't leave.
This
Damn
isn't
it.
the R-Tard cult. This is the frog cult. I don't know if you were ever really a member of the frog cult, Darius. You were like an outsider looking in.
No, he well actually no, he never said that Darius was in the cult, which is really weird. Darius was not in our cult. He was his own cult. So I guess we're cult fighting. I don't know what's going on anymore.
The cult of Darius. He's his own man.
Okay,
Palmer
you
says
guys need to
Genesis-
stop saving pictures of each other. Like Canadian Gamer has like a mural of pictures of me in his wall. I see it. It's really creepy. He needs to stop.
Well, that's what he uses for jerking off.
Oh, please don't say it like that.
Oh,
Okay. That's what he uses to
now.
masturbate furiously over you.
All right. The source is here. What's up, source?
Furiously.
The source.
Do you want to reveal yourself?
I am the source.
Oh,
That's D Reed, isn't it?
D Reed is your source.
That is definitely D Reed. D Reed, you can't mask your voice.
Yeah.
D Reed.
By the way, guys, don't let this clown manipulate you. Do your own thing. What if their own thing is to let me manipulate them, Darius?
Well, wait, wasn't the source you had told you something that was kind of like in going against the Amico and everything? So wouldn't that be like a good thing for you guys? I don't know. I don't know how this works.
Well, how this works is Darius doesn't believe anybody who says they have a source because he wants to know who the source is, or else you're lying and you're just making it up for attention, I guess.
I mean, anyone can say they have a source, so I usually take that with a grain of salt regardless. So,
well, I mean, I could show you literally the email because I trust you, Saggy, that you're not gonna, out anybody. Well, she can't because I know Saggy's real name, and if she outed my source, then I would just have to out Saggy.
Her real name's
this is
Tits
true.
McGee.
This is
Damn
true.
it. Why
Tony
did you give
does
her
know my
name?
real name.
All leverage gone.
He knows it's
Yeah.
Sky.
No, it is Tits McGee.
Chesty LaRue. Is her real
Chesty
name.
LaRue.
Meg Griffin.
Don't make
I had to
fun
say
of
it.
the Master System. So
Hey, I don't have my headphones on. Oh, I am
That's
not cool.
just simpy.
wait, is he wearing a not Sonic hat in that picture?
Look at my nose. It is
Been
mutant-like.
It is
Wait, he always has a Sonic. Wait, he
My
always
face
has a
is
Sonic hat on.
melting.
He changed his hat.
How does his nose have a fat roll?
Come on, guys.
It
Ooh.
is got a fat roll for sticking it up Canadian gamer's ass
Ooh.
and sniffing his
Oh.
farts.
E King
Nom,
wants to
nom,
know,
nom.
Saggy, do you still tell your friends that Tommy never lies?
What? No one ever lies. That's a lie, E King. Shut up.
Tommy Miko says, I've had sources come to me. I think people looking for somebody to talk to you about this early on, and I directed them all to Darius and Tony. Yeah. I mean, when you start talking about a subject like this, there's naturally going to be people that are going to be like, hey, I got information, right? Then you vet the source and find out who they are, find out if they have access to the information that they're trying to give you. I mean, do I know 100% that the source is telling me the truth? No. There is a
I was
little
just
bit of
gonna
faith,
say that.
right?
You could have
Sometimes
been baited.
there is information that I've been given, right? That I've had proof, 100% proof. So then when the person tells me something else, I'm like, well, they've showed me 100% proof on this other one. This other thing is word of mouth, but I'm gonna take them at their word, right?
I mean, I was gonna say, it could have been bait too. It could have just been a whole op and you didn't realize it. But I don't know who your source is, and I mean, I personally don't really care.
I'll give you a hint.
It's
You want me to
John
give you a hint?
Alvarado's mustache.
It's
The
real.
mustache.
The person's related to an Alvarado, so that pretty much covers 90% of the staff.
I'm just doing what everyone else is doing at this point, shutting my mouth and waiting. That's basically all I'm doing. Should have done
We're
that
not
for a
shutting our-
while ago, but
We're not shutting our mouths. We're speculating.
you guys can do what you want. Everyone kept asking me, how come Saggy stopped talking about it? She knows it's dead. I'm like, nope, I just decided it was time to finally shut my goddamn mouth and just wait like everybody else.
Well, don't worry. Next
Which is
week,
literally what everyone wanted me to do.
I didn't want you to shut your mouth. I wanted you to admit that you were wrong. So let's go back.
Oh,
to
I'll
that.
never admit I'm wrong. Even if I am wrong, I'll never admit it to you. Just to you. I'll admit it to everyone else, but not to you.
Damn.
Yes,
So
I'll admit it to Ninja Kitty before I'd admit it to you. And that's saying something because it's Ninja Kitty.
She tells me everything.
Ooh,
Yeah, I tell him
pillow
everything.
talk.
Yeah. We like to have fun. What can I say?
Don't say phrasing, for fuck's sakes, Ninja Kitty. Oh my lord.
Ninja
Ow.
Kitty and Saggy Melons, the next ship.
God, no, can we
I gotta
not?
move you over here so you guys can
We're gonna have our
actually-
kid called Kitty Melons.
Kitty, no, stop. You guys already get called my simp, for Christ's sakes.
I haven't
Or else
been
I
called
could,
this
I
in
could
a
do
while.
a play on my name and do something like Saggy Pussy or something. I don't know.
Oh
That
no,
might be
because
good.
I'm here, you're all gonna get called simps again. So get ready for that.
Hell yeah. I've
Simps.
been missing that. Also, because you're here, you're going to get told how you were okay with a racist again. Probably going to have to hear that.
I don't care anymore. I've been called a racist recently, so I don't care anymore.
Have you for what? What'd you do?
I pissed off some Snyder fans and called me a racist.
Again?
How does being against Snyder make you a racist?
It's a long story. But I'm a racist against Middle Eastern and Indian people, apparently. That's a new one.
What?
Yeah. I guess if they say it on the internet, it must be true.
I have heard that.
God damn it, I'm 500 pounds then. Fuck.
I heard that. I mean, that's impressive. You can
I'm
still
also 500
walk.
pounds.
I've seen you literally walking. How are you 500 pounds? You literally showed a video of you walking around.
He carries it in his fat head.
It's all in my nuts.
It's all in your what?
In my nuts. I'm like a tanuki. It just got giant balls.
Oh, come on. I don't need to hear about your nuts, bro. Like, can we not?
You don't need to, but you want to.
No, I
Dear
don't
Lord.
want to.
Do I need to play that Tosh.0 clip where he has that guy with the problem with those giant nuts? You guys ever see that?
No, I've never seen that.
The guy, okay, his balls, he has to carry them like in a wheelbarrow pretty much because they're that big.
Hold on. E-King. First
Here
of
we
all,
go.
that is not fucking true because the pizza was decent, but we do have better pizza shops in the area. But I'm just saying, the pizza did not suck. It was
We're joined by Master System Marceau. What's up, Master System?
Je veux manger Segui.
What's the beer?
Maintenant. Je veux manger la chatte.
Hey!
No. Go back to the Master System Marceau, please. Go back
Oh, they're doing their stream now. Who's that?
I have no idea.
Why does he use that gross layout like that? Jesus Christ. He does not know how to use freaking StreamYard?
You don't like that one?
StreamYard.
Considering he put someone who doxed him, he highlighted their comment and left it on for like 10 minutes. I don't think he knows how to use StreamYard.
Who doxed him?
Someone in his chat literally doxed
And
Canadian
he
Gamer's
played
address.
it,
And he
posted it on his screen for like 10 minutes.
He did that.
Oh my god.
Well, maybe he's trying to get people to visit him. He's like, Saggy, watch this. Come to Canada.
Yeah, I saw that last video he made.
Show me how to do.
He was complaining about us. Did you see it,
I wonder
Tony?
how.
Which one?
The video I made, the last video I made about him where he exposed me again.
I saw it. It's funny.
I did not. I don't think
Quite the nose.
How did you not see that video? Are you serious?
Pretty sure.
I thought I tagged you in it.
Serious?
Yeah, I haven't been getting Saggy Melon's notifications. Actually.
No, I didn't get that. 2 days ago, I see it. Canadian Gamer exposed me again.
Was it on your? Was it on your OnlyFans? Because I checked that out.
I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna go to Canada, and after I stop by Darius's house, I'm gonna stop by yours.
Sounds good.
Hey, let's watch this. It's a 2-minute video.
Oh my god.
What? Why are you complaining, Ninja Kitty? We got nothing else to talk about.
It's actually.
I wanted to show you the Tosh.0 one with the guy with the giant balls.
I don't think that'll work. That will not be friendly, advertiser friendly on YouTube. We got in trouble for showing a woman's ass a couple weeks ago. I don't like this opening, Saggy. You ready?
I'm gonna make a new one. It's fine. Why is it slow?
Oh fuck!
Why is it slow?
What's going on?
That's because it's you. You're slow. This does not look like you.
Somebody drew that for me.
Well, whoever did a shitty job. Because look at this neck. You look like a fucking giraffe in this picture.
Look, show. You've already started.
To my artist.
Show said another. Like what Show said, another 2-minute video. Tony will stretch this to 15 to 20 minutes somehow. He's already paused it 4 seconds in.
I gotta be transformative.
Right. For the record, Evil Knievel, it is about Canadian Gamer. I think we can all appreciate that.
Why does everybody got to pick on the people that we hang with? It's like we can't have anybody in the show. Retro Bro comes on. It's like a 20-minute derailment about how he's like a scam artist and he sold a Raspberry Pi in a shell. Bob comes on and everyone's talking about how when Bob flashed his ass and showed everybody.
Wait, he did?
Sheesh.
Wait, he did?
I was drunk.
When?
Ages
Aw,
ago. The video's gone.
Aw, damn it. I should have
He was on the stream. He was drunk. He got up and his ass was just hanging out.
Lol. That's hilarious. Okay, play.
What's going on? I
Play,
just
go,
came
go,
back.
play.
I posted a couple links that might be not safe for work, but the second one you should probably show everyone.
Hell no. That's nasty. That would be...
Rascal.
Wait, I want to see it now.
I told you
No,
the guy had big balls.
It's in the
Okay, I don't
private
want to
chat.
see it. Never mind.
You
Never
don't
mind. I
wanna
don't want to
see
see it
The
anymore. No.
fudge.
So the first one in the Tosh.0 episode, the guy's I think he's sitting up high, and Tosh.0
I've
runs as
seen
fast as he
this.
can into the balls.
I
The guy has like
remember
100-pound
I've seen
balls.
that.
It's hilarious.
I don't want to see it. That's disgusting.
You don't.
Oh
It's-
yeah,
no.
click on the second one, Saggy. It's not that bad.
No, I don't trust you anymore. You've lost trust.
Let's watch
What did
this.
I do?
Hold on.
So you're seeing a lot of these channels, all of these channels are bloodthirsty. They are desperate for Amico content.
Desperate.
Canadian Gamer exposed me again.
The toots him.
Again, you got the Ninja Kitties, Potion Sword Runs, the Geek Getaways. You've got the Skaggly Melons. They've all got nothing to talk about. These guys.
Why did you get a big picture and we all got little ones?
Because it was my video and I said, it's a me.
Oh,
Because
okay.
he loves.
No,
Saggy.
I added those. He didn't add those.
Oh.
I added those.
Oh, okay.
She edited out the part where he even mentioned my name.
Oh, I didn't even see that part.
Are on life support.
God, that laugh is annoying.
You're on live support, Saggy, with your 2,000 subs.
I called it months ago, folks, and now we're seeing it all unfold. These guys, when they don't have the Amico to talk about, they have nothing to talk about whatsoever. They don't have the ability to think off the cuff of other things to talk about.
Okay, that made no sense. You don't think off the cuff of other things to talk about. You just think off the cuff.
We didn't say he was smart.
Yeah. It sounds like he doesn't know how to
Not
think off
smart.
the cuff. He's probably trying to remember the script that he wrote, and he's not doing a good job at it.
He can write.
And it's rather unfortunate or fortunate, however you look at it. But yeah, these channels are basically dead and buried along with the Amico. So
Whoa.
Gary, you're alive? What's going on?
Gary. I was just saying, what are we doing watching CG stuff? Are we scraping the bottom of the barrel here, guys?
No, we're watching Saggy.
Saggy's video.
Oh,
We're below the
okay.
barrel.
It's only 2 minutes. It's only 2 minutes.
Under the barrel. D. Reed says right from the Tommy playbook. Yeah. Josh says, funny how CG calls out everyone who talks about the Amico except Smash JT. Lol. He's simping so hard for Smash. Smash is mad at the channel, by the way. I don't think he's a friend of the channel anymore after the whole Ian.
Nah, he'll get over it.
Fuck Smash.
I think he's still friendly.
Maybe it's the whole Bob thing. I don't know.
He's friendly to me.
He's not happy with my Elden Ring take.
Oh, no.
yeah, and I'm still standing.
You're sitting, dude. You're sitting.
Yeah, he is. That's pretty fitting.
It's short and sweet.
Nice.
Point. No, I thought it was
Yeah.
funny because somebody said that to me. They're like, he's still crying about you. And I was like, what did I do now? And then I watched the clip and I was like, oh, you're so sad, dude. Like, you haven't even hit 1,000. It's been months, dude. I hit 2K. What do you mean I'm dead and buried?
Believe it or not, he
only 2 minutes.
That's a good laugh.
he can't even pay for this kind of action, Saggy.
I love how Show literally did time that. He really did. That's crazy. He timed it. Good job, Show.
I don't know what it is. I just get to talking. I mean, me and Gary were supposed to do a short little review of Obi-Wan Kenobi, and that turned out to like a 46-minute video somehow.
I thought this video was supposed to be only an hour.
It was.
Oh, sweetheart, E-King. I'm triggered by a Canadian gamer, but he did an 11-minute video crying about me because I yelled at him on Days Gaming.
Canadian gamer is definitely triggered.
Yeah, I can 100% guarantee you that CG is way more triggered than anyone here on the panel.
He still talks about us, which is sad.
It's funny.
He's got nothing else to talk about.
We all laughed at him, and he cried.
Yeah, they all laughed at him. They became my simps for some reason. So that's how you know I'm not the one triggered. I used him for content. It was beautiful. It was a great week.
It was. I mean, he's got 11 people watching the Gentleman's Club. I mean, he's doing fantastic.
I mean, I average 20 to 30 sometimes. I mean, it's not bragging, right? I mean, he's still under 1K. So I guess that's good for a 1K.
You're forgetting that of the 11, 8 are his own alt accounts. So.
Oh yeah.
I believe
he doesn't have that many. He doesn't have that many devices to log into, though.
No, it's him, his alt accounts, Marceau, Alpha Nerd, and then all of Alpha Nerd's alt accounts.
And yes, Lawrence, I am still part of the Amico cult. I am the sole leader of the Amico cult.
But that's 3 people on a stream trying to draw all their audience. That's not a good look. Only being able to get 10 people when there's 3 YouTubers.
Oh, don't even say that, Bob, because there's 8 of us and we can only draw 36.
That's because you have a hot topic tonight.
Yeah. And everyone loves
breathing like that.
Carl, he's in the back.
He
has him locked in the back.
I
was taking a sip of my drink, and apparently I made a noise.
So what do you think, Saggy? Chapter 11 is Intellivision going bankrupt? Do you know anything?
I know nothing. I haven't kept up to date with it. Like I said, I'm sitting here waiting like everybody else, getting the news like everybody else.
Is Tommy going bankrupt? Like I've heard.
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I have no clue.
Is he moving in with Retro Bro or you?
He can move in with me. I have a spare room.
Yeah, spare room.
Yeah, I have 2 bedrooms. I have 1 bedroom for sleep and 1 for my streaming. He can take my streaming room.
Did you just say you have 1 bedroom for sleep and 1 for work?
Yeah, Yeah, basically.
She's a lady of the night.
Yeah, my OnlyFans ain't gonna make itself. I need a whole room for that.
Josh says the Geek Getaway. Funny how PK and Universe was talking good about you on your email. Yeah, he goes back and forth. He'll say good things about me, and then he'll go run over to a CG video or a CG tweet and talk shit.
E-King, that's a goddamn lie. That is a lie. You know how I know? Because that man ate a lot of that pizza, and if it sucked, he would not have eaten a lot of that pizza. That is a lie. Your sources are wrong.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about, Ben? He ate a lot of pizza?
Yeah.
Ben's kind of a big dude. He would eat crappy pizza.
I could see him eating
that pizza was not crappy. It was Greek pizza. Maybe he doesn't like Greek pizza.
I have a question, Saggy.
I love Greek pizza.
Can I ask Saggy a question about Ben Silverpong?
No.
Yeah.
Our friend Retroboro, when I was on the stream with him, made it seem like that Ben was very friendly and possibly in awe in front of Tommy Tallarico. Can you confirm that or deny it?
Oh, he seemed like he was happy to see him and DJC. He was very happy to see DJC. He was a fan of DJC.
He got burnt. He felt like he got burnt after the fact. I think he thought he was gonna be able to stay in touch with everyone because he gave people gifts and nobody bothered to respond to him back to say thank you. I think that's really what set him off.
I honestly don't know because when he was at the second location and he was already there before everybody. because we were coming back from the first one. It was like a 40-minute drive. So he was there. He was probably closer to the second location than the first one. So he went to the second one. So I don't know, because I actually was like the last person to arrive. So I don't know if he gave any gifts or anything. I know I didn't get anything.
He said on camera that he gave gifts. He gave Tommy a bocce book, and Tommy assured him that they were making a bocce game. Take it easy, Minnie.
Ladies, Mitty.
I honestly don't know, because I wasn't there.
He even said on one of the streams that he did, or one of the videos he did, he said that he gave DJC. He's like, yeah, I gave DJC a bunch of stuff, and that son of a bitch didn't even say thank you, or he blocked me on Facebook Messenger. He didn't respond to me or some shit. He was all pissed. And then like 2 weeks later, DJC like made a video, was like, yeah, thanks Ben for the stuff you gave me.
I don't know. I know that Ben and was like messaging DJC after the fact, and DJC was responding. So I don't know. That's all I know. So I don't know what his deal was. I just know that when he was saying certain things, it was not true. Like when he was saying, "Oh yeah, no," he was having Saggy show off the things. I was like, "No, my stream is public. You can see what I did on that stream." He's like, yeah, he was having her like smash the control on the ground and show all the haters what's up. I was like, none of the haters were in that chat at all that day. That stream was not getting as much attention as he said it was. And no haters actually surprisingly showed up during those streams. And I actually asked Tommy if I can show the stream of me dropping the control on the ground. Tommy didn't make me do anything. He was busy talking to people. And I went up to him and said, hey, Tommy, can I show the chat the controller dropping on the ground? And he's like, yeah, sure. And then he let me do it, and that was it. So when Ben was saying this stuff, I'm like, that's not at all what happened. None of the stuff, a lot of the stuff Ben said was not true or over exaggerated.
Yeah, he seemed very I think Ninja K said it burned. Like he thought he was going to get in there, he was going to be in the cult. He was all excited. And you guys
we were nice to him. Even so, Tommy had like he was there when like we got to play one of those levels that he didn't want us to show. It was like a later level that he didn't want us to show. And I showed that on the stream. I had my camera down because they were playing the harder level of what was the one? The one that you're shooting the asteroid smash. Is it asteroid smash?
Possibly.
You don't even know the best game on the Amico, Saggy. What kind of cult
Yeah, so
member
it was
are
I know, right? It was Astro Smash. So he was showing us like a later stage of Astro Smash, and he didn't want us to show it. So I put my camera down, and Ben was there. Like Ben was invited to come see the state, like the stuff that we couldn't publicly show at the event. So I don't know why he felt like he wasn't included. I mean, I believe he also got a pouch with one of the discs in it as a gift from Tommy as well. And Tommy, when we left, he was, Ben was talking to Tommy as we were leaving, and everything seemed fine. He was like, yeah, Tommy, thank you so much, and all this stuff. And Tommy's like, yeah, no, thank you for coming out. And everyone was very friendly to Ben. So that's why everyone was like, what are you talking about? No one was excluding Ben at all. Ben was always around us. Like he followed us to the pizza shop. Like, we all went to get pizza, and he showed up at the pizza shop.
You.
Yeah, he followed us to the pizza shop. And we were like, what's up, Ben? How you doing? He sat down, was talking to us and everything. So I don't know what his issue was.
I think his issue was he thought you guys were going to invite him on the Amico After Darks and the Miko Forevers and all that good stuff, and you didn't.
I have no idea. I mean, I never ran those streams, so I don't know. But like I said, I don't know why he was saying things that weren't true at the event. Like, he's like, oh, yeah, everyone was kissing up to Tommy. I was like, so were you. What do you mean? He gave you a pouch with a disc in it, like everybody who was there, bro. What do you mean? I don't know why you're acting like he was like everyone was kissing his ass, because like Ben was also all over Tommy like everyone else was talking to Tommy. So I don't get it.
Yeah, he comes in, he yells at Retro Bro, he gets all hot, and he leaves. I think he's subscribed and unsubscribed to my channel about 15 times in the last month.
I don't know, King. Ben says that, but he, like I said, that's why I have issues with Ben, because he wasn't saying that tune when he was there. He looked like he was having fun. he was enjoying himself, and all of a sudden he's like, the games weren't that great. I'm like, well, you didn't have that energy when you were playing them. You were enjoying it like everybody else was. So why are you lying?
Why are you always lying?
Why you always lying?
Yeah. Again, and I'm going to maintain this as I always do. Everything is fun, right? You're playing games. You got people around you, friends, family, whatever. You're going to have fun. You're going to have a good time.
Yeah, exactly.
I just don't think it's a $300 good time, right? If I'm going to spend $300, it's not going to be on an Amico.
I mean, that's subjective in my opinion. I think if somebody has $300 that they want to spend on something that they feel they'll have fun with, I think that's subjective. I mean, for most people, I guess the average gamer might not think that, but there are people out there who would have been willing and wanted and would have found some fun and enjoyment from them. So, I mean, I guess it's subjective.
Yeah, I mean, there's people that go to like dinners and spend like $10,000 a plate to eat some little shitty food, and I mean, if that's what they want to do.
There's people who spend $2,000 on plastic.
Who the fuck would spend $2,000 on an Amico shell that was signed by a bunch of people they don't like? Who does that shit?
Psychopath.
I mean, like I said, it's subjective. If you know, there are some. I mean, there are people who spend a bunch of money to eat fish eggs, and I think fish eggs are kind of bonded by themselves, kind of gross. So you know, I mean, there are people who spend money to live like poor people for a weekend or a week for vacation. So like again, it's like people spend money on things that they enjoy, and if the Amico is something they enjoy, they're going to spend the money on it.
Hell yeah, Evil Knievel, it certainly can.
No, days.
Evil Knievel, I feel like you've spent that money on that before, so I mean, I'll take your word for it.
Sounds like he has a source on to hook a brother up.
A hooker source or a cocaine source?
Cocaine.
Both.
Show wants me to sell him the Amico shell.
D Reed says I'm not selling it. I've never tried to sell it. I think that's the misconception of it.
I don't know. I think when you lend your voice to a marketing video and you're like, it's
I
fine.
didn't lend it. It was just used.
It was taken, and then you were like, it's cool.
I mean, I personally don't care. It was nice to feel included, guys. It was nice to feel included.
Time Gauge Gamer. So wait, did Intellivision throw in the towel? Not officially yet. We're preempting their announcement, letting you know that Chapter 11 is incoming.
We beat him to the punch.
I mean, at this point, I just want it to come out so that it's over and everybody.
So we can. I wanted to come out so we can laugh.
It's never
at it.
coming out.
I just want. I mean, what I want and what's going to happen are two different things. Do I want it to come out? Sure. I think it's an interesting concept. I think it was fun, and I would like to.
I don't even want it to come out at this point. I just want to laugh and point.
Saggy. So if my source is correct, and they have 25 retail ready units, and they said, Saggy, we're going to.
Would you get one?
Would you take it?
Yeah.
Yes, I have a physical copy of Finnegan Fox just sitting here.
No, but there's not going to be able to play those games. It's just going to be able to play the 6 that are on the machine.
Why?
Because the back end's not finished.
Because
there's no way to download those.
Well, what the hell?
You're gonna get a plug and play if anything.
Well, I mean, technically they could put Finnegan Fox on the in-game, in console memory before they ship it to you.
I have a physical copy.
Yeah, but that just is a link to a website.
You have the promise to a physical. Not even physical. You have a promise of a digital game.
Collector's item.
You don't even have a promise for the game. There's no promise for the game if you buy the product.
I have a I have a physical copy.
You have an RFID
you have a physical
with a
product
on it. People have scanned it and found out the data on it.
I want to use my physical copy.
Nope.
Maybe Saggy has something extra that we don't know about.
All it is a tchotchke. That's it.
It's a
I'll
coin.
like straight up cry. I spent almost $50 on it. It was for
Let
charity,
it out.
so it was
Let it out, Saggy. We're here for you. We
No,
feel
I
your
want to use
pain.
my physical copy. God damn it! I spent $40 on it. I want to use it.
All right, we're getting off track here. The point was, if they offered you a unit to show off on your channel, would you accept it?
To show off on my channel?
Yeah. Well, obviously they're not just going
Tom.
to give it to you and say, "Here, use it behind closed doors." They're like, "Here, you use it and then stream with it."
So I'm not how do I say this? I'm not the type of person that would like do that and without conditions. I will be like, well, if I do this, is it going to come out? Like, is this guaranteed that it's going to come out? Like, because obviously I've already played it, so I already know. But like, I don't want to like officially shill for something if it's not gonna come up, because then that would be really bad. So like,
You're off. You're off the list. You're not getting one.
They lie to you and say, yeah, it's coming out. And what do you do? Do you take it? They say, yeah, sure, Saggy, it's going to come out. Don't worry about it.
Like, that's hard because I'm not the type of person like be like, yeah, no, I'll totally shill this product and it's not like legit coming out. Like, I'd be pissed because that would literally be like the worst thing for me.
Can I have your Amico then?
No, you can't have it. No, I'm gonna keep it. It's mine.
Can you at least have your
But if you're not gonna play with it, let me have it.
I didn't say I wasn't gonna play with it. I said I wasn't gonna
Love
shill
you,
it.
buddy. Love
There's
you.
a difference. I love you
Well,
too.
you don't have to shill it if you get it. You could always like, if it had bad lag, you could be like, this is shitty.
Well, I've already played it, so I already know like how it plays. No, I liked it. I had fun playing with it. But my thing is, if your question is, if I got a unit, would I like do a review on it? Like, I could do a review on it now because I've already played it. So I wouldn't.
My question is did you ever play one that wasn't hooked to a PC or a laptop?
Ooh, I was just thinking that.
No, I've only played one that was hooked up to a TV.
To a laptop. Was there a laptop next to it?
No, I said PC. I said PC or a laptop.
No, I haven't played one that's connected to a computer. No.
I have a more pertinent question. Did you ever see an Amico console booting different games apart from one?
What do you mean?
It like when they were showing off their Amicos, was there multiple games on the Amico, or was there only one game on each Amico?
No, there's multiple games on the Miko.
Oh.
There were more than one game on there, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you guys saw in the footage of the events that there were multiple games on the consoles.
No, we never saw the UI in those videos, and
the problem is we've seen highly edited videos, which really doesn't tell us.
Actually,
so my
placeholder UI.
Well, I was gonna say my streams when I was at the events weren't edited. But that's raw footage. That's
no, I watched your stream. You were filming while it was happening, but we didn't really get to see everything. We only got to see. Oh, D Reed, thanks.
You're gonna have to fight CG for it though, Taste.
Ugh. Anyways, yeah, no. My footage was not the best because I was all over the place, but I mean, it wasn't edited at all. Those streams are still up.
Oh, I was tuning in. I was watching. I was hooked.
Why did you kick Panda Sub out of the cult, Saggy?
I didn't kick him out. I kicked Retro Bro out.
Ooh.
But I kicked him out before he turned officially, so I knew it was coming, so I tried to kick him out before then. So
real quick before we get into the next topic, I got to dip. Everybody, got to work in the morning.
I also have to work in the morning, but I'm not a pussy, so I'll be here for a little while longer.
Shots fired.
Okay, I'm a pussy. I'll admit it. Later.
Bye, Days.
Later, Days.
So, what were you asking, Bomini? Okay, good talk, Bomini.
Nothing. I wasn't asking anything at the moment.
Oh.
So, if you got a review unit or a demo unit, whatever you want to call it, would you allow haters to come by and play it?
Yeah. I literally wanted everybody to come to the events, including people who are haters, because like that was the point I always try to make, is like I want people to, if you have the chance to play something before you buy it or try it before you buy it, to do so. So yeah, I always wanted even the haters to show up just to play it, not to cause trouble, but to play it. Obviously, if you cause trouble, there'd be trouble back. But, you know, obviously, if you were just coming to play the console, yes, play the console. So, yes, I would 100% be like, yeah, if you want to come by and play it, like it's here, come do it. Yeah, of course.
What
Like,
video am I playing, Dean?
Play the one when he called me Meg Griffin. That shit was funny.
I mean, he's got like a bunch of streams. I'm not going to play like an hour-long StreamYard test again stream.
Right. CPE, I've always been like that. Like, people just didn't listen because I was too busy. Like, they were listening to me, like, yell and scream about stuff. So it kind of, like, got people more interested talking about me sparking out about the haters and stuff than actually listening to anything else I've said. So it makes sense. But I've always been like, yeah, no, the haters should come. Yes, you should invite some of the people who are skeptical of the Amico so they can play it and know. And that way, if they go back and say, yeah, it's still trash, you can't say anything anymore. You know, I've actually had to defend a hater before who went to the event initially in Pennsylvania. And some people who were pro Amico started going at that person like, you weren't really there and you didn't play it. And I was like, no, he was there and he played it. And nothing he said was wrong. He came there, he played it, he still wasn't impressed. There's nothing more you can say. Because we were saying, we played it, we think it's good, you guys can't convince us otherwise. Why would we be hypocritical and say the same about the haters who showed up, played it? It was like, yeah, no, it's still trash. Like, yeah, that you played it, you have every right to say it's trash. If you didn't like it, what the fuck? That logic was stupid, and I always thought it was stupid. So yeah, I do want people who are skeptical or hate the Amico to play it, because once you play it, you're either going to walk out of there and be like, okay, I was wrong, I liked it, or you're still going to walk out of there and say it's trash, and we can't say shit to you after that because you played it, you had the same experience we had, but we liked it, you didn't. End of discussion. No one can argue that anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
play Kraz Productions. What video Kraz Productions? I wanted to play this.
Oh, sorry.
9-minute video from Gen X Gamer. He says, "Is your non-monetized channel a business?"
Maybe if you're running it like a business, if you're using it for a business.
Yeah, Gen X been really like, I don't know. I want to say bad takes.
Sorry, I wanted to address that comment. CPE. So here's the thing. When I don't know people, I'm a bitch, like straight up a bitch. But when you like talk to me like a human being and not, you know, accusing me of stuff or being a dick to me, I give people the same energy they give me. So
wait, you're a human
like
being?
Asshole, right? If you come at me like an asshole, I'm gonna come at you like an asshole. So when like I met Tony never came at me like an asshole, which is why I eventually talked to Tony. Like everybody else was shitting on me, calling me a shill. And this was like the first day after I met Tommy. I was getting called a shill and shit. Tony never did that to me. Tony was like, I want to talk to this person. So he talked to me like a human being. So I talked to him like a human being. That's when we got our infamous stream that is now uploaded on his channel because I gave it to him. And yeah, we had a civilized conversation. And of course, me and Tony have butted heads along the way. But Tony has never kind of came at me sideways in the beginning, so I gave him some respect. And then, you know, obviously when he was a dick to me, I'd be a dick back, but then he'd be back to being cool with me. I'd be cool with him. So it was a very interesting dynamic, but that's just how I am. If you're cool with me, I'm cool with you. Just same with Ninja Kitty and everybody else that I met, like Bomany too. Everyone thought I was just a crazy bitch, which is true. I am a crazy bitch. But when I'm calm and approachable, we could have a conversation. And that's kind of pretty much why I'm here. Is like people start being like, all right. I'm in calm.
Yeah.
I've been calm now. I'm calm right now. This is me calm.
I just laughed at the people making fun of your voice sounding like Meg Griffin.
I thought that was funny. That was hilarious.
Yeah.
I made an emoji for my members. So
All right.
no,
so
it was funny.
Dean wanted us to play this video. I don't know why.
Don't do what Dean says. Who cares?
Yeah,
what Dean
definitely. He shadow banned me. Fuck Dean.
Did he?
Yeah, he's banned me on Twitter, I think,
Dean-
and on YouTube. He
Dean
hates
led
me.
you into danger, Tony, on Elden Ring.
He did. But we're gonna play it anyway because it's got Rabbit Dude and Evil Knievel. We're gonna see what happens here. Evie.
Is this the album?
Doshin, if it's Doshin, I will let him.
Is that Dawson? Dawson Lubin.
Is that Doshin?
I swear, Evil sounds
Whatever.
like
Should I allow this guy?
a more drunk
Should I
Leo
put it for a
Diaz.
few seconds to see what's happening?
He does sound wasted.
Don't know. Guess you give it a try.
Candyman,
Yeah.
how are you doing, Candyman? Candy wants to be in the chat. How are you doing, Candyman?
That's creepy.
I'm doing ever again.
What the fuck are we doing? This is a creepy.
It's Tony Todd.
Took a long time to add me. Now I'm pissed off.
Oh my god! I think this is Tommy Amico.
Wind and writing on the wall.
All right, Dean.
Boo!
That was just
Dean,
Dean
boo.
doing a Candyman. Not very-
Boo!
A bad
I'm
candy
booing.
man.
Yeah. Dean's just trying to show off his collection. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Little Candyman doll. So this is Kraz Productions. I've never heard of this individual. Apparently he has a little rant.
Yeah, this was new. I seen this. I was gonna ask really quick though, Dean, when you say if I go into the bathroom and I do like say like Candyman 3 times, are you gonna like pop up in the mirror with like the Amico scam me sign?
It was getting to the raping rabbit. What? I don't want to see.
I think he means rapping rabbit.
No.
Rapping.
No, I'm pretty sure Dean's
Rapping.
Candyman was going to rape Rabbit Dude.
Wow.
At least he said it. Show Saggy as Meg Griffin. Can't do it. That's on her OnlyFans.
Why does
So
everyone
that-
think I have an OnlyFans? Why is it a woman has to have an OnlyFans? What the hell?
She don't have to. I mean, I wouldn't date a woman with an OnlyFans. Hell no.
If I dated a woman, I'd probably encourage her to do it.
Why not? She'd be able to support you with her money. What the hell?
Yeah, but then everybody's seen her naked.
So?
Not necessarily, because not all OnlyFans workers do nudes
Yeah.
or porn.
Look,
They do like
if
lewd.
I'm gonna hang out with an OnlyFans model, she's going all the way. She's gonna make the big bucks.
So what?
What if she's a fetish model that like steps on pizzas and stuff?
Yeah, what if she's just a foot model?
That would be weird, and it would not work out.
Why? She's making money just off of showing her friggin' funky feet. Who cares? Why do you care? It's not like she's showing the rest of her body. So, like, what does it matter?
Why? Because it's the idea of what people are doing with the pictures.
But Tony, like, dudes jerk off to us just from our face or just our regular. Like, I wear fucking hoodies, and the dudes have literally messaged me and said, "Oh, I fucking printed out your picture and jerked off on it." It's like it doesn't matter.
Was that
what we
dude?
wear.
Was that dude Canadian?
Oh my god, I knew you were gonna say something stupid like that. But I'm just saying, like, it doesn't take much for dudes to fucking do some weird shit. So I don't think it matters.
Yeah, but do you know what blissful ignorance is?
But I'm saying, if you had a hot girl, you don't think dudes have been fapping it to your hot girlfriend? What does it matter? Like, they fap to her regardless. You just have to accept that.
No, they didn't. See, it's blissful ignorance.
You're one of those dudes who think girls don't shit either, huh?
No.
Yeah. Did you say no?
No.
Well, I'm
No.
not one of those guys who think women don't shit.
I'm just saying, like, guys jerk off to girls no matter what we're wearing or what we're showing. They're still gonna do it.
Evil Knievel said, "I will pay top dollar to see Saggy stepping on Harry's pizza."
If you're serious, I'll make that happen. Girls got bills to pay. That would just play it. Yes, girls shit crazy, John. They do. I'm sorry. It's just.
I don't believe it.
Do you not want girls to be healthy? Pooping is part of health. Okay, I'm sorry. I know it's gross, but it is. It's part of health.
Tony is trying to indirectly ask you to prove it, but can you guys do that off stream?
Yeah.
Ninja
No,
Kitty,
no
that's
Shizer
disgusting.
videos.
That's disgusting.
We're not German. Maybe Hans. Did Hans?
I was gonna say German, but I wasn't gonna be that person because I don't want to be called racist against Germans. Who's that, by the way?
Who's what?
On the screen.
Kraz. This is Kraz Productions.
Who?
That's what I said. Some new face in the Amico sphere. It's coming late to the game.
I was gonna say he's a little late, but okay. Hold on, we'll play. I want to see what he looks like.
Okay, I just kind of wanted to chime in on
he's cute.
Intellivision Amico.
Okay,
Are you saying that because he's white, Saggy?
No, he's got pretty. Look at those eyes! Holy crap! Whoa!
I've literally heard you say that every white dude is cute.
But he is. He's got pretty
Saggy,
eyes. Look at him.
Saggy, you got that crush already?
Dean, you're just jealous. Dean TV, you're jealous.
Yeah. Dean TV's mad. He lost Courtney.
Wait, he lost Courtney? How did he lose Courtney?
It was a whole thing.
Being an asshole.
Dean, you lost Courtney? What's wrong with you? Do I have to slap you?
Thing.
I thought that was a foot.
If any
what?
I thought that was a foot, but it was his hand.
Sorry. I heard some other stuff. I'm not even gonna repeat what I heard.
You guys are like new to the gaming community, or if you're even part of the gaming community at all, chances are you've heard of a new console called the Intellivision Amico. And
he's way overestimating the amount of interest in the Amico right there.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't say that. There was a lot of the retro gaming community, especially, going off about it.
Chances are you probably didn't hear of the Intellivision Amico. Wasn't quite popular.
Dean said she was in the chat yesterday. Courtney came back.
Oh, she likes you, Dean.
I actually heard that 2 Girls, 1 Cup was fake.
I mean, how do you fake that though? It came out her ass.
Because they had a second cup.
You could still stuff some stuff in there.
Editing. We're not going to go into that whole thing. Let's just watch this video.
2 Girls, 1 Amico.
Are we talking cornhole here?
A console that was envisioned by Tommy Tallarico, who bought the company a couple years ago. I think it was 2017, 2018. He bought the company with the intent of creating this console, and after 4 years, it still hasn't been released. Now, of course, the company recently announced that they're coming out of their quiet period. That there's a lot of trolls and a lot of people who are anti and pro Amico and all this other stuff. And I've never in my life met a video
Ninja Kitty, you troll.
That is just.
What did Ninja Kitty do now?
I didn't do anything.
All right, play. Shut up, Ninja Kitty. Shut the hell up. It's quiet period time. Shut up.
This guy's never met a gamer. Go on.
So supportive and toxic at the same time. Like, I thought Xbox was bad.
It is bad.
But
Xbox is bad.
Something different. It's a whole new.
It's
breed.
all bad.
Any fandom of anything is bad. Like they have.
Screaming?
Yeah, we came to that conclusion the other week. Fandoms are bad.
Ha! P.O. Box. I noticed that too. I'm glad I'm not the only one who noticed that.
I thought it was a tattoo at first. I didn't want to say nothing. I thought like.
I thought the same thing. I'm glad I wasn't the only one who noticed that. I just didn't want to be mean.
Same here. I noticed, but I was like, oh, maybe he's got like a tattoo, or he had it removed, or it was like.
It looks like he had some skin problems or something.
Yeah.
I don't say that now. We're gonna feel bad.
I try to never comment on people's looks because I'm a faceless YouTuber, so it's not fair. It's kind of a.
I've seen his face though.
You've seen whose face? My face?
Yeah, I've seen your face.
What's he look like?
She's seen my old face.
I've seen the old face. Yes, I'm
said
not gonna
O
tell-
face, not old face. O face.
No, I saw your old face.
It's not old. I
I'm
look
not
young.
gonna dox Tony's face. The hell?
You should.
Why?
Just
Yes,
cause.
crazy John, I heard it too. You and your friends are dead. Whoever's screaming in the background. I think Gary's kids are like sacrificing people back there.
Are they
And
part of
nobody's
the Miko
screaming
cult?
here.
Are they part of the Miko cult, Gary? Are they sacrificing people?
He's screaming now, but he's not really screaming. It wasn't him though. I had my mic muted.
No, it was like a little while ago. It was longer than. I know the sound of your kids, Gary. We've heard them screaming in the background enough times.
Sorry, I'll stop beating everybody.
That's fine.
And if you don't know what the Amico is, it's pretty much this thing right over here, right? And
it's a steering wheel.
Play-
Is he pointing at the steering wheel?
I think he's pointing up where the picture, the image is supposed to be in the editing. Yeah.
This guy obviously was never in the old Call of Duty lobbies on 360.
He sounds young. He looks young.
That's what I was gonna say. He looks
you
really
see
young.
like flashing lights, really awesome looking games. You know.
All right, there's trash.
You've been discredited.
Miko, we got another cult member. Yeah.
Look at this. He's got the hair on his arm is standing up. He's so excited.
We got a new cult member, y'all. Let's go. Replacing Retro Bro with this guy.
Classics from the 80s and stuff reimagined for a modern life, marketed heavily as a family-oriented console. But the problem is the company itself doesn't seem to know how to pull its resources together, get the right people, and put this out there. Now, personally, I feel like if you're going to create this product, you're going to demo the tech in all these different locations, as Tommy has taken it to all kinds of places. They've done so many deep dives of the games, and
Is he like got access to information that I don't have access to? Because
he has better sources, bitch.
they've done deep dives to what?
No, they've done the deep dive videos. Come on.
You mean like the tank video that they had to take down, put up, take down, put up, take down, put up?
Yeah.
This is secretly Tommy's kid that nobody knows about.
It's Tommy Jr. Tommy the Third, rather. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't want to say this guy's an idiot, but
play it.
Play it. I want to hear more of his bad take. We need a new Gary.
Yeah, that's not DT. That's Saggy. That's Saggy. Darius Mullins.
You got bamboozled.
We invited Darius on, but he didn't want to jump on.
So I jumped on.
He was awfully chatty in the chat, but when offered to come on stream, he declined.
Yeah, what happened? I thought he was like, we were all team anti, Canadian gamer, and then all of a sudden you guys are fighting.
I wasn't fighting. I just said I had a source, and he apparently took issue with it. And
I have a question for you guys.
What's up?
I posted in the chat, but do you think this guy's real name is Skylar?
Why not?
He looks like a Skylar.
Oh, I thought you were serious. I was like, okay. Why?
No, I am serious.
Is his name really Skylar?
He looks like one.
I think he's trying to say he looks like, like the douchey Skylar type.
Oh, stop picking on him. We don't even know what he's finishing gonna say. Y'all are already roasting him.
I'm not roasting. I was just explaining what Ninja Kitty was referring to.
Ninja Kitty, shut up. Quiet.
Advertised so much of it over the last 4 years. I mean, even myself, I pre-ordered a Founders Edition just to support a small company coming out of the groundwork.
Oh, there you go. Now that explains it all. He's a Founders Edition person. So he's just lying.
He just admitted it. What do you mean he's lying?
Oh, I'm talking about lying about the games looking awesome and all the.
Well, maybe. He got a Founders.
Everywhere.
Well, hold on. He forgot the Founders Edition. Clearly, he thought it was awesome enough to get a Founders Edition.
Except for all the footage that was awesome wasn't shown until after the Founders Edition came out.
Well, I mean, either way, clearly he just admitted. He said he wanted to support a small company. He saw the games. He thought they were awesome. Like I said, subjective, Tony.
Look, I can freely admit that I would probably have fun with an Amico. But There's no way that I think they look awesome, right? I've been playing Rambo on PS3, having fun with it. The game looks like shit. I can admit the game looks like shit. The sound is terrible, but I'm having fun, right? I'm not gonna be like, oh my god, fucking Rambo is awesome. This PS3 game with PS1 graphics and fucking audio that sounds like they recorded in the bathroom.
So wait, hold on. Are you saying that you have fun playing shitty games, but you think the Amico games look like shit, so you won't have fun playing them? I'm very confused.
You never said that.
I said I would have fun playing them. I just, again, it does not look through. I would not pay $300 to play them.
Yeah,
I
the
would
price
not
point's
fuck with that.
ridiculous. Everybody knows my bad takes with games. Finnegan Fox is probably the best looking game on there, and a lot of people like the pixel art more than the style that they did on the Amico. I think it looks fine, but it is not $250 nor $350 worth.
Hold on, Gary. You're also trying to argue this with somebody who spent, and I know it was for charity, but it was still like, how much did you spend for that shell? I'm just saying.
No, that was Tony.
Yeah, but that wasn't.
No, that's what I'm saying about Tony.
Spite. That wasn't for fun. That was for spite.
So
It was
why?
spite and it was charity. It was a two birds with one stone scenario.
Hold on. So you would spend that amount of money out of spite, but you won't spend that amount of money for fun.
Correct.
You are dumb.
Okay,
I think it's more fun to spite for $2,400 than like.
Whoa! Why does
buying
this
a
price keep
console.
going up? It was only $2,100.
Oh, I thought you said
Either way,
Next it's going to be $3,000.
Hold on, two grand to spite someone. That is insane.
You know
but it
how many
really got to Tommy Tallarico.
You know how many play dates you could have bought with that money?
Right? Do you know how many PlayStation 5s you could have bought with that money?
How many different video games can I get for $300? Seriously, how many?
Hey, Bob, give him credit. He could have bought two.
How many different video games could I get for $300? A lot. How many shells? How many other kind of shells could I have gotten for $2,100? None.
Zero.
But Tony, I'm saying like $50 to troll someone is like what the amount I would be willing to pay. Maybe $100.
But that's not at. But that's the point. At $50, it's not really a great troll. At $2,000, it's like master tier, S tier rank trolling.
Hold on, Gary. Okay, let me put it this way. I hate you so much. I'm gonna give you $2,000 to show you how much I hate you. Why would you?
It didn't go to them. It's charity. Yeah, it was charity. It's two birds with one stone.
But I'm saying though, like it went to charity. So like you doing it out of spite. It's not spite. It went towards a good cause. So who cares?
No, that wasn't.
Well, no,
spite
that's
part.
why I said
that wasn't the spite part. The spite part was that I got it and none of the cult members got it.
And because it's such like because it is kind of like a charity thing, there was like they had no option but to like they couldn't renege on the deal. That's the whole point.
Actually,
yeah, they would. That's what I heard.
But at the end of the day, they couldn't because it was a charity thing, right? So if this would have been something like to help fund the Amico, they might have been able to wiggle out of it and been like, "No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to send it to him because he's not like a true fan." But because it was a charity thing,
they literally were not going to send it to me, Gary.
But you got it though. Well, you still got it. At the end of the day, you got it
because I made a big deal about it because I came out on YouTube. I was like, they're not sending me it. And I waited until Tommy. Remember, Tommy was on Saggy's thing, and I was like, hey, you haven't sent me my shell yet.
Either way, it killed two birds with one stone. Money went to charity, and it was Master Troll S tier rank move.
Let's get through this video, and then we have to watch another video because apparently Darius.
No, let's watch that video. Screw this video.
Oh, you don't want to see this? The rest of this?
No, because I want to see why you got in trouble.
I'm not in trouble.
You're in trouble.
You want to see?
Did I get mentioned? Because I've been really good.
I don't know. It's Darius just made the video literally just like seconds ago.
Oh, I wanted to watch the last video.
Darius, are you sexually frustrated?
It says Geek Getaway is full of shit.
11 minutes, goddamn.
Drink a Nesca.
1.5 speed.
I usually watch them at 2 speed, but we'll go 1.5.
Well, I'm saying 1.5 because a lot of people get annoyed at 2.
I want to watch him drink that water.
Water.
It's a prop. It's not even real. It's CGI. CGI water.
I want him to drink the water.
Water.
Hey, maybe he's already.
Come in there. Welcome back to another video.
Hi.
You stupid. Wait.
So
just so you know, I actually waved my arm. You can't see me, but when I commit to the bit. So I was.
I heard the
waiting.
jiggle of the arm. I heard the jiggle of your fat arm.
Oh,
Bingo.
12 minutes for Tony's like an hour. That's right. Darius just gave us an hour worth of content. Thank you, Darius.
I get home from work today and I hear the news that Intellivision Amico is getting ready to file for bankruptcy, and that's obviously to no surprise. They're all out of fucking money, and it's June. This is how much they had to survive on before packing it all up. So pretty obvious that's what's going to happen. It's a pretty safe assumption. Apparently there is some news floating around. Like okay, so who's announcing this? Is Intellivision letting us know? Did they tell Retro Bro or somebody, or Smash JT know something? Is anyone involved with Intellivision making this claim? Did Alvarado admit something to DJC? Did he tell him that, yeah, we're getting ready to fold for bankruptcy? I just thought I'd let you know now. Okay, we heard from John Alvarado himself that they're packing it up, okay? So look around, like, I don't see anything. I don't see any official announcement.
Wait. So Darius, who's always saying that Tommy's full of shit, John Alvarado's full of shit, can't believe a word anybody says from Intellivision, would believe they were going into bankruptcy if Intellivision said they were going into bankruptcy. Confused. Are we supposed to believe them? Are we supposed to trust Intellivision, or are we not supposed to trust them? Or we only trust them when it comes to putting the information against things that I said? So if I say something, then we trust Intellivision over me. But if somebody else says something, we trust them over Intellivision because Intellivision is a liar and they're scam artists trying to take your money. Is that how it works? Is that the hierarchy? Other people in television than me?
Yes.
Okay.
Announcement or anything. So where does this come from? Oh boy. Gee,
Oh,
what a
boy.
surprise. The Geek Getaway is who's claiming this. So he's
The Geek Getaway is the channel. The name is Tony. At least say my name. Like Beyonce says, say my name.
trying to hype up his live stream. Get ready, guys. We got some special Amico news. I'm like, okay. All right. Tony likes to dig around in LinkedIn's and try and get interviews from developers and stuff. All right. Maybe he was able to ask somebody at Intellivision and find out if it's official, whether they're going through this or not, or soon, or whatever it is. All right, Tony, what do you got? I tune into his fucking live stream, and he gets into he's got sources from Intellivision that are letting him know that bankruptcy will be inevitable, and he's got this story behind it. There's nothing to it. And it's like, okay, yeah, thank you. It's confirmed that Intellivision will be going into bankruptcy. Now, who's telling you this? Is it Alvarado? Is it Nick Richards? Who is it from Intellivision that's letting you know this? That's relaying the information. When I read a story, when I look at real journalism, I expect them to say, according to so-and-so, blah, 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 blah. They don't.
No, actually, they say according to a source inside blah, 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 blah. According to somebody close to blah, 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 blah.
Hold on. Did you preface this with was this official, or was this rumor is? How did you start it? Because I wasn't there to hear how you started the.
I started a source close to Intellivision with intimate knowledge of the workings of the company sent me an email, and then I read the email.
I mean, I hate to agree with E-King or Darius, but I mean, it is fair to be like, there's been no official announcement, so how do we know it's true type of thing. I mean, I get that. I get that.
Yeah, I said that too. I get that. I understand that. I'm not saying that I'm like fucking infallible and you got to listen. I even told him, I said, hey, if you don't believe me, that's fine. That's your take, right? Whatever.
I don't think it's that we don't believe you. It's just that I think what they're trying to say is that this has been discussed for many months now, that this Chapter 11 is going to be happening.
Yeah, we discussed it on this very YouTube channel. Like months ago, Retro Bro was discussing it with us on this YouTube channel.
Yeah.
I didn't say it was anything new. I just said it was imminent and that they had 25 units ready. And I discussed a little bit what the Chapter 11 bankruptcy means.
I mean, I've always said don't. Oh, go ahead, Tony. Sorry.
I was going to say, did I overhype the live stream? Probably. I mean, that's what people do, right? You know. But they're supposed to say, hey, guys, it's going to be a boring live stream. Don't even bother tuning in. I'm just going to talk about it in television. Don't show.
I've always said, even though people don't hear me say it, I've always said, don't listen to YouTubers. Wait, like, it's fun to speculate, sure, but don't take what YouTubers say at face value unless, like, you can believe them or not, but I wouldn't just take their word for it. I'd just wait till official news comes out if you really want to know the truth of the matter. And if the person who scooped the information was correct, then maybe that person's credible, and you won't know until you get an official statement.
Yeah, and how many times has that happened already that I've said something and Darius has said, I don't believe you, you're full of shit, and then he had to come out and say, oh yeah, Tony was right. Tony said that thing and he was right. But whatever, like I said. I mean, if you want just come out and say, you didn't have to make an 11-minute video. You could just made a 2-minute video saying, hey, I don't think he has any sources. The man's bullshitting. He made it completely up. He's a fucking idiot. Don't listen to him.
See, now that you uncovered the story, Tony, they're like Intellivision is going to be like the Wolf of Wall Street, and like Leo, we're not going anywhere. Fuck these guys, and they're going to do the opposite now.
When all their creditors come to the door, like, hey, we were going to do bankruptcy, but we're not going to pay you because we're trying to screw over some YouTuber who made a claim. Like, can you give us a couple more months? Because we don't want Tony to be right.
Play it.
Don't say a secret person, guys, that I'm not allowed to say is telling me this. Like, well, who it is? I can't tell you. It's a secret. Well, how do I know you're telling the truth? You could be lying. You could be a pathological, psychotic liar. Go on, tell me who it is.
If I'm a psychological, pathological liar, then any name I give you how do you know it's true? If I said John Alvarado was my source, how do you know that's true?
I would know if it's true or not.
Yeah, you're not going to believe him either way. I mean, Darius has already got his mind up, so he's already made his mind.
Right? He's like, give me a name. Let's say I said, hey, okay, I gave him a name. I said, the name is fucking Bill Smith. He works at Intellivision. He's the fucking janitor. He was in the room when they were deciding this, right? Bill Smith told me. Is he going to believe me? Am I going to have to, like, produce Bill Smith to show up on the stream, like, with his ID and his fucking work badge? And, like, at what point is it enough, like, as far as, like, proving that what I'm saying is at least credible or relayed to me in some form, right?
Yeah, because they're asking for an inch and then they'll want a mile.
So
I feel like I want to just watch this ahead of you because you're going to take forever.
Oh, shut up, Saggy. He's not going to mention you. That's what you're waiting on.
You're a pathological liar. Well, go away, you creep. How can
I go away? You were in my live stream, dude. I didn't come to your channel and say shit. You came to my channel.
Yeah, no one's.
Okay, when you have sources, you say who the sources is. That's the point of saying.
I don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. Because anytime anytime there's sources where it has to deal with Nintendo, that shit is secretive. Because they got the Nintendo ninjas that'll chop their legs right out from under them, and then they'll be fired. So
you can't. When source, you can't just say who the source is because you don't know if that source is going to get in trouble, and you also want to have that trust with that source. So I have to kind of agree with y'all. Like, you can't.
And you want future information.
Yeah, you want to keep that connection.
What's his name? The guy I don't like, the idiot from Shriver, Jason Shriver. He's always talking about his sources, and that's how we found out about Crunch and this and that. Yet no one's ever like, oh, dude, we don't believe you. We need to fucking name drop all your sources, right? Does Darius not know what the news is? Like, does he just like get some weird?
I don't have the hots for Darius. I respect the hustle.
Where did you? Who said anything about the hots? Oh, okay. I was like, that came out of left field. What are you talking about?
I respect the hustle. Okay, the hustle.
Yeah. Why does he think reporters reveal their sources? It's really silly. More trustworthy than DJC. Thank you.
The source and the person is supposed to come hand in hand. Otherwise, I think you're full of shit. Because a lot of people are full of shit, especially an e-begging creep, sniffling, snarling creep. I'm not going to trust you. You admit that you were a thief and a scammer in the past. What makes you think you changed? You're on YouTube. You're fucking begging for fucking game codes and begging for tips, and you're a.
You e-beggar, Tony. How dare you?
Wait, I don't understand. Beg for game codes?
He's mad because we get review codes.
Oh, I don't know what. Okay. I'm a
You know,
boomer, so
we review games and I'll say right at the beginning of the video, hey, we got the code for XYZ game, and here's what the game looks like, and here's our thoughts on the game. Here's our review. Gary reviewed Cotton. What else did you review? Help me out here, Gary.
I mean, I guess that's cool. You get codes to review.
Gary reviewed Randy Dandy.
Randy and Dandy.
Hey, and Cotton.
I said Cotton, then I was like, help me out with the other
Dandy.
Cotton was the first thing you said, Gary. Keep up, Gary.
I just got the code.
I
for
didn't hear it.
Wonder
I
Boy
was
the other
messing with the
day.
kids.
The Wonder Boy collection. I got the code for that. I mean, whatever. Like if you don't trust my reviews because I got them for free, that's fine. Again, that's up to you, right? I'm not forcing you. I'm not forcing you to come to watch my shit, right? I'm not like, hey, sit down in this chair and watch my videos.
I am.
Ha! Tony's a game coding shill. Ha ha ha
I guess. I've plenty of times I've said, hey, got the game for free, didn't like it. Don't buy it. Not worth it. It's too expensive. Doesn't have enough features. Whatever.
You're a shill.
So it is what it is, right? As somebody who has a website, who reviews games, who does games journalism, I literally get emails all the time from developers that say, hey, do you want code for the game? We got this game coming out. You want a code? I mean, maybe if I sat around smoking weed and yelling and calling people the F slur, and maybe they'd stop emailing me, and then Darius would be happy. But I'm not going to do that. So
do it anyways.
Turn into a leech, and you're just a hardcore e-beggar. So what would anyone with a brain would even trust a word that you say?
How am I a hardcore eBay? Because I got this little thing that says, hey, give me money for Stream Elements if you want to tip me. I don't know, Saggy. I'm an e-beggar now.
Welcome to my world.
Also, apparently, I should have just hid the fact that I was kind of a hustler in my college days, right? I said just never told anybody. Just lied. And then you would trust me, right? Because you didn't know the things that I revealed. But freely revealing these things was part of my long-term con, I guess. I don't understand these people.
Okay, you're in it for yourself, to hoard shit. That's clearly what you're trying to do.
I get digital games. How am I hoarding shit? I'm hoarding digital codes now?
Building up a digital game collection.
That's what it is.
You hoard.
It sounds, and I don't want to say this because I know this is going to be like a cop-out. People will say I'm just fucking copping out, but it sounds like he's jealous. Like, he wants the things that other people have. He wants the free games, but he also wants the attention from the people who are anti-e-beggars. He wants to come over to this side.
But hold on, how many free games have you gotten, Tony, aside from the 2 that you got me? And like, if anybody's seen my collection of games, the 2 games in my sea of digital content that I personally paid for.
How many, like, in what time frame are we talking?
Hold on, shh.
Like, ever?
Damn microphone. Let's say like the last few years, like the last 2 years.
The last 2 years? About 35, 40.
And at the same time, like, Tony doesn't collect anything, like, and you paid for Elden Ring out of your pocket, didn't you?
Yeah,
you paid for
Elden Ring.
Right. And I mean, you've paid for other content, right? So I wouldn't say that you just.
We've established that I've dropped $2,100 on an empty shell, so it's not like I don't have money. So if I wanted to buy things, I would just buy them. The reason that I accept game codes is because I get them early. So I'm able to review them, relay that information to the viewers or the readers, and then they can make a decision whether or not they want to spend their money on a game.
Yeah,
That's the whole point of it.
I mean, if you read the review, if you've read your reviews, and I've personally read your reviews, and I don't think you're out here like shilling for free content. It doesn't strike me that way. I don't know. It's just a stupid argument.
Yeah, like I said, he always comes off to me as somebody who's stuck in this perpetual cycle. Like he wants the attention, he wants to get the little fame of YouTube, but he knows that if he takes it and like monetizes his channel, then all of his viewers go away. If he tries to get review codes or get in with information sources, then his viewers go away. Right? He's built an audience that doesn't allow him to expand beyond yelling at people on the camera. Kind of like Saggy. She's not going to respond because she's probably watching this video ahead of us.
Dude, you're trying to build your channel up, being this journalist. You're not a journalist. You're a sniffling, snarling creep. You're not a journalist.
Now I snarl? Do I snarl, guys?
You smack your lips.
Or do I snarl?
Don't know. No.
Creep that goes around LinkedIn profiles and fucking just does weird things, and you bug people, and you're just weird, dude. Like, I've had enough. I've already fucking just was like, fuck this channel when you did the sources thing the first time. And it's just, you're full of shit. There's no sources. That's the oldest trick in the book. Every YouTuber does this. Well, not every YouTuber. Everyone that wants to build a fraud channel up says they got sources, and they make up fake stories.
So does anyone ever allowed to have sources? Like, I'm confused how this works. Donut Dodos, Steam $4, Atari VCS $5, Amico never to be released. Oof. Is 2K crazy successful? That's a serious question. I had no idea. No,
it's kind of irrelevant.
We're all irrelevant.
Yeah.
Which I think probably what pisses him off too is because he does have more subs than me, and I do get free stuff, and I get offered stuff, and people talk to me.
The fact that I gain a subscriber every week without putting any energy into actually doing my own channel is rewarding enough.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, besides this channel, who has invited Darius to come on? When has he ever shown up on anyone else's channel or collaborated with anybody? Or
don't think he has, but I'm not too sure. This ain't a criticism. I just don't think he's very technically savvy. I don't think he really knows about StreamYard and stuff. Well, I think he had to go back to work.
Real quick, Saggy had to go back to work. She says we're taking too long on the video. Chappie says, I never said that Geek Away was a crazy successful channel. It's not.
Speed Games. He's another one who's very similar to the Geek Getaway. Doesn't show his face. Again, I don't even care that much that he shows his face, but he doesn't show what he looks like and delivers his fake Nintendo news and claims he has Nintendo sources. It's an old trick. We've been getting fooled by false Nintendo rumors for years. We've all been following it. We're all sick and tired of it. And here's this Geek Getaway clown just pulling the same stunt, desperately trying to build his channel up so we can get game codes and fucking tips from people.
Off the Amico? Like, if I was talking Nintendo sources or Sony or Xbox, like, maybe I could be like, yeah, you probably got a point. But I'm going to build myself off of.
I'm telling you, he's taking a play out of the MJF book. He just did that video. Watch that. Everybody's all hype on that. This is a work. This ain't serious.
That MJF video was lame. I gotta say, I saw it. Everyone was hyping it up on Twitter. It came into my feed. I was like, let me watch it. I thought it was lame.
Who the hell is MJF?
AEW wrestler.
Oh, I don't care.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, dude, you're a fucking nobody, and you're out here. People are like, oh, it's like a fucking pipe bomb. It's like the CM Punk thing. I'm like, dude, fucking, even CM Punk wasn't that huge of a deal when he did the fucking quote-unquote pipe bomb. I was like, whatever. They keep building up these people like they're fucking household names, and no one knows who the fuck you are. Dean's mad. He says, you don't know good stuff.
Rather watch MMA.
People, it's fucking pathetic. It really is fucking sad. You gotta stoop to that level. Got these inside sources, dog. Dude, you take things too far, and you've been wrong.
Man,
more
he's
times than you've been
angry.
right. Like people in the fucking live stream were like, "Darius, when has Tony ever been wrong?" All the fucking time. He's a fence rider. He said way back this Amico is going to be ready to go, and it's more finished than we think. He has these outrageous speculations all the time. He uses fake sources, and he's full of fucking shit.
Well, you said the Amico was 0% done. So anything above 0 is far more than what you thought it was, right? They said a couple months ago that it was like 90% done, which is far further along than you thought. You were like, nothing was done. It's like fucking all smoke and mirrors, and there isn't shit being worked on. This fucking guy.
I had fuck enough of this guy. He is more wrong. You can go back to his older videos. He's more wrong than right. I've been way more correct about the Amico from the beginning because I can just look at what they're doing and read their body language and know that they're lying and know that they're pulling a scam. Okay, I was way more accurate with the Amico than lying bullshit fucking fence riding Tony ever was. Way more accurate. I predicted everything. I said way back before it was revealed in the Fundable that this console is not at the launch pad. It's a fraud, it's a lying scam, and none of the games are finished. And then what happens? On the Fundable, we're 80% done, blah, blah, blah. I was 100% correct with that. I was 100% accurate with they have no motion controls, and I don't have to make up fake sources. I can just look at the television videos. I can just see what's in front of me and see what's going on.
Hold on. Pause this. Darius, show me a receipt of you saying it was a scam when it was announced. I want to see you say, like, you have an actual comment that was dated back on the very first video 3-4 years ago.
He said the Fundable, not the Republic thing.
And how long ago was that? Was it day one? Because if you didn't say if you didn't know it was a scam from day one, then you're throwing the same bullshit at us. You're doing the same thing you're throwing at us. That it was an obvious kind of deal. Like, you could clearly see at a certain point that things were going south with this. Like, we've already talked about it, how like it went from like things not lining up to it being the controller. And then when people were focusing on the controller, they noticed that it had lag. Then it went to the whole lag thing. Then Tommy got himself in trouble with Pat and Ian, calling them clowns and calling everybody else haters. And I mean, that actually started from the very beginning if you watch their stuff. But then it got really deep into that. So it's easy to say that stuff now, like hindsight's 2020, but like you're throwing the same stuff at us. Like if you have like day one, you were saying it was a scam, then okay, I'll buy into that. But
here's the thing, Gary. A Volpe was saying from day one that it was a scam, with no like evidence, no proof, nothing. Like Tommy just was like, "Hi, my name's Tommy." He's like, "Scam! It's fucking scam."
Well, here's the thing. I think there's credibility there that you can say that after what happened with the Chameleon. Like, there's definitely. I wouldn't either. I would say that you should be giving these companies a bit of a chance. You should give them a chance until they start to have, fuck ups. Like there was a point where Playdate looked kind of bad. I wouldn't say it was a scam. They had units in people's hands, but there is I agree. You should be giving these companies a good amount of time before you go out and just scream scam, because why aren't you just scream scam about every company? Like, it's stupid. Like, obviously you're gonna hit one out of the park eventually.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you could just like everything's a scam. So then,
right?
Whatever. D. Reese says I can smell a CG video response to the Darius video on Tony. This is gonna be interesting.
Is CG going to use this as a way to get back in with Darius, or try it again? Because them two are always falling out and becoming friends again.
I think, and someone said this in the chat, it sounds like Darius is upset that no one's giving him the attention that I get. Not that I'm special or anything, right? Because my channel is crap. I freely admit that. But it's like, dude, it's not my fault that people come here and not over there, right? It's not my fault. People find me more credible.
I mean, he's got a crowd. He's got a crowd of people. I really don't think he's upset over something else. Like, this is
Gary is a scam.
I didn't admit it. I didn't deny it was a scam.
Oh, thanks for subscribing.
I'm the real scam.
Look at that. We got a new subscriber.
But no, he's clearly upset about something else. Like I don't know where the aggression's coming from all of a sudden. Like,
well, you seen what he said? He said people in the chat were saying that I was more correct than he was.
I missed that part. No, I missed that part.
Yeah, he's feeling a certain kind of way. People were giving me more credit instead of giving it to him, and he feels slighted. He feels upset. He probably sees some of his viewers in the chat, and he's like, "No, guys, don't go over there."
Hold on, we have to look at the last few videos. Has he been on like a good streak? Has he been being good lately? Was this like he needed to insert play the bad cop? You know what I mean? He's been making too many being good videos.
He's been doing all right, like averaging 400 views, 1,800 views here or there, 1,000 views, 500 views. So I don't know how that is for him averagely, but it seems pretty good for him.
Yeah, he's been doing just normal stuff, talking about. Well, he played Cotton Fantasy, so he was probably upset that you got a free copy of it. He had to buy his. So there's that.
Scanning his videos, it doesn't seem like he's doing any worse than usual.
So I don't know. Like I said, I think he just came over. People were saying, patting me on the back. They weren't patting him on the back. Felt a certain kind of way. Felt slighted. Now he's all upset. Now we're going to have to deal with this for a couple of weeks.
And see people reading scripts and just using my own eyes. You just made up a bunch of shit with your nonsense sources. More wrong than...
Wouldn't just saying things based on what you see and no actual evidence, like you're reading their body language, or isn't that just making things up too? Like, is Darius Truxton a body language expert? Did he go to college and study this? That's his profession? Because So
I called this a scam very early on. Like my first video was "This looks awful," and then my first video was "This looks awful," and my second video was "This is a scam." And I just thought it was a scam from what the product and the tech inside it, and I just didn't like the look of it. But yeah, I don't know.
Harold says, "I do wish Darius had better enemies to verbally spar with." I would, but it's not like, what am I? Do I really care that he's mad?
I mean, even if I didn't like, I know Tommy said that, like he said that I believed it was real at a certain point, but I mean, I'm like hopeful that a lot of this, like I'm a gamer, dude. I'm a collector. I play most of this stuff. I'm an old school Intellivision fan. I still have my original stuff. Like I wanted it to come out. Like, not that I would probably get it, but I wanted to see it like kind of survive and have a couple years, and who knows, like they might have actually got the content that I played back on the Intellivision kind of retro reimagined. I did want to see that, so I was hoping it wasn't going to be a scam, but like the writing's on the wall now. Like I can only call it as it's come out. So hindsight's 2020. It's easy to say that it was a scam then, but it wasn't as clear as it is now. So
Joshua Perez says Tony has interviewed a bunch of people at Intellivision. What Darius done to back his claims? That's right. I mean, he says I pester a bunch of people, but I've talked to like 3 or 4 developers. Had Tommy on the channel. Had Nick Richards on the channel. I mean, would you, if you were interviewing people and Tommy was probably complaining about you and you didn't like Tommy, wouldn't I be the guy you would come to? Like, hey, hold on, Tommy's an asshole. I want to expose him. Who am I going to go talk to? Probably me, right? But whatever. Someone said that Darius nuked 8-Bit Eric, but 8-Bit Eric still makes videos, so it's not like, I don't know.
Well, I think P.O. Box Christmas has a good point. Like, you are a news channel, and Darius has always been a rant channel, and he doesn't pretend to be a news channel.
Yeah.
But like, just because you can rant doesn't mean a rant can still be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it is a good point. It's fair. I tried to rant. I get a little too heated. I get a little too personal. I hurt people's feelings, and I feel bad afterward. Like, oh man, I feel bad. I had to take the video down. I mean, you said Darius did nuke Eric. Like everyone says that, but Eric still makes videos, right? Like I imagine a nuke would be like the person's obliterated, never shows his face on YouTube again. Did Darius fucking embarrass him? Probably, yeah. Did Darius fucking say a bunch of shit that made Eric feel stupid? Yeah, 100%.
I didn't even know about it until that all came out. It really isn't that big of a deal. Like you got him, and he continues to do what he does.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he still makes videos. He has such like a lack of shame that he's like, fuck it, whatever. I still make videos. And many people ran about how good Elden Ring is, and they're wrong. Just because you ran it doesn't make it right. Yeah,
You're wrong.
We know the story, Peelbox. We played the video. We talked about the video on the channel last week. How silly 8-Bit Eric looked. But again, Eric still makes videos, right? So it's like DSP is a perfect example. DSP got caught jerking off on stream, and he still makes videos, right? Like he's like he doesn't have any shame, so he just makes videos. If
and I don't
went
like
away, then I'd be like, oh yeah, Darius fucking nuked him because he's gone now, right?
They shamed him so bad. He shamed him off the YouTubes, and I don't even like Eric that much. I tolerated him when he was on the Game Chasers, but I'm not trying to stand up for him. But I'm just saying it was a minor thing, and just in all honesty, I'd never heard about it until we started talking about it. So
Darius does not like fence riders. That's fair. I mean, I get annoyed.
Not many people do,
and I don't think I ride the fence. I think I go, here's the information, and here's, my take on the information. I'm sorry.
Yeah, to be fair, I never fence rode this Amico at all. Like just because I wanted to see it come out doesn't mean I was riding the fence. I've stated from very early on. We showed comments of mine that were old, that were like pretty much a year after the console was announced, that I thought it was going to do piss poor terribly, and it wasn't going to sell more than 10,000 units. My number was at like 5,000, and I was wrong about that because it doesn't look like they're going to sell anything. So I've had my same stance. In fact, most of my arguments, I stick with my my stance. I never change my opinion. So
thank you, Ludo. Ludo says Tony breaks news all the time and always backs it up. His credibility is very well earned in my book. Thank you. P.O. Box Christmas says, still making videos doesn't mean you didn't get nuked, man. Heard of John Hancock? What happened to him? He makes videos, but he ain't doing museum talk or donations. Really, real talk? I had no idea who any of these people are. I keep saying this. I never watched gaming YouTubers, retro gaming YouTubers, anything, right? Because I did reviews, because I covered games, and because I covered news, I never wanted to get my coverage tainted by accidentally repeating something, maybe subconsciously repeating something, plagiarizing other people. So I always avoided everyone else covering anything game related. Right? So that way, every time you read something that I wrote, a review, it's my take, 100%. No one has influenced what I'm saying. And I still do. If you look at my subscriber list of what channels I subscribe to, the only thing that channels that you might say are technically games are like maybe Bob's channel, like Gary's channel, right?
Yeah.
Darius, I guess, would technically be a games channel. Like he talks about games sometimes.
He's a rant channel, though, mostly.
Yeah, I'm just saying any channels that have any sort of game coverage or content.
Yeah,
that would be.
Yeah, he's been streaming games. It's fair to say he's a games channel that he's shifted more recently into doing games, and I think that's what he's good at. Like stick to what you're good at.
I'm saying, like, I'm not even trying to pigeonhole. I'm just saying, like, I'm not subscribed to say IGN. I'm not subscribed to 8-Bit Eric, John Hancock, Riggs. Like none of the big names or any of the names in the fucking gaming sphere I'm subscribed to. Like I'm subscribed to Bob because I know him. I like him. I like his takes. Warrywart, No Square Gamer, Genovi, right? Potion Sword Run. Like people that I've interacted with, I probably subscribe to your channel because if I like you, They probably want to listen to what you have to say. Y'all taking these types of folks too seriously? Not really. I mean, we needed something to talk about. Darius has his community of hall monitors doing hall monitor things. Yeah. Hancock got exposed by our community, changed his whole way of scamming. But he's still scamming, so, I mean, it's not really something to be proud of. We've improved Hancock's ability to scam by pointing out his earlier scams.
Potion Sword Run said Dorkside is a Gary alt. That would be that would be some next level shit, because I was ranting to myself on Twitter about how DJC doesn't allow me to comment in there, so I would have had to have like a conversation between myself. That'd be next level shit right there. It's like 4D chess.
PO Box says Hancock is neutered. I guess. Like, again, I don't really follow him, so I have no idea if he is or isn't. Right, I just know he still makes videos. So it's whatever. Let's finish this up. See what else he has to say. Damn, we got fucking 4 minutes left. We do take forever.
Correct. Because you're a pathological liar. I've just caught on to you by now. I've had enough. Just creepy Kermit, no more. Don't believe a word that he says. He's just trying to build his channel up so we can e-bag more.
Don't believe a word I said, so don't give me any money. Don't subscribe to my channel. Darius is the greatest YouTuber ever.
Have we ever e-bagged yet?
Well, I have a link that says if you want to give us a tip, go ahead. It says don't feel obligated. We did get a bunch of money to take shots. I guess that's e-begging. Technically,
I didn't see a dime of that money, you bastard. I got wasted the other night. Not really wasted, but I drank a lot.
Yeah, but you gave it away for free. So.
Yeah, that's true. I'm cheap.
Hashtag cancel Gary.
You can't cancel the master.
Let's see. We've gotten 0 tips in the last from May 29th to June 4th. We got $3.33 last week. $100 May 15th and May 21. But it's actually technically only 50 because Jackass gave 50. He said, "Hey, I did it on accident," and then gave 50 again. And then $2.
I wish I had an audience to e-beg too. I'd have internet.
Like I said, I don't consider it e-begging. I'm not like, "Hey, give me money." I'm not saying that I'm poor. Yeah, news channels can be wrong. That's fine. You know, we can only report what's out there, right?
Sources can be wrong too.
Yeah. But I think what separates a good news channel versus a bad news channel is when you're wrong, you come out and say, "Hey, I am wrong. Here's why I'm wrong. My source was incorrect. I'm no longer going to use that source." Or I was wrong because they told me X, Y, Z. Turns out they lied to me, right? I've had a situation where a developer promised me that they weren't going to censor their game. It was a Serious Sam 4. I believe the developer was like, "No, we're not going to censor it. You're going to see fucking harpy titties," right? Because people were worried for some reason about the harpy titties. Game gets released, harpy titties are covered up. I look like a jackass because I came out and assured everybody that you were going to get to see some harpy titties. Gary just tipped $1. Look at that. Thanks, Gary. So, you know, but I did come out and I said, "Hey, the developer lied to me. I was wrong. I apologize. Shouldn't have trusted him." But it happens.
I always say DJC stands for Dumb Junk Console.
Crazy John says I wasn't paying attention. Harpy titties were Serious Sam 4. I think that's the name of it. But again, thank you for the $1, Gary. We appreciate it. You know that I could see who actually donated the money, right? Just
I don't think people realize though, like while I'm like, you guys don't see me ever type in the chat. There's a reason for that. That's because I'm on mobile. I'm on my phone, and I can't do both without it jarbled up on the other end when I'm on YouTube. So
Yeah, well, it's, either way, like I said, thank you. He says, I love you, man. Thank you, sir. Love you too, Gary. Even though you were yelling at me the other day and you're trying to.
maybe it was just the work. I don't know. Was it serious? Did you guys ever figure out?
I don't know. But just so you know, we only get 48 cents. You gave $1, 52 of that cents goes to fees. So. Which is a lot. But we're not monetized, so whatever.
Play the video.
He's getting this weird cult around him. It's true. He's using people. He's trying to build up this weird. He's trying to be a cult leader.
Fuck, he's onto us. Guys, he's onto us. Is it wrong to have friends on YouTube? Is that what it is?
If Darius really thinks we should, like, I released like the man, to be honest, the whole fight over the last few days was pretty serious. I feel strongly about my opinions on games. It is the way it is. I think if he's seen the DMs, I don't think he'd be saying that. You're a terrible cult leader, Tony.
I know, right? Like, we were going at it pretty hard. We're all better now. I hope we're all better now, right, Gary?
I'm still going to roast Gary. I don't care.
No, we're good. I don't care.
It took you a while. I was worried, like, oh shit, Gary, it's taking a while to answer. That humor thing is all fake news, yeah. Oh, Verbo says, is he about to cry? I don't know. But seriously, like, it's like me saying, hey, I want a bunch of people to work together and make videos and support each other. That's how cults are formed. I don't know.
No, it's the Kool-Aid you gave us, Tony. That's what made us a cult.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the Kool-Aid.
He's building this weird community. I'm like, guys, do your own thing. Like, Ninja Kitty's likable. Days Gaming is likable. I don't fucking know about Gary, but
Fuck you, Gary.
I mean, to be fair, I don't like when the last video I put out was like a year ago. So I mean, it's fair. He doesn't know.
But you show up on the channel often enough that people should know. If you like it. It was just the way he said it. He was like, "Yeah, Ninja Kitty's fucking likable. Days Gaming's fucking likable. Gary, I don't know about that guy." But...
The problem is nobody's got ammo on me. They can't use nothing against me because A, I've shown my face on camera. B, I don't really make content that they can scrutinize. I'm sure there's a few other things, but there's not much really ammo.
Darius is finally right on in this video. Gary isn't very likable. Come on.
Whoa, Dorkside.
Don't do my boy Gary like that.
Thank you.
Dorkside with the $10. Thank you, Dorkside, for supporting our e-begging. Just paying my cult dues for the night. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Not that he wants me to or he needs me to, but you should check out Dorkside's channel. He does good content. I do like his playthroughs. They're very chill. He's not very screamy. He doesn't like fucking fake reactions. He just does his thing. His wife, a little sadistic. She wanted to kill everybody. And what the hell's that game that I played with Max?
I just subscribed.
What the hell's that game? Come on, help me out here.
Until Dawn?
Yeah, Until Dawn. She's like, let's kill everybody in Until Dawn. I was like, whoa. Dorkside's wife out there trying to have people killed. It's a good little channel. This is straight up e-begging? I guess it is. Whatever.
We need money for batteries for Gary's smoke alarms.
Yeah, it's actually, I donated to myself to try to get you guys to donate. It's one of the oldest Carney tricks. You put your own money in the hat, and then people see money, and they're like, oh, I'll donate too. So if you ever see a homeless guy with some change in his cup, he probably put that change himself to start it off. He always primed the pump.
Oh, yeah. When I went busking, I'd always throw a few quid in my guitar case before I started. You gotta.
Dorset says she's still set on killing everyone. Don't kill my Hayden Panettiere. Don't kill her.
Oh, Carl, he's an okay guy, but he's unbearable to listen to. Like, do your own thing. Do your own live streams. Don't let
Well, joke's on you because Carl don't come around here no more.
him fucking use you. Like, what are you getting out of it? You're hoping to get one of those tips? A buck out of one of those tips? Jeez. Guy, like, you're just full of shit. Coming out here with your fake sources. The oldest fucking trick in the book. Give me a fucking break. I mean, whatever. It's not a big fucking deal, but I go here, I hear this news, this Geek Getaway fucking channel, telling us, oh yeah, we got this special Amico news. Okay, where'd you find out? Did you find out our website? Like, show us some actual proof of what you're talking about. Anonymous source. Okay, you don't know anything about journalism, but real journalism, if you're going to use an anonymous source and say that, I can't tell you who told me this, you say that it's a rumor. You say it's a rumor that they could be going into bankruptcy. I've heard this from a source. I can't tell you it is. Therefore, I can't confirm it. So it's a rumor. It's not a fact. It's not. Like, you're just full of shit. You're just a liar.
I don't think I ever used the word fact in this whole live stream until I said I didn't use the word fact. And I actually did say I couldn't verify whether or not it was taking place. But
Right. That's why I brought the point up about like 20, 30 minutes ago.
56 here. How could one man be this mad at someone who has no connection to them? I don't know. Carl makes the best ramen. Does he? Is lying about sources a carny trick, Kermit? It probably is. I do know that one of the carny tricks was to sew a monkey skeleton to a fish skeleton and claim it was a mermaid. I'm sure they lied about the source of the mermaid. So, yeah. Let's go with that. Sounds good. As the content of the email, I read the content of the email. I didn't show it because I didn't want to go through the trouble of screenshotting it and then cutting out it, and then it still wouldn't matter because then it just looks like I wrote it myself, right? Without any names on it.
I can't stand pathological creep liars. I will not associate with them. People that just have to try to build a reputation or build friendships and all this stuff just by lying constantly. I hate fake people. I hate fucking phonies. I will not associate with them. And I just couldn't.
Did we invite him to associate with us? Did I miss that? Gary, you sending out invitations to Darius?
I'm maybe one or two.
Damn. All right, my bad. I'm sorry, Darius, if you got the idea that we were trying to associate with you. That was never my intent. You were never invited into the cult. If you accidentally got a robe sent to you, please send that back. Put it back in the cult envelope. Return to sender.
I couldn't take any more of fucking Tony's stream. Just so full of shit. How could anyone believe a word that this guy says? Unbelievable. And he's just coming up with this nonsense. I'm like, where is your sources? Who are they? Tell us who it is. Nobody's signing any non-disclosures. There's no staff left at Intellivision. Give me a fucking break. And he's saying that this person will get sued if he tells him, like, what? And, there's not many people left at Intellivision, so you can almost pinpoint who it is. Okay, so this person's willing to risk getting sued. Because how does this person know you're going to keep a secret? Why would this person risk getting sued just to give you the benefit so that Tony DGD, Mr. Master Journalist, can get the breaking news? Why would anyone risk that? Fuck off.
Because I'm a nice guy. I would risk that for me. If I asked myself to give myself some information that could get myself sued, I would definitely reveal it to myself. But I'd ask myself not to tell myself where the source was.
That just boggles my head.
It's mind-boggling.
You're full of shit. It's so pathetic. Be a man, tell us who it is. If that person gets sued, fuck him. He shouldn't be telling you that shit. But no, you're just a liar.
Fuck him. Fuck him for helping us.
Be a man.
Expose. He's like, I want to expose the fraud. Now tell us who the source is, and fuck that guy gets sued. Thank you for helping us expose the scam. Fuck you. Tony's source is Brittany. I can neither confirm nor deny that sexy Brittany is my source.
fire. What a pathetic weirdo. I just
Good
can't stand people
Lord.
like that on the internet. They deserve to be fucking called out. Okay, don't trust this geeky getaway guy. Just creepy to the max. It's all in his voice and his sniffling and snarling and pathetic e-bagging. Fuck this. I don't care if he's on the anti-Amico side. I look for truth and I look for real people who have balls and that will tell people straight up what's going on. And that's what you're going to get here.
He looks for people with balls. Is that what he
Oh,
said?
there it was. See, there it was. That's what you'll get here. He's trying to take the fan base, Tony.
Either that or he's trying to get some balls. I believe he's asking for balls to be sent to him. I'm not saying that anybody should send him their balls, but it sounded like that's what he wanted.
It's okay.
Don't-
I'll still watch his content from time to time.
Tony, a little gratitude. A lot of us want to. Dude, I'm not the one ranting about Darius. He made a video about me for some reason. So I don't know what to tell you. Dorkside says, fine. I'll admit it. I'm the Intellivision mole. Was I roasted? Shit. I got roasted? Fuck, Harold. Why didn't anyone tell me I was getting roasted? I just thought he was ranting. Fuck. Did I get nuked? P.O. Box. Was I nuked? It's okay. Trucks and army all day. Yeah, that's fine. That's cool for you guys. Whatever. I don't give a shit.
You would not expect me to cuck for inside sources for anybody. It's just shameful. He's just full of fucking shit. And so, yeah, I'm done. I'm done at listening to this guy at all. He's a psycho. He's a fucking lunatic at this point. Just done with this guy, man. Just fucking weird.
Okay,
anyway,
Carl.
guys, get my thoughts on that. And, yeah, I'll talk to you later. Peace.
Good time.
He'll be back. He'll be back after it's announced that it's exactly like you said.
Well, what points am I not addressing, Albert? He said, show me your source. And I said, no. That's the end of that conversation. There's Tony E-Bags. Yeah, there's a link. Give me money if you want. Yeah, I said it. I said, yeah, there's a link. If people want to give me money, go ahead. I will never refuse money if somebody wants to throw money at me.
Cult leaders don't let you think for yourself. And I don't think at any point Tony didn't say take it with a grain of salt. Basically saying that. He might not have said it, but he said it. He didn't have to say it. He said other things inferring that. So
I know they did not pass FCC art. They have 25 units that are retail ready, except for the FCC part, I guess. Okay, it's e-begging. Technically, you could say I'm an e-beggar, whatever.
I don't consider that e-begging. I consider e-begging when you fabricate some false story and you're like desperately asking your audience for money for some sort of problem you could solve for yourself. Like Metal Jesus Rocks in his leaky basement. That's like a you problem. That's not a YouTuber donate problem.
Okay. Rabbit Dude says I'll still watch Darius. Go ahead. I'm subscribed to his channel, so I don't understand why. I'm not asking anybody to choose between anybody. Right? Watch who you want to watch. I've never ever did the whole like, oh, you watch so and so and he's evil. Now, if you're over there like talking shit about me, then I'm like, fuck you. I don't want to deal with you, right?
I am. Come watch my content instead. Oh wait, I don't have any content.
That's not how it works, Albert. If it's a legit story, you don't disclose sources. Deep Throat, you ever hear that? You know, the whole Watergate scandal, you know? How many times have sources from Nintendo or Sony or other companies, you know, when Jason Shriver is exposing Crunch, he's not, you know, revealing sources. No, it's not how the world works. Yeah, watch Evil's content. He makes good content. Yeah, I get that. You guys can criticize me all day. I have no issues being criticized. I just ask that you criticize me in a legitimate manner. Like, don't just make shit up about me, right? Like, be legit. Like, here's my criticism of the thing you actually said or thing you actually did. So,
Well, actually, you need 1,000 subscribers and to be monetized to get Google money, and then it's not a lot. It's like $1 for every 1,000 views, if that these days.
y'all getting money from Google heathens? I wish I was getting Google money. I'll take it all day, every day. And if somebody said, "Hey, would you like to read an ad for ball shavers?" I will read the fuck out of a ball shaver ad. I'll be like, "Guys, my balls are so clean. You got to get the fucking Manscaped lawnmower 3.0 hedge trimmer clipper fucking extension with laser pointer." For your
I'll show you
balls.
how to use the ball shaver.
Gary will put on a demonstration. He'll be like, "Here you go." He'll fucking peel his potatoes live on air. Because really, what does it fucking matter, right? You watch commercials. Commercials are on TV all the time. You know, Michael Jordan, you don't be like, "Fuck you, shill. Why are you fucking selling Nikes? Fucking shill. Selling Wheaties to me. Get off the fucking box." So I don't understand why you would be upset like Pat and Ian are shilling ball shavers. Who the fuck cares? They're getting sponsored. Now, again, like Bomberny said, like Bob said, if I'm going, "Hey, guys, car broke down, I need some money," yeah, then be pissed because that's fucking bullshit. That's not a you problem. That's a me problem. I didn't say the word 20 boxes. See, who said boxes? Mike? Huh? So again, if you're going to say something, please be accurate. I said 20 retail units. I didn't say anything about the
25.
boxes. 25. Thank you, Bob. It's 25 retail ready units, right? I didn't say anything about boxes or wrapping or fucking the plastic that goes around it. I didn't even say controllers, right? So if you want to get technical, I just said the fucking units themselves. Like they could have hand assembled 25 units. They could have took old dev kits and made them retail versions of the consoles.
Well, that was the last rumor you heard, that they were converting dev units into retail, which you reported last week. And I believe that's probably what they've done to get these 25 retail units ready.
Murder mystery in progress. Laser sighting. That's what we never knew we needed. Yeah. Laser sighting on your ball trimmer with fucking not a straight edge, but like a round edge so we can get that curve when it goes over the ball. We need security footage of Days running to his truck to make the big news video. Now, see, Harold, ball shavers, no problem. Shit cereal, no problem. Shadow Legends, I got a problem because if you're a gaming channel, you shouldn't be shilling a gaming sponsorship because it's conflict of interest, right? Because you're endorsing this game, and if the game is shit, now you've endorsed a shit game. You endorse a loot box game. Like you can't make a rant against loot boxes, and then you're like, by the way, Raid Shadow Legends, fucking get it, right? Whereas if I did like, "Hey, don't buy loot boxes," and I'm like, "Hey, shit cereal, eat it, it's great, delicious." Like there's no conflict there, right? Because shit cereal has nothing to do with loot boxes. Ball shavers got nothing to do with loot boxes or the quality of games or the value of what games are. Now, if I was a shaving channel, like if I was a manscaping channel, then ball shavers would be a conflict of interest. If I was a cereal reviewer, then a cereal sponsorship would be a conflict of interest.
I don't know about that.
You could disagree. That's just the way I feel about it.
I mean, I think it all depends on like how you're promoting it. Like if it's a cereal you try, if it's, for example, like I'm a music producer in quotation marks. If I got sponsored by Audio Technica or a guitar string manufacturer, like I would shill their products happily because I use their products and I'm happy with their products.
That's fair, but at the same time, if there was a better product, I would be concerned that you might not use the better product because you're getting paid for the lesser product.
There are better products than that, but I would shill a cheaper product anyway if it was if it was like Audio Technica or like I got a review product for from Fifine Technologies, the guys who do cheap microphones, and I reviewed one of their.
Well, hold on, Bob. I'm not talking about reviewing products. That's different. I'm talking about endorsed. Like if you're like, hey, buy Audio Technica mics. They're the best mics on the market, and blah blah blah. And you did the ad read, right?
Yeah.
No review, just you ad read. You're promoting it. That's a sponsorship.
Well, it depends on the wording of the ad read, though. To me, like if I had to say something which I didn't agree with, I wouldn't do it. Like if these people are saying that they've played Shadow Raid Legends and they play it and they're lying about it, then I completely disagree with that. If they've been paid to say that.
Well, some of them will be like, "Yeah, you could catch me in the game. Here's my."
A lot of them do.
So then I would assume that you're supposed to assume that they've played the game and they're enjoying the game, right?
Yeah.
Also, awesome that we got 49 people here listening to us ramble. We've gone far away from the original intent of the stream, but thanks, guys, for being here. Hit the like or hit dislike if you're just annoyed by my voice.
I'd only shave my balls if the girl wanted me to.
Tony, were you the one that got rid of the Candyman troll on Evil Stream? No, I wasn't. When I had just popped into that stream, someone was like, "Oh, there's a troll, get rid of it." And I was like, What's going on?" And then I wasn't even a mod yet. So, no.
Well, retail ready, Mike Garcia. Retail units require certs. Well, yeah, if they're going to the stores, but not if they're retail ready and necessarily need the certs yet. Retail sample, yeah.
KAX117, all their patents got denied, correct? It was an omnibus patent. So it was like a bunch of patents in one package. And it got denied. But that's like typical. They don't just like rubber stamp you. They're like, no, this is too close to this. Like basically, the way the process works is you submit your patent and then they reject you and they say, hey, you're too close to this other patent. Tell us why you're different. Differentiate it better. And then you rewrite it up and like, this is why it's different. And then now the second time is more serious because now you're really trying to laser focus in what your patent is. Whereas usually when you first submit it, because you probably don't know what the fuck you're doing anyway, you probably too vague in your wording. Because, I mean, if I said, hey, I'm making a system to control electronic pictures on a TV, right? You're like, well, it's a fucking controller. Everything got a controller. You got to be more specific. Yeah, we're still going. We never stop.
I'm just wondering if I have a game in the works for the Playdate, will you guys shill it for me?
I don't have a Playdate, so no.
Yeah.
Did you get? Here's what the people don't understand is you can still play the game without the Playdate. You can download the SDK and play it on the I don't know if it's the Mirror app or whatever, but you can still play these games.
Yeah, hell yeah. If you make a game for the Playdate and you want me to play it, I'll play it.
Obviously, I'm just joking, but I don't know if you wanted to talk a little bit about the news that they I believe it was on Twitter. I haven't seen it on Twitter. I kind of found it on Reddit. They came out, and I think it's Larissa, one of the employees that work over there at Panic, and they announced that if any game developers were looking to submit games, they are actually taking submissions. So it does look like they're going to possibly have a storefront for the Playdate, and that they're getting close to probably putting something together for season 2. So they are looking for game developers and whatnot to pitch them their ideas so that they can be a part of season 2 of the game store. And they're trying to help people who wouldn't have the chance to do so. They are trying to fund the product, developers trying to get their games up and moving, and then they're also
what's
willing.
What's the Twitter handle for that? For Panic?
Playdate. It's under Playdate.
Yeah, that's like the one reason I was kind of interested in getting a Playdate was how like supportive they were of developers and people submitting games. I heard that quite early on about the console. It was really tempting because I've always wanted to make games.
So again, I do have something in the works. I wish I could announce more until it's a little bit more finalized. I don't want to talk about it too much or show too much off. But I am diligently working and improving on what I got going on here. I'm not a programmer, so I'm kind of tackling everything else, but I am working with somebody, and that person does have a full-time job, so it's a little difficult, especially if he's doing the programming and stuff like that. So when I do have more to announce, I will gladly announce it. But the reason why I bring this up is be an avenue for us moving forward. If you read the info, and I didn't get too much into the actual documents, I just read a few of the pages before I signed up for the email, and it did sound enticing. Because getting your name out there, getting a game out there recognized maybe in season 2 could be a big step forward. Moving forward with other content, other games. So I'm highly interested in this. I think it's a great sign that there's going to be a season 2 or an actual storefront for the Playdate, so that you don't have to go to itch.io or any of these other sites that are.
Well, on May 31st, someone asked, "What's the address of your game store?" And they said, "We're still working on getting the store up and running."
Right.
So
yeah, so it's not like 100% confirmed, but from what they've just recently shown, it does look like they're working towards that. They do want to have a storefront specifically for Playdate. That way people don't have to go through, itch.io. But it is going to be, they did say that if they do get this running, that it's going to be curated similar to, I don't know.
Do they have a page on itch.io?
They don't. It's just everybody posts their Playdate stuff there. So Playdate doesn't really handle any of that. The way that it works, though, is if you go and buy something from, itch.io, what you do is you unpack, I guess, or whatever. You get the zip file, and then it's very easy. You just drag that over and drop it on Playdate's actual page, and that will just straight download to your device. So they make it really easy, even if there's not a storefront yet. I think the process is still pretty streamlined. That's not, as long as you got a computer and you can, drag and drop. I mean, most people can do that. So I think that's still a great way to get side-loaded content for now. But I do see this.
Playdate sucks, Gary. Everyone says stop shilling the Playdate. We've lost 5 viewers ever since you went on your Playdate rant.
I can't help it. I think it's a great idea. I think it's more than neat. I really do see it as something that, like, if you're big into indie games like I am, and seeing things that you wouldn't regularly see. Now, obviously, you're going to have a lot of games that are, lower quality. They're going to be games that you could probably find on Intellivision. I mean, they got like a Space Invaders game already on there, like a Dr. Mario clone. People have already ported games that were like on the DSiWare. Birds and Beans was ported over. There's like just a lot of little unique ideas, and a lot of, like, if you look at a lot of the stuff on itch.io right now is free. There are people making games from the pulp software, and they're letting their content go for free. If you want to just screw around with little kind of indie projects, I think it's neat. It is an artsy kind of little gadget, and I don't think it is for everybody, but it's definitely something right up my alley.
Is Ratchet and Crank on there?
I don't know. That's pretty imaginative. That would be something, wouldn't it?
Dorkside says, Gary, I was behind you with Elden Ring, but I can't support this Playdate nonsense. I always thought that the name was wildly inaccurate.
Well, here's the thing. They were definitely going with the gimmick of having everybody play at the same time and kind of talk about the games. I'm not particularly fond of it either. I'm not crazy about the name and not the little gimmick that they have of everybody kind of playing the games at the same time. And clearly that's not working, right? Obviously the shipping thing is kind of haywire and not everybody's getting their consoles at the same time. And the way that they're doing this, when you get your system, you start on the first 2 games. So you're behind everybody else for each week that passes. So I don't technically think it worked out the way they wanted it to. But for me, I'm not really worried about the surprise of the games that I get each week because I already go and spoil, what I'm getting. But I do feel like there's some cool things. I think Casual Birder, people look into that game. It's a really cool Pokemon type-esque experience that it's a couple hours long, 4 hours, 5 hours. I think that's a good length of game. I mean, some games you get on Switch are not even 4 or 5 hours long. So it's not for everybody.
When I hear play date, I think of 2 people playing together, like co-op.
A play date?
Like a play date. And I was thinking, when I hear it, like when someone's like, hey, did you hear about the play date? I was thinking, what is this, like a system for like you to play with your non-gamer girlfriend or boyfriend and like, you can work together. It's 2 people playing one little system together. That would be a play date. This is just a Game Boy with a crank. Just call it cranky.
Pretty much. I mean, yeah. I would say
I want to see an ad for the play date where it's like a dude holding it and he's like his mom yelling from the other room, "Stop playing with your crank.
Stop cranking it.
Yeah.
You'll go blind if you keep cranking it." No, but I think that I think
your play date.
I think you're right. It pretty much is a Game Boy. I think it's a Game Boy on steroids. Obviously the tech is a lot better.
Steroids, and then they just slathered Vaseline all over the screen.
No, there is no Vaseline. No, it's clear as clear it could be. There's nothing wrong with that. I think a lot of people have blown that out of proportion. That sure you can't play it in the dark, but with any little bit of light, you're going to be able to see it, and it reflects, it shines. So,
is dark like Shark or?
That might be the racist Shark game.
Oh, moving on. CAX wants to know, how can retail units be made with denied patents? You don't need a patent to produce a product. You need a patent to protect your product from other people producing a similar product, right?
Right.
So,
and I actually been looking into trademarks, all this copyrights and all this stuff, and yeah, you definitely don't need those things, but you need them to protect, wherever you're at, and then across the world. There's a lot that actually goes into it that I was kind of unaware of, kind of tackling. Because we have a studio name, and I already have some things worked up here, and it might be one of those things where we kind of let it slide for a while until we get a big name for ourselves. I mean, you can make something, you don't have to have it protected at all, but if somebody goes and decides to copy your material, you don't really have any legal rights. So
yeah, Dorkside, see you later. Thanks for stopping by. Gary, get over the play date.
I'll try.
Get over the play date.
My goal is to convince at least a few people that it's cooler than they thought it was.
Well, here's the thing. For copyright, in China, they don't give a fuck. So
right, they clearly have been screwing people over in companies, and I mean, you look at the few things that are. I can't remember the last thing that was really like a dead just copy steal, and then they get away with selling it. But yeah, they do it all the time with devices and games, and
even in America, if you got a good idea, if you're a small indie developer, a small company, you got a good idea, a bigger company will inevitably come by and steal your idea and make more money. Look at Angry Birds. That is Crash the Castle, 100%, same game. They even said we took that game and gave it a more colorful, child-friendly aesthetic. They made tons of money. The Crash the Castle people didn't see anything, right? They didn't see shit. Angry Birds, worldwide phenomenon.
Yeah. Happens in music loads of times as well. Someone will write a good song, it'll go nowhere. Someone else will come along, hear it, package it right, and then they're on to a winner and you've lost out.
Yeah.
I mean, music copyright is automatic in the UK, so there is a bit of comeback on that. But then you've got to like prove, depending how much they change your song, it might be completely unrecognizable.
Well, and there's things to it too, right? I mean, there's a lot of things that have to go into it. Like obviously, if you're a big company, you can market things better.
Yeah.
There's little things that you could do that you might not have been able to do if you're a small guy. But yeah, if you don't have these certain things in place, then yeah, you're going to screw yourself. And you're not going to have any protection. So.
Yeah, but I'm saying realistically, the people that are going to steal from you are going to be people smaller than you, and they're not going to give a fuck anyway whether or not you have copyright. So it's moot at that point. Mike Garcia, we're still in the investigation phase. We're still, finding out prices.
Research and development, R&D.
Research, not development, just the research part.
Well,
we're going to find out whether or not it's worth development. Bob gave us a good idea about trying to use a Raspberry Pi.
Yeah, I was even thinking on that. Like, maybe you could. Well, I don't know if I should say this on a live stream if it's giving too much ideas away. But I was trying to think of a way you could like package the software with maybe, I don't know, like the game. So people have to download the update with the games pre-installed, and you could charge or something, like maybe charge for the updates with the new game. So they're buying the new firmware with the games packaged in them. That could be a way to deliver it. So like you'd have like version 1 would have like X amount of games for one price, and then version 2 would have more games, and version 3 even more as you get more developers on board. I don't know how that would work.
Yeah, that could be something to look into.
Because then it's just like you're not having to have an online store. You just have to host the image somewhere, which is a lot easier than like having a console store on the Raspberry Pi.
Apparently, Jerry is getting just fucking blown the fuck out by Truxton. So, Jerry, whoever you are, tough luck that Darius has targeted you. Probably deserve it. Jerry sounds like a jerk's name.
Did he mean Gary or did he meant Jerry?
Sometimes I feel like my humor is lost on my co-host.
Evil Knievel says Playdate is an investment scam and a garbage system, dude. Oops, wrong console.
No, Playdate is just a garbage system. No, I'm kidding.
Mike says you should just do like TT and Wish, cast it into reality first, then figure it out. No, I'm trying to learn from all the mistakes that other companies have made. We want to keep it simple, cost effective. We're going to try to partner up with some people to get, controllers made, to get the boards made. I'm not trying to be a billionaire off of this, right? I'm just trying to make a little change for myself, a little change for everybody else. Get people a nice little cost-effective, family-friendly, not family-friendly, but you know what I mean. Nice little console.
I am with the Playdate game though that we're looking to make here. I am bringing fun back to gaming, and it will be family friendly content, affordable,
safe.
I didn't want to say safe, but pretty close to safe.
Mr. Airwalk says he says you have no proof about Amico going bankrupt. Well, Mr. Airwalk, who is obviously not an alt account. Even though this is the first time I've ever seen you come here. I've never seen your avatar anywhere before. And I'm 100% sure that you're not Darius trying to come gas me up. We already went through the whole video. So,
is that Nicolas Cage on his icon there?
It looks like it might be. A Kermit console need to pass an oncoming train test. Yeah. I was hoping... The hope was to get a SD card reader in it so we could have physical SD cards and not have to worry about doing anything online.
That would be very expensive, just selling SD cards with games on them.
Well, I was thinking of seeing, reaching out to Limited Run, Strictly Limited, one of them guys, see if they could. Like I said, we don't need to make the money, right, off of everything. I could be like, hey guys, if you fucking produce the cartridges, you can keep everything, right? You keep your cut, the developers keep their cut. We don't need any of it. We're cool to just make some money over here and make a little over there, right? Whatever gets the shit out the door. The idea would be to get the shit out the door, get a system going, and then, with the limited success, use that funds to build an actual better, baby steps. Little baby one, then a little like toddler one, and then we'll make like a teenage one, and then 10, 15 years from now, maybe a full-fledged adult, competitive console. But we got to get there through steps. You can't just, hey, I'm going to fucking be the number 4 console maker and throw a bunch of money at it, right? It's not going to happen. Plus, I'm not that rich. Just going to put it out there.
Yeah. I don't know. I think you'd make more money just building PCs and selling them.
But it's not about making money, Bob. It's about proving a point.
Well, it's not that easy to make a console, man. Unless you've got loads of money or loads of knowledge, then there's a bit of a sticking point. Because at some point, you're going to have to pay people to do shit.
I'd be like, yo, Latino discount. I got you. Mr. Airwalk says, I'm legit trying to understand what the problem is. Okay, so the problem was that I said some things with the source, and I wouldn't name the source, and that's a sticking point for Mr. Truxton. So there you go. You can buy SD cards in bulk.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I got to look at everything, see how much it costs, what it costs to do this, that, the other thing, right?
I'm not a hater on this. I'm just a realist. Like,
oh yeah. I'm not saying you are. I'm just, I don't want to get into like a whole fucking like spiel about it and like.
I find it interesting. It's something interesting to talk to. I find it very interesting.
Yeah. It is. I don't want to shill it. This isn't the platform for that.
I just think you're going to come into problems when you come to, say, needing someone to make the software, unless you know someone who's a software programmer.
Well,
then you can't really. I don't like.
Gataroos has graciously volunteered to help us making first-party software.
Oh, do you mean games though? I meant like firmware and shit.
Well, I think he has some knowledge on the firmware.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's a big step in the right way.
I know a couple other people. We're gonna reach out to some people when we get there, right?
Yeah.
Really, nice. Like I said, that's why like if we cut out the online stuff, right? Like no online, if it's just SD cards or whatever, what have you, right? We just need it so when you put the card in, it fucking works, right? It doesn't need a fancy UI, doesn't need any of that, no programming. It just needs to be able, like, you put the thing in and it reads it and fucking plays the game.
Put the thing in the thing?
Yeah, put the thing in the thing and make it work. You do the thing and you do it right and you don't fuck it up and it works. It just works. Sorry, what's he talking about? Project Unicorn. Also, with 52 people here, I think I need to stress the fact that I consider myself a bit of an entertainer. So sometimes I'll say things that are a little bit outrageous, or I'll play dumb, like with the whole Jerry thing a little while ago. I obviously knew that he was referring to Gary and not some mysterious Jerry person, right? Like, I think sometimes people like, or I'll say something like, I'm the greatest YouTuber of all time, right? Obviously, I'm not. Obviously, I don't even have 1,000 subs, so that would be a ludicrous thing to say, which is why it's funny, which is why you're supposed to laugh.
Yeah, murder mystery, but a lot of the people who've done Raspberry Pi projects, they haven't been entirely legit about the way they're putting out their product.
Summer of George, yeah.
Yeah, it's
So
about
are
to be
they
the
doing
summer of
Chapter
dirt.
11? Inside sources have said that they are going to do Chapter 11. It's coming soon.
Imminently. Yeah.
Imminently. But that's it. There was no formal announcement that yet. I mean, I could check Pacer real quick to see if they submitted anything to.
I predict that I will have a game out before the Amico ever comes out.
I don't think it's coming out. Didn't we already establish they're going to come out with something else that's not an Amico?
That's the point.
They're not Amico.
Could take me years. No, it shouldn't take me years.
Yeah,
Shouldn't
there's
take me
no bankruptcy case, nothing. So they might be waiting until Monday. Waiting for Cyrus to join the live stream. He might. He's joined it before. Dean says you don't have to have 1K or 1 million to be the greatest, as long as you feel you are and have another that's sub to you out of shame. That's all that matters. I mean, I know I'm not the greatest. I know my content is subpar. I'm always questioning why you guys are hanging around and watching us. It's my secret shame. Tony has a dry mouth as well as dry humor. Yeah, it's true. Actually, I got a wet mouth. I don't know why you would think I got a dry mouth. Tony has dry humor. I like it. Thank you, Potion Soda Run. I try. All right, Evil just donated 1 million doll hairs. Thank you, Evil. What's up, Evie?
Less mess if it's Frozen 2, Albert.
Whoa. Were you killing bodies?
No, disposing.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna joke with that. YouTube will fucking kill me. I've been having trouble making jokes lately. People don't seem to get them. You have to come clean and just tell us your sources, TT. Yeah. I don't want Tommy to be sued. He's been my source the whole time. In fact, when Tommy found out it was a scam, he contacted me. We've been secretly taking Intellivision down. We're going to expose them all. Big expose. Tommy's been wearing a wire this whole time. It's going to be on Netflix. To Build a Scam is the name of the series. Again, that was a joke, obviously. Tommy's not the source. Please don't run off and make that claim. Big Bob knows. Big Bob knows everything.
Oh, yeah.
You got anything else, Bob? You got any? We've been here almost 4 hours.
Yeah, if you like gameplay live streams and want to see me gaming, subscribe to my channel.
I mean, there's that. Bob does make good content. I would highly suggest you subscribe to his channel.
Yeah, I've mostly just been streaming games at the moment.
Stacking rocks.
Stacking fucking rocks. Oh, don't get me started. I'm so pissed off with that game.
Yeah, Gary was telling us about that. He's like, yeah, fucking Bob was just stacking rocks
for 20 minutes.
Oh,
it was riveting. It was fun watching, to be honest with you.
I put 70 hours into that game. 70 fucking hours. I was loving the story, really enjoying it. It was getting really cool. And then
the rocks broke.
No, it wasn't even the rocks. It was the ending of the game. It was the ending of the game.
Did you beat it? Did you beat it?
Yeah. Well, I beat it, and then I got the ending, and I didn't realize it was the ending because there was no credit roll. And then
is there multiple endings to the game or no?
There's 2 endings. There's 2 endings, and then there's
you got the shit ending.
No, I got the good ending, but it was an ending, but it was underwhelming. It wasn't very clear that it was the end of the game. And it throws you back into the game, and then there's more to do. And the ending of the game just made more questions about what was actually going on in the game. So I'd have no idea what the fuck's going on at the end of the game. I'd be more confused.
Do they still stick with the whole dream kind of bullshit with Assassin's Creed, or did they drop that? Because I hated that. I never really personally cared for the whole.
That's the big part of the whole series, is that like you've got this animus machine, and it taps into your DNA and sends you back into the past of your ancestors. But then like they completely changed the rules on that in this game, because it's like linked to the old games, and it's just like I was like so pissed because I thought it was going one way, and then at the end they just completely like sideswipe you. Like you need to go buy the DLC and like play more of the game to get like more understanding. I had to read like
that's shitty.
I had to read 4 pages of fucking an IGN article to figure out what the fuck had actually gone on. It was annoying. Yeah, I'm never playing an Assassin's Creed game again. Fuck that shit. There's a reason why I quit playing them in the past. And I hate Ubisoft.
Hold on, last few games you played were, what was the didn't Ubisoft do the Fallen Order? Or was that EA?
EA, I'm sure did Fallen Order.
Okay, that's what Ubisoft used to have the Star Wars license, didn't they? When they used to do the games. No,
maybe way back.
I think that was like Force Unleashed. Is that Ubisoft?
Maybe.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Hype Bear says Assassin's Creed launched Kristen Bell's career. I don't think that's true. Pretty sure she was on Veronica Mars.
Old Michigan gal.
No, Force Unleashed was LucasArts.
Or no, I guess you're right. EA Montreal's had it for a long time, right? Yeah, I think you're right. Not Ubisoft. EA Montreal's had the Star Wars shit for a long time.
Yeah, for a while. They've lost it now.
Also, there's this really good channel. I don't know if you heard of it, Bob. It's called New Game Plus. We've only put out one video so far.
Yeah, I've been lazy.
It's a fucking banger. So, what is Scorn? Game previews. 4 minute, 14 second.
It does look really good.
Best video on YouTube.
It reminds me a mix of like Alien, kind of Gears of War-ish, maybe a little bit of Doom in there. Scorn looks good.
Yeah. I need to
That's only on Xbox.
Hey, yeah. I'll probably be getting an Xbox then. I like my Xbox exclusives, especially if they're going to let you play Halo for free. And if I ever get the online and that whole mixture, I'd love to go back and play some Halo. I love me some Halo, so I'm digging that. Like I'm like that's what I'm like craving, a first person like shooter experience, because there's not like I mean, because the thing is like yeah, Switch has its games, but a lot of it's like ported games. They don't have anything like original for Switch that comes out, and I'm like, especially when the new BioShock finally comes out. I'll be really looking forward to that. So probably here in the next year, I want to get either a PlayStation or an Xbox, and I'll probably go Xbox route. I wish I really could have got my hands on one of those special edition Halo consoles, because I think that looked really nice.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
But I missed the boat on that. I had the money at the time, and I was like, should I get it? Then I'm like, I'm going to have to get a TV, and I was like, I'll pass. And then I just kind of pissed the money away. But I will say I did go back, Tony. I was wrong a little bit on our argument. Ryan McCaffrey's not a total idiot. He was partially right. That I went back and I restarted Alien because I was like, no, they're wrong. They're fucking wrong. I'm gonna go back and play it again. And I was like halfway through Nightmare mode, and when I restarted it, for some reason I thought that my original playthrough was on medium, and then I played hard. But I beat the game on hard. So he's not a total idiot when he says like you can use the tracker on hard, because you can. It's accessible on hard. And then Nightmare mode's the mode where it's the top tier mode in the game. So you can't really. I mean, you could still use the tracker. It still works to an extent, but it's pretty much broken. So it kind of comes and goes on the screen. But no, I was wrong in the sense that yes, he used it in the game, but for him to rate that game a 5 out of 10, Ryan McCaffrey's still a moron because clearly he didn't understand the game, and I highly disagree with that assessment of the game being broken to the point where he couldn't move. He would sit in certain areas for 10 to 20 minutes at a time, or whatever the hell the review said. For anybody who didn't play that game, it might not be a top tier level game. I still think it is one of the best survival horror games that's been made. I think the intensity of that game is
really.
Yeah, real quick, Rabbit Dude says, do you think Darius will return or will he never return again to my channel?
He'll return. I already called it, and he probably already returned with an alt account within 10 minutes of being upset. So
yeah, I'm sure a week, 2 weeks will go by, and he'll leave comments because he'll be interested in things we're talking about, or he'll leave a comment to tell me I suck or something. Whatever.
His bad take won't stop me from going in and dropping by to watch what he's playing.
So whatever. I don't censor here. I just ask that you don't fight with each other and don't drop any slurs because YouTube doesn't like that. My channel will get in trouble for you guys being assholes to each other in the chat or in the comment section. So I don't want my channel nuked for 2 other people being assholes. So.
I will say that. What were you going to say?
Oh, nothing. I was just going to reply to Albert. We was talking about Alien Isolation.
What did he say?
What the hell is Gary saying?
Ryan McCaffrey has a bad take on Alien Isolation.
I mean, he really bombed the game. He gave it IGN gave it a 5 out of 10, which I think is that's
fucking IGN though. They only give Call of Duty
right.
10 out of 10.
That's a. And I never really had too many problems with IGN. I used to stand up for IGN when a lot of people were giving them shit over the whole Pokemon too much water incident. But that's a bad take on that game. It's such a good game.
What's a bad take on what game?
The 5 out of 10. 5 out of 10.
Yeah, that's bad.
I mean, a lot of people liked it. I mean, a lot of people there's a lot. It's a split. There's a lot of people who think it's a masterpiece, like I do. There's a lot of people who think it's a good game. It's not bad. But
you gave it a 5.9 out of 10. Why are you even lying?
That's low. That's
it's
low.
Not a 5.
That's failing. It's a failing grade.
6?
5.9 is a failing grade. I don't even give Elden Ring. I haven't played Elden Ring, but I wouldn't even. I know where my score would fall with Elden Ring, and it wouldn't be a failing grade because I can't realistically say that it would be a failing grade. Is it going to be a masterpiece for me? No. Is it going to be a 9? Probably not. Would it fall probably between a 7 and an 8 realistically after everything I've seen? Yeah, that's where it would fall for me.
It says mediocre. It doesn't even say bad. It just says mediocre.
If you got a 5.9 out of a 10 on a test, that's
not the same scale. Okay, we're not going.
It is 10. A 9 out of 10 is an A. Would be an A.
No. Okay. First off, and I don't like to cut people off, but you're not listening. First off, what is the IGN scale? Because we're discussing IGN score. So
it's out of a 10.
Okay, but what is their numbers count as?
Well, considering they gave Alien Colonial Marines a 5 and they gave Isolation a 5.9, that's a terrible scale.
Yeah, they're that's the reason why people don't like IGN is they're all over the place. That's the problem with their shit. And I agree with you, Tony. I don't like giving game scores, and that's why I didn't like when I did Dandy and Randy and I did Cotton. I don't like giving scores because at the end of the day, I don't want anybody to use that score to rank against any other game that I've talked about. Now, when we've discussed what's a masterpiece, if here's the thing, when you said like nobody's calling a game a masterpiece, if your scale's a 10 and you give it a 10, you just said it's a perfect game. To me, a perfect game is a masterpiece. That's really what it should be.
Here's
the scale. Here's the official scale. It's not us guessing what their scale is. This is their scale, okay? Because they actually have where you can go and say, "Oh, what is the review?" Right? So 10 is a masterpiece on their scale, because you have to remember IGN might have a certain scale, then GameSpot might have a different scale, where a 6 on
Well,
GameSpot
right,
is actually
right.
a 7 on IGN, right? So
Not
we're
too-
talking about IGN. So masterpiece examples: God of War, Last of Us, Breath of the Wild, Grand Theft Auto 5. 9 is amazing. Examples: Resident Evil 2, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Forza Horizon 4, Batman, Arkham Knight.
Arkham Knight's a 9. Didn't know
8
that.
is great. Outer Worlds, Division 2, Kingdom Hearts 3, Greedfall. 7 is good. FIFA 20, Yoshi's Crafted World, Far Cry New Dawn, World War Z. 6 is okay. Wolfenstein Youngblood, Mario Party 10, Medieval, Assassin's Creed Chronicles China. So remember, they got a 5.9, so they're almost at okay. 5 is mediocre. This is the kind of bland, unremarkable game we've mostly forgotten about a day after we finish playing. A mediocre game isn't something you should spend your time or money on if you consider either to be precious, but they'll pass the time if you have nothing better to do. Examples include Crackdown 3, Beyond Eyes, Fallout 76, and Moon of Madness.
I mean, but it's close to a. I mean, I know we got to round up. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt that it's a 6 out. Why are they giving 5.9s if they don't have any decimal spots here listed here? So obviously it was a 6. We'll give them that it was a 6. But to be
Because
close
they had
to
a 20 at one point.
Well,
they
to
had
be-
a 100-point scale, and then they had a 20-point and a 10-point.
Yeah, that's too much. That's just too much. I always look at it as like, dude, if you got a 10 out of 10 scale, clearly your 10's your masterpiece, and for it to be as far away from like even a 9, it's craziness. The amount of adrenaline and on your edge that game delivers, I don't think another game comes anywhere near close to the feel you have when you're trying to get a door open, or the sense of like urgency you have to have in that game. Like I've played a lot of like horror games. Even Resident Evil 4 was really good for the time that it came out. I think that had a good like sense of fear in the game. And like I said, I haven't played the new Resident Evil, so I can't really tell you on those. Like watching those games don't do it justice. That's an experience I think you do have to play. Especially because
Resident Evil 8 did give me a lot of jump scares. I was quite jumpy at that game.
But here's the thing, like, and somebody I watched another review for the Alien game, and somebody had said something about, well, anybody can get, like, the easiest thing to create is a jump scare, right? I mean,
No.
I could point I mean back in the day they had the YouTube videos where like, hey, play this maze, and you were probably the first time you ever played it, a jump scare is easy to get somebody on. Like, those are the easy scares to get people on. To create actual tension and fear in a game, like that game, like playing through the 20 hours in that campaign, like it's there the entire time.
Real quick, Gary, can an opinion be wrong?
Yes.
Okay.
My opinion can be wrong. Anybody's opinion can be wrong. Because here's the thing, like, if I go and say Barbie for the NES is a fucking masterpiece, you're going to say I'm not wrong?
I'm going to ask you what your reasoning is before I say you're not wrong.
Right, but you agree. There's a cutoff. At some point, people can
There's
be
no
like,
cutoff.
you're batshit crazy. Well, no, there's no cutoff. You're right. Like, any opinion can be wrong. I never got mad for like people critiquing me on my take on Elden Ring.
I don't think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. So let me clarify. Opinions cannot be wrong.
No, they can be wrong. No, you can have your opinion. You can be wrong on your opinion.
How?
Here's the thing. It's not the opinion, so to say. It more comes down to your taste. Your taste is for shit.
No,
you can have your opinion.
But having a shitty taste doesn't make you wrong. It just means you have a shitty taste. It'd be like if you look at Gary, why do you
so then that's what it is. There you go. You can have an opinion, and obviously your opinion's gonna hold. Like, your opinion is your opinion, but at the end of the day, your opinion doesn't hold much weight if you have shitty taste.
But that's subjective.
Well, it is, but that's why everybody calls IGN shit. So I mean, clearly people agree that opinions can suck.
No, here's why. See, because Gary, you're misconstruing what people said. IGN sucks because it's obvious that they haven't played the full game. It's obvious that they're
No,
making
that's not.
inaccurate
No, that's
statements.
not true. That's not
Not
true.
every
That's
game.
not true.
Not every game, but there are a lot of games where it's clear.
Oh
that they
yeah, well
haven't played.
yeah. I mean, they clearly played the whole Pokemon game, and people trashed them because they said that the only reason they gave it such a low score was that there was so much water in the region.
That's not what they said.
Which I
though.
kind of.
That's 100%. That's 100% a lie. That's inaccurate.
That's not a lie. That was.
Yes,
It was.
It's
No, it's not.
100%.
No, it's not.
You want to bet, Gary?
It was.
I've
It
had
was
this
made up.
argument.
It was
Do you-
made up by the fans. The
Gary,
reason.
Gary, do you want to bet on this? It's a very simple question I'm asking.
It wasn't. No, I'm not going to bet on it because I know exactly what you're saying. No, it wasn't outright said that there was water in the region. That was what you can take from their actual review, though. Their review states that there wasn't much to do in the region. It was along those lines.
What happened was at the end of the review, there's a little section that has little blurbs, and one of the little
Yes, that
blurbs
has
said
the
too
score.
much, right? And
That
one
has
of
the water.
And one of the blurbs said too much water. That was it. But if you read the review, the review wasn't complaining about the amount of water.
That's tagged onto the review, though.
But that wasn't what the reviewer doesn't put those on.
They still fucked up by putting it there. It was tagged onto the review. You can't tag if they didn't feel that was their opinion, that shouldn't have been tagged onto the review. And that's where they fucked up. That's where they pissed everybody off.
Summary. But if you read the whole review, then you would know that what they were referring to when they tagged it too much. You can't put like fucking a whole paragraph into that little section, right? You
They
gotta have
should.
little snappy things.
They shouldn't. They shouldn't have had that. It should have just been the score. That's what never pissed me off because I actually agreed with the review. Back in the day, I agreed with that review. I thought that the region was a bit small, and there are a lot of sections where you're just kind of crossing bodies of water, and there are a lot of fights that take place kind of more so than in previous regions. So I don't really. They got crucified over that. I don't think their review was that awful, but I see why people got pissed over it because at the time, a lot of people playing those games were Gen 3, hardcore Gen 3 players. So they got really upset with that review. And I don't think everybody at IGN at the time was like terrible. Ryan McCaffrey's had some really bad takes on games.
Well, here's the thing. Again, now you guys are trying to make me defend IGN, which I really don't make me defend IGN.
Please don't.
IGN is a big website with lots of reviewers, right? So
I understand. I understand.
You can't be like IGN sucks because you got to be like this particular reviewer sucks.
Person sucks, right? And I've always defended IGN for that thing. Like, not everything they've done has been garbage. They've had a lot of good, like, high points where they've been right, and they've had people do a good, thorough review on it. No, I agree. But I do stand like you can have your opinion on a game. I can have my take. You can call me right. You can say I'm wrong. I mean, obviously you can do it, right? You guys
can be wrong. I don't think I never criticized your opinion. I criticized what you were basing your opinion on. If you base your opinion on incorrect information, then your opinion is flawed, right? Like if I don't like you because I think you're racist, but you're not really racist, then my basis for not liking you.
But I haven't been wrong on anything that I based Elden Ring on. Open world, yeah, like open, but I don't have to play it. That's the thing. I don't have to play it. What is the difference? I don't see the difference of watching. Like if I watch 100 hours of Elden Ring, and I play
you watch a lot of porn.
No, listen. If I listen.
No,
listen. Let me make my point. If I watch 100 hours of Elden Ring and I only put 10 minutes of Elden Ring in, you think the person who played 10 minutes of Elden Ring has a better say of how that game is than the person who watched it completely watched every aspect of that game?
100%.
No,
yes.
No.
Gary, do you watch porn?
Of course I do.
Okay. Whose opinion would you trust? The guy who spends all day watching porn, or the guy who got laid once? Who's better informed as to how sex operates?
What does watching porn have anything to do with it?
Because you just watched Elden Ring. You didn't play.
You mean who's got That is a different experience entirely. And one person, and I'm still not going to agree with you on this because that one person doesn't mean.
But you don't
No,
want to.
I'm not. No,
because you
no, I'm
understand
not.
the point I made.
No,
You didn't
that point
experience
is
it.
not. No, you don't have to
You just
experience.
watched it.
Then why is it people formulate their opinions on games they know is shovelware?
If I was like, hey, I need sex advice, I'm going to go to the guy who gets laid, even if it's only a couple of times, versus the guy who just spends all day watching.
Then I don't.
You're
Then
a virgin,
everybody's.
but you watched a
But
lot of
everybody.
it, so you know, right?
Everybody's lying to themselves then, because what are the point of watching reviews then?
Watching
what
a
are
review
the
is
point?
to get information. It's not to assess whether or not you believe the game is good.
Exactly. But then there are people who watch a review and they'll say, "I'm just not going to buy that game." How do you know you've never played it?
Because they didn't like what it looked like. It has nothing to do
Exactly.
with
so they can
but they
afford.
don't
Yeah.
say
So
the game is good or not. They didn't say, "Hey, the game is not a masterpiece." They just said, "That's not for me." I could watch a game. And go, you know
I
what?
never
I
said
don't
Elden
like
Ring.
this.
I could tell you from watching weeks of that game of gameplay that it's not a masterpiece. Even if I play it for 10 minutes, 100 hours, it's not a masterpiece, and I can
Gary,
pick it apart.
This is what you sound like.
You're wrong.
I've watched that porn star in every movie. She's not a good lay. I'm 100%.
But again, you can't.
Sex with her,
So
it wouldn't
hold
feel
on,
good.
but let Bob chime in because he said I'm wrong. So he's saying my opinion's wrong.
Yeah, because Elden Ring is a masterpiece. It's as much a masterpiece as
So
Alien Isolation.
Tony, I make my point that people do say opinions are wrong. I'm not the only person who feels that way.
Well, I have played 17 hours of the game.
So if I play 1 hour of it tomorrow and I still say it, and then I say it's dog shit, it's a 5. That's my opinion. Am I wrong?
No, now you have a basis for your opinion.
You have a better basis for your opinion.
But I still be wrong in your sense, Bob? Like in your general take, did you say my exactly?
Because let me say, because number one, you're not a fan of Dark Souls for a start, so your judgment is already skewed.
No, it's not. No, it's not biased. Here's the thing: are there other games that play exactly like Elden Ring? Is Elden Ring a one of a kind game? Is it a one of a kind game? Kingdom, yes,
one of a kind
yes,
game?
yes. Here's the difference between Elden Ring. Elden Ring goes back to a game that's been created a long time ago, in like 2009. Alien Isolation has just now had games that have been similar to it in the past few years. Like I haven't played Resident Evil, the one with the house and the dude or whatever. That I would assume that's kind of similar. I haven't played it, but there are no games like Alien. There are no games like that game. There are none.
Yeah, there is.
What game plays like Alien Isolation?
Friday
and I will play
the 13th on NES.
it.
You have a guy chasing you, and you got to get away from him.
That's a really far stretch.
Not really. The stretch you're making is just as bad.
No,
you're saying because the game is evil. You're saying
there's nothing like it on the market. There's nothing.
Wait, hold on.
Like, give me a good close.
Hold up, Gary. You say there's nothing on the market like Alien Isolation, correct?
Alien Cloning Wings.
Hold on. Gary, is your statement that there's nothing on the market like Alien Isolation?
There is today, and there's probably a ton of games now today that I haven't played.
So either there is or there isn't. What are you saying? Because you're saying that there's.
When did the game come out? Because we're making a correlation between Elden Ring now. Okay, you're taking Elden Ring now, and you're saying this game's let's just say for kicks, we're calling it a masterpiece. There are already games that exist that are identical to that game.
There's no
mind
game
you,
identical.
Souls 3, Souls 1, 2, 3, Kingdom. Okay,
Souls
not identical.
1.
Close.
Right.
Very close. Very, very, very close. Similar. Not identical, yes. You're right. Not identical. And there isn't anything similar to Alien Infestation at all. Not to the extent where, like, how many Alien Infestation games are there? Is there one? Is there another game?
Isolation. What game are we talking about?
Okay, Isolation. I get the two mixed up. Yeah, Infestation is for the DS. Sorry, I keep mixing that up.
Here's what
Isolation.
Here's what I'm saying. If Alien Isolation was a masterpiece, shouldn't it have been copied to high hell? Shouldn't we have tons of
Didn't
games that
sell
play
well.
identically.
Didn't sell well.
Why
And
didn't it
it-
sell
and it-
well? Why do you think it
it-
didn't sell well? Because the market decided it wasn't a masterpiece. The market said, "Hey, the opinion of the general consensus is this game
That's
is not a masterpiece."
where are you getting that from?
It
A
didn't
lot of
sell
people
well.
said it. It sell well. We've already established that selling well does not make a game good or bad.
Yes, it does.
No,
Games
it
that sell
doesn't.
well are probably
Pokemon
better.
Legends Arceus at this point in time is being ripped apart by the community, by Pokemon players. That game just came out in
who cares?
January, and people are
Who cares? Who cares
because
what the
that's the
Pokemon
general
community
consensus.
says?
Because
Who
that's the
cares?
general consensus of the
It's
game.
not.
That's what you're
No,
talking about.
No. Listen to what you said. You don't listen to your words. You said the Pokemon community.
Yes, the
General
fan
consensus.
base play.
But guess what, Gary? People beyond the Pokemon community have bought Arceus. So the consensus outside of the Pokemon community is that it's a good game. That's why it's
Okay,
sold well.
so I'll make sure I listen to 5-year-olds when I take my advice, because that's a more majority than the actual Pokemon fan base.
So now there's a age.
Oh, there
barrier as to
definitely
when
is.
someone
Would you let a 5-year-old drive your car?
That has nothing to do with
Does
whether
he?
or not the
Yes,
quality.
it does.
I would let a 5-year-old tell me if a car looks nice.
Would you let a five? Would you let a? Okay, not a car. Let's go this way. Would you let a 5-year-old pick out your outfit? Make decisions. Make big boy decisions.
I would be like, hey, do I look nice in this?
No.
Let me get your opinion. If a 5-year-old is the only person around, and I'm like,
They're
does this
honest.
look nice?
They're honest, but they don't make good. They don't have good decision making.
That's not a decision.
What I'm
asking
saying.
their
What I'm
opinion.
saying is.
Opinion not
What
a
I'm saying
decision.
is
I didn't say,
generally.
what do you want to eat for lunch, or make
Here's the shift.
mortgage payment.
Here's the shift.
Go on, Gary. I'll let you go.
I was going to say here's the shift. I said it before, and I stick to it. Open world games right now is a fad, and you can agree with me or you don't have to agree with me, but the proof is in the pudding. There's a reason why Pokemon has shifted to open world and is copying Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild brought it into this sense that to be successful, you need to now shift your series into an open world style game. Sonic's doing it, for Christ. I cannot even understand why they would think Sonic
you really
would work.
think that From Software looked at Breath of the Wild and said, "We need this for Dark Souls"?
No, but and we've already established that open world has been a thing for a long time, since PS2 days. It's been a thing. I mean, Shadow of the Colossus was like an open world kind of. I mean, it's linear in a sense, but it's open. Here's the thing: open world has branched off into two different meanings now. Open world just means kind of sandbox, do what you want. But we did establish the other day that there is two types. There's do it play it any way you want to play, like Breath of the Wild, or there's more of a linear, like you said, Bob. There's a middle, there's progression, there's like a beginning, a middle, and an end. So it has kind of branched off into two different kind of meanings, this open world thing, where sandbox games have been a thing for a long time. So being that Elden Ring is in a sandbox environment, it's nothing new. It's not like they've done something fresh.
It's new to the series.
It's new to the series. I will agree with that.
Hold on. Let me get to the heart of the issue, okay? What does a game need for you to qualify it as a masterpiece? That's the whole issue here.
Yeah.
But here to be to be a one of a kind experience. Alien Isolation is a one of a kind experience.
Hold on. So in your opinion, only one of a kind.
No, that's not the only thing. That is not.
But I
That
asked
is
you
not
very
the
clearly.
only thing.
I said, Gary, very clearly.
It's part of it. It's part of it.
Gary, in totality, what needs to be done?
What I don't. Here's the easier way to go about it. What I don't consider a masterpiece is reusing assets, having broken aspects where you probably can't play Elden Ring unless you do a lot of research on the game. There are literally broken stats in the game. Using your endurance. Go watch the review that I posted. Things that he talks about are things that I've seen. You actually cannot, parrying and shield stuff. It's like, have you ever played
you keep making half sentences. Have you noticed?
What's the parrying and the parrying?
You can't parrying and shield play. It is almost useless up until halfway through the game.
That's bullshit. The guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
You literally can, and you do not have to put anything. You don't have.
You can parry and use shields on.
Yeah, you can use it, but
at the very start of the game, and also the bosses. All the bosses have a hidden stagger bar.
But do you rely on the roll mechanic? Do you rely on the roll mechanic more than you do parrying and shield using?
Me personally,
everybody does. It's a 90. That part of the game is like 90%. It's 90% rolling.
Not. It's not 90% rolling. Me and my friend Mobius literally play Dark Souls to try.
Can you beat that game without rolling at all in that game? Do you think you could beat that game without rolling?
I bet you could go on YouTube and find a no rolling challenge video.
You probably could.
If you're
especially
good
like the parrying system is great, and there's a
it's high. It's like
no.
The best.
You were going to say
you're highly dependent. I know. I'm going to say you're highly dependent on that roll mechanic.
No, you're not.
It's not hard. It's not hard.
Get good, then you won't need it.
I challenge me. Pull up any. You pull. I will challenge you. I will donate $100 to charity. Find me one boss fight right now that you can find where the player didn't roll one time. Do it.
How much money?
Without destroying. I'm not talking about going to like a boss when he's over leveled. I'm talking a legitimate, like he just got to the boss. He's at the level he should be, and he didn't dodge one time. I want to see that.
Godric the Grafted, RL1, no roll, no block, jump skills, no upgrades, Orcs buff here. $100, please, Gary. I'll give you my PayPal later. It's in the private link. I haven't even watched it, but I trust it. 4 minutes. It's even got the inputs he's using on the controller. And also, like, I want to go back to what is a masterpiece. Sales doesn't guarantee a masterpiece. Art, gameplay, many factors come into being an art.
Of course, and there's a lot of pieces that go into it. So I mean, everybody across the board on Elden Ring bitch about the story wise. They say it's an awful story. So right there, how can you have a masterpiece if the story's shit?
Gary,
well,
how much are you donating to charity?
Huh?
How much are you donating to charity? Elden Ring, Millennia, Blade of McQuell, RL1, no roll, block, parry, jump, status, world's first. It's a 3-minute and 3-second video.
And he's not OP'd for this. He's at level.
Naked.
And what's his sword? What's his sword he has? He has a regular weapon, no upgraded stat. What are like? I want to see. No, I already said that. No. Rewind it because that's not what I said. I said
if video because that's the first boss. There's probably more easily identifiable.
See, what you're taking like some master player out of like you can't do that.
Say that. Now you're putting.
I'm not. That's exactly what I said. I already made those stipulations at the beginning.
You said go find any YouTube video with no roll dodge right now on YouTube.
So what is the stipulations, Gary?
The stipulations is a regular player getting to
what's a regular
point.
Player?
A guy that hasn't put like 500 hours into Elden Ring and every Dark Souls he's ever played, master tier rank player.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll defeat God.
Is that a master? Has this guy played every Dark Souls and every Blood? I can guarantee you he has. I can guarantee you he has.
To figure out if
it's a highly relied on mechanic in the game. That is without a doubt.
Gary,
because you have to rely on a mechanic.
Have you ever played Street Fighter, Gary?
Yes.
Street Fighter 2 is not a masterpiece because you have a block in that and everybody relies on it. And Street Fighter 1 had a block. So Street Fighter 2 must suck as a game. It's the worst game ever.
Has Street Fighter ever been nominated for Game of the Year too?
Street Fighter 2 it's considered one of the groundbreaking.
No. Did it win? Back then it wasn't Game of the Year.
Game of the Year back then.
It was revolutionary for the entire fighting game genre.
Here's the other point I was trying to make though. Like Oblivion's
the next 30 years.
Oblivion was a fantastic game. You know what fucked that game over from being a masterpiece? was the fact that it had a system and it had a leveling system in place that was cryptic, and nobody knew about that until the pocket protectors came out, and the nerds with the glasses were like, "Look, you can't play it this way. This is how you have to play the game." Nobody knew that system was in place until people figured it out, and that's what killed that game. Like you can go through Oblivion.
Supposed to know it was in place. You were just supposed to play the game.
Yeah, but if you don't play it right, if you get to the end of the game when you don't level your character right, it ruins the experience. It would have been Oblivion would have been. Oh, it does. Have you ever played Oblivion?
No.
If you don't level your character right, it will the enemies will overpower you, and it will not be fun at all. If you don't, well, here's the thing: if you semi-level your character right, if you do it semi-right without realizing you're doing, because my very first playthrough of that game, I loved the game, and I actually must have done something right. My second playthrough of the game, I couldn't understand why I was getting my ass kicked until
we're going way off base. I just want a real quick, concise.
There isn't a quick. It's not an easy, quick, and concise thing that you can say what is a masterpiece. It has to have story. It has to look good. It has to not be broken. It has to have sound design. There's so many elements that go into the game. I'm just going to tell you the short and sweet that you're not going to get me to say that Elden Ring is a masterpiece when the game has been. I don't want to get
you to say Elden Ring. I just want to understand what your opinion of what qualifies as a masterpiece.
The argument here is that
there's no argument.
Elden Ring has been done before. It's called Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 in an open world, and that is it.
That is such a terrible take.
It isn't.
That is such a terrible take.
Gary, I just want to know. So what you're saying is any game that has similar features to a previous game.
No, see, you're trying. No, you're trying to.
I'm trying to qualify why you say this isn't a masterpiece. Give me
because every game. Because here's the thing: you want to say graphics are good. Okay, the graphics are standard for every. There are multiple games that look just as pretty as Elden Ring. Can we not agree on that?
So it has to be better.
Elden Ring has its own style, though.
Hold on, Bob.
No, I agree. It has its own art style, but is it pretty?
Hold on, we're gonna get to the core of this.
Times.
Does it have physics like most other current games do?
Yeah.
Gary, hold on. So what you're saying is the game has to be better than every other game.
It has to be you have to do something new. If you make Mario 3 in today's day and age, what would qualify it as it being a masterpiece? I don't understand. If you make the same game.
Well, if the game didn't exist,
Elden Ring is not the same game as Dark Souls 1, 2, 3.
It's got mechanics that mirror the game. Gary, they have not really It's been done before.
In the last 10 years?
Have you played
and fighting games never get they never are qualified as masterpiece games.
Some
never.
Yeah.
Never.
Yes.
No. What was the last masterpiece fighting game? Blaze Blue?
Guilty Gear Strive. Everyone's going mad over Guilty Gear Strive. That's.
I mean, a lot of people were mad over Z Fighters. Z Fighters was fantastic, but I wouldn't consider it a masterpiece.
It was. It added more to the genre.
I think it was. Here's the thing. I think it was close, but it was been done before. Those elements were in other games before Z Fighters.
There's elements in Z Fighters which hasn't been done before in fighting games.
But I mean, they took a play out of Marvel vs. Capcom's book. That's all they did.
Gary, you're never gonna find a game in this day and age that is so wildly different from every other game.
You will. It's called marrying all of the good things from each different. When you take a game, so you take.
But by your take, those things in Elden Ring are good from the previous game. So why are you upset that they use the good things from the previous games to be in Elden Ring? If dodge roll is good, why are you upset that they're using dodge roll?
And also, Elden Ring takes as much inspiration from Sekiro and a bit of Bloodborne as well, infuse the games. And Sekiro is a completely different game to the Dark Souls series.
But here's the thing: if you're gonna reuse things, they need to be upgraded, and not just You made it like there's no doubt that the game's smoother. It plays the smoothest out of the series. I'll agree with that.
That's debatable.
Bob's really like, no, you're wrong.
It actually has bad frame issues.
That's not what I like. See, this is the easy way to take away and say that it's not a masterpiece is that simply because it mirrors too much of what came before it in its own series.
That's such a
that's why I say
statement.
That's why I say when I say Alien Isolation, there was no Alien Isolation before that. There was nothing before that set.
Yes, but it has crafting mechanics. There's many mechanics which are in other games.
The crafting mechanics are very minor to that game. They're a nothing point. They don't make or break that game. They don't make or break the game.
Well,
because when you play it on nightmare mode, you hardly craft anything. You're given no items in that game, basically. Like I'm like 4 hours into nightmare mode, and I have like 2 syringes or health med kits or whatever the fuck they're called, and like either a smoke bomb or a flashbang. That's it. Those are like
real quick, Gary. who can you trust as far as a review goes?
A review? I don't base on anybody's review. I will tell this, like you're supposed to pick and choose what you have to take away from each reviewer. That's why I can watch Metal Jesus review a game.
I'm asking you because
nobody. I don't watch any. Like I used to watch reviews. I don't watch reviews anymore. I just look at like.
Hold on. You said you don't watch it. You can stop. You don't have to keep talking. You can't stop.
Yeah, I don't really watch reviews. I mean, I do, but I don't.
Okay, so if you don't watch anybody's reviews, right? How can I present to you a game and say, look, this game got rated 10 out of 10. It's a masterpiece, Gary. And then you'll just be like, well, those reviewers are
nobody needs to know whether that's the thing. A masterpiece, it's subjective, right? We're all arguing over the whether Elden Ring is and whether Alien Isolation is or not. That's irrelevant. The whole point of the review is whether you like the game enough to buy it and play it. That's it. That's all it's supposed to be for. That's why people get upset when IGN calls a game that they think is a fucking 10 and they call it that's why everybody's getting so upset about this. At the end of the day,
you're the only one getting upset.
No, I'm just saying, like, nobody has to go and base like my whole thing on the game and be up like at least up in arms. You might not be upset, but that's last week was, between Bob and Potion Sword Run, they were pretty vocal that I was wrong about it. So obviously they disagree. Whether you want to call it being upset or whatever, there's a strong disagreement that
I think
I'm wrong.
You're misunderstanding, dude. And I think the problem is that you're not listening to what people are saying. People do not have a problem with your opinion. They have a problem with what you're basing your opinion. You're saying things that they believe are factually incorrect.
That's not factually incorrect. It's factually true that you can go throughout in the entire Elden Ring experience and not put one stat point in endurance. And there are other people who agree with that, and there are people who disagree with that. But it's been proven.
You can go through all of Elden Ring without putting one point of.
No, that's not what I'm talking. No, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking. You can get through the entire game without having to do that. You cannot get through the entire game of Elden Ring without putting any stats in your thing. You have to upgrade your guy. Endurance comes.
Gary.
You don't need endurance.
Gary,
I haven't upgraded my endurance in 17 hours. I've mostly been focusing on an intelligent strength build.
Hold on, Gary.
At some point throughout the game, the game scales.
Stop.
You never need endurance in an Elden Ring.
Stop. Gary, what you're missing is you can build your character any way you want. And if you're good enough, you don't need to put a point in any particular stat because you're good enough, so it doesn't work. That's the beauty of the game. That's the beauty. You don't have to do it. If you can play a certain way, that's your style. And so you build towards your style of gameplay. If you're playing an intelligence build, you don't need to put any stats in strength because you're playing towards your intelligence build, right?
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna have to agree. We're gonna agree to disagree on what you're talking about. No, because you're trying to say what I'm saying is factually wrong, and it's not.
You said you don't have to put anything into endurance.
You don't. You can play through that entire game, whether your skill level's shit or good, and you don't have to because you get penalized for using the endurance stat when it's not really that necessary. It's a broken aspect of the leveling system.
What the fuck are you saying? Like the whole
It's already been proven that you can go through the entire game, whether your skill level is shitty or good, and not put a single point in endurance because it's a waste of skill points. There are better allocations for your points in that game. Whether, like, if you're shitty,
and why does
you
that
can
make that a bad game?
because it's like I said, and I'm comparing it to Oblivion, where there are certain things you put your skill points into. It's a broken aspect. It's unbalanced. That's part of it.
Gary, hold on. What does endurance do, Gary?
Your endurance, it increases your stamina meter, right?
Yes,
No,
and
you get it,
and you get
Gary,
and you get
telling me about the game that he's never played. What does endurance do?
And you get enough like your stamina bar goes up according to how much endurance you have, correct?
Slowly,
I don't know. You don't ask questions, Gary. You're supposed
it
to
also
know.
increases your weight carry.
I mean, I never said I was a fucking expert on the game, dude. I told you I've watched weeks enough to know that the game is not a perfect game. That's all I'm saying.
But I'm saying, listen to what I'm saying. You're making a statement about a stat.
I did. I said it's endurance. You have enough endurance from the beginning of the game to finish to the end of the game.
Yes, that is true. But that could also be said for any Dark Souls game. And that could also be said for a lot of games.
Exactly. So it is part of a broken system, in my opinion.
It's not broken. If you want to increase your weight load,
because if you don't know, if you're a casual, because listen, if you're a casual and you're like, shit, well, most games have told me that I should be balanced. I should be a balanced fighter.
What games have you played, Gary?
I'm talking. I said casual. You're not listening to what I'm saying. If you're casual and you're not if you're not a number crunching nerd who doesn't know,
I'm not a number. I don't crunch. I don't min max. I don't crunch numbers.
You can get through the entire game without putting a stat point. So the person who ends up putting stat points in endurance, wasting those points, doesn't realize.
Wait. That's what I'm saying. Why is it
that
wasted?
Because it's a broken aspect of the game if you don't need it. Because you don't need it. Because it's unnecessary.
It's not unnecessary.
It is unnecessary. That's the disagreement we're gonna have.
Bob, hold on. Gary, you're saying things, but you're not explaining. I'm asking you to explain.
You want me to explain it until you can pick a certain part away. I've already explained it.
I don't want to nitpick. You said you don't have to put any stats in it because you don't need it. But if I put stats in it, if I put points in it, why is it wasted? It doesn't do anything?
You could have. No, it does, but it's unnecessary. You could be using those skill points to further out your damage.
That's according to the review you've watched.
Hold
no.
on. Bob, I got this. Gary, do I need to use a shield in Elden Ring? Can I go through the whole game without using a shield?
Yes.
Shields are unnecessary. It's a broken system.
Yes. So and we're claiming that the game like here's the thing.
You see how stupid that sounds, Gary? That for me to say, hey, an option in the game, a shield, is a broken system because you don't need to use it.
And
endurance does weight limit and your stamina.
It's not stupid. It's
not a waste. It increases it. It does something. It has a function.
And you get more endurance. You can beat the game with the standard amount of endurance, but actually for noobs, I would recommend increasing your endurance so that you've got more stamina, so you can do more dodge rolls, so that it makes the game easier. Me and my friend had this big argument about Bloodborne back in the day. He was like, "Oh, I'm upgrading my health so I can take more hits." And I was like, no, I'm upgrading my endurance so I can deal out more hits and be more aggressive. And I ended up being the right one on that game because
let me just
gameplay is rewarded more in Bloodborne than most.
Let me just start with this. Have they patched the game? Have they tweaked any of the balancing issues from the get-go?
Lots of it, yes.
Okay. So we agree that at some point the game couldn't have been a perfect game if they were tweaking elements. Well, that's the argument we're having, though. It's not. That's been my argument.
There's a difference between.
And I never said it wasn't a 7, 8, or a 9. Well, I didn't say it wasn't a 9, but I did. I said a 7 or 8. So we agreed that it's probably most likely not a masterpiece, but it is a high-ranked game.
I
See,
would
Bob.
say
See, Bob saying it's a masterpiece. Exactly.
I would say it's
So
a
we do
masterpiece.
disagree.
Wait. Before you make assumptions about what I'm going to say, let me say what I'm going to say. A game can be a masterpiece, but it doesn't have to be perfect. For fuck's sake, there's no such thing as a perfect game.
I think that's wrong. I think there are perfect games. I disagree.
Name one perfect game.
Alien Isolation is a perfect
That's
game.
the only game.
It's shitty at 30
It's not the only
FPS.
game. It's not the only game. I've already
I've
already told you. I said BioShock was a perfect game.
Ooh,
30 frames per second is what makes the game shitty.
Hold up. Blinded Braille says, Gary, the same thing happened with Alien Isolation. It got patched from being a broken game. Now what?
What was broken in it? What was broken in it? It wasn't broken.
Did it get patched?
Yes.
I don't know what he's talking about. He'd have to. You can't just throw a generalization. You have to exactly say what it was patched.
So you think it's a perfect game, but you don't know whether or not the game ever got patched.
I mean, it has its issues on Switch, and I've only played it on Switch. I haven't played it on 360. I haven't played it on. We're not talking about what got patched. Did they fix? Did they add in things to balance the game?
Yeah,
they didn't.
Cinematic cutscenes were dropping frames.
Frame dropping is not indicative of a perfect game. 30 frames or 60 frames a second does not make a game. I'm going to tell you that right now. That does not. I used to play Nintendo games that frame flickered.
Hold on, because you asked a question and you don't give anyone time to answer. It says Creative Assembly also say they're working on bringing an update to fix a number of other in-game issues and will announce distribution dates as soon as possible. The game got patched several times. Gary.
What got patched? What got patched?
Want me to pull up the patch notes?
A cutscene is not. They didn't balance the game. Okay,
how do you know?
Didn't have.
You don't even know that it got patched.
No. You're. First of all, well, until you pull up what exactly got patched, I want to know what exactly got patched. We're talking about a game that was done, finished. They released, and they nerfed things. So people who had the what is the little summon fucking thing that follows you around in Elden Ring? What's that called?
So here it is.
The summon.
Day one. It got day one patch.
They nerfed that.
By the way, day one patch. Day one.
Okay, day one means it was already in the works. Was there a day one patch for Elden Ring?
It released
a day exactly. So okay, so it wasn't perfect. That means it was ready. That patch was ready to go. They didn't do it all in one day, Tony. They had it ready to go. Once it released, they would update the game.
Gary, do you know what a day one patch is?
Yes, I do. Do you? It means that it released on day one of the game, which means that patch had to be in the works before the game released. It didn't get fixed on the day it released.
But it also means it's not on the disc. Or it's not on the game itself. So the game they released is
I never said patches in general. I'm talking about balancing issues in a game. We are talking about what Elden Ring did. They nerfed aspects of the game because they were too OP in the game.
Here's what it says. Here's the patch. Backtracking and exploration, scripting, motion tracker objective, dialogue, game UI issue, AI pathfinding, and lockers. That was the day one patch.
So bugs. Yeah, bugs. We're talking about bugs, not balancing issues.
It's not perfect. The game with bugs is not a masterpiece.
They balance every fucking fighting game.
If you guys really consider frame dropping part of what makes a game a masterpiece, then I don't know what they are.
Frame dropping, did I? UI issues.
Issues. Those are bugs. We're not talking about balancing issues. We're not. They created a game.
So a game can have bugs and be perfect. Is what you're saying?
Yes.
You're also saying that in this modern day and age, where we have the facility to adjust gameplay aspects on release of a game, when companies might not have a huge Q&A thing, it makes it a bad game.
Not entirely, but it's part of it. Yes. If the problem is that's the problem with companies nowadays, is that they're making bullshit games and not putting the love and attention because they know they can release the games. They know they can release them and patch them after the fact. Was that a day? Well, let's just answer this. Was that a day one patch? The nerf that they did for the summon, was that a day one patch?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think
that was like a week or two after.
Yeah, and there's been a few patches recently tweaking boss stuff.
Yeah, they're tweaking all these little aspects. Something like back when that came out, that wasn't a huge thing back then. Like companies they just started doing that. That was like at the dawn of like Xbox One, they started doing that shit. They didn't do that on 360.
Yes, they did.
No, they did. BioShock was never. What was BioShock patched on? And I will tell you to the day I die, that's a masterpiece game. Has a lot of issues in it. There are things that can be forgivable in a game. There's no doubt.
Yeah,
but balancing issues are different. They're like you didn't create. They are highly different than you have a bug, a UI bug, you have a problem within your game and your code. That is different from you making the game a certain way, but because players were having a difficult time with it, you nerfed a boss. That means your game was not perfect up to your standards, so you had to fucking nerf it.
That means your customers were not up to the standards of your game, and you had to
nerf it.
I don't know, because why would they change it then? Because if the developers believed,
because people complained.
People weren't complaining about stuff they patched in Elden Ring. I believe that From Software patched certain elements of it because the game wasn't playing how they intended. And they wanted to perfect it more. They wanted to improve on something they'd already
and I mean, I'll give it credit because it is a big game. It really, like you said, Bob, it's kind of hard because there's so many ins and outs of that game. There's a lot to cover, and you're not going to do it with a small team of maybe like 200 testers. And that would be really small, I think. I think like you're just not going to get all those little like details. I get that. It's different nowadays because games are so large. There's just a big difference. But I still feel like they're patching things that didn't quite. And did they need to like patch certain things? I mean, they could have left the game the same. I mean, people you pulled up a video of a guy still steamrolling the game. Or like, and I guarantee he's probably going to still steamroll the game even though they patched it. I mean, obviously your level of skill comes into play. What I'm saying is that Alien Isolation just was a different beast. They didn't fine tune things. They fixed bugs in the game. Patching is not indicative of the game being like not a masterpiece or a masterpiece. Frames to me don't matter. Graphics are not a huge, like clearly if the game is like really lacking and it's like, if Elden Ring was really lacking in the graphics department, people would be criticizing it, of course, because there is a level that like it has to reach a standard. I mean, it's a current game; it has to reach a certain standard now.
So would you call a game with a bug that breaks the game? The game is now
it's a game-breaking bug. It's unplayable. That is not going to be. It's not going to be perfect. It depends what it is. I mean, I played Alien Isolation on Switch. It has audio issues. But did that stop it from being a perfect game?
If it has a game-breaking bug, would it not be perfect?
Like, it has to be breaking. It has to be breaking to the point where you cannot pass it. You can't like if it breaks it and it like if the game freezes or it starts you over or whatever, it's not game breaking. Game breaking is different for everybody.
Well, what if the
Cheetah Men 2 for NES is game breaking because you can't beat it.
What if the alien just stops moving? Would that be?
I mean, but
what? You seem to be
would have to
excuses.
because I'm not making any excuses. It has to happen in every person's game. If it only happens one,
it does. It happens in every person's game. Is this a game breaking bug that we could now say that Alien Isolation is not perfect?
It was not in its form. Yes, it's not perfect in its form. I've never experienced that bug though. So unfortunately, I couldn't tell you.
Yes, it's a nightmare mode. Bug.
And it's patched though, right?
So at one point it was not perfect, right?
Yeah, it wasn't perfect. I couldn't tell you about that because I haven't experienced it. But if it's patched, I would say it's not a perfect.
Like every time we bring something up, you just dismiss it. Well, I didn't play it.
I didn't dismiss it.
I didn't get that bug, so fuck it.
If it's patched in my version, how am I going to experience it?
But if they had to patch it, if they necessitated a patch, then it means that it existed, and so it wasn't perfect. So the game is not a masterpiece by your own metrics.
Yeah, I would agree with that. If it was game breaking, was it? Can you pull up something that confirms it was in every single game?
Let me
have to
dig through
experience
8
it.
years of the internet to try to find out whether or not every single person who's ever
Well,
played Alien Isolation.
here's the thing. You want to know the easy one to go to? Go to Angry Joe, because he played it right when it came on Xbox One, and if that was a thing that he played on.
But Nightmare Mode wasn't originally in the game. They added that.
Okay,
so
you're
you didn't know
talking
that because you didn't do any research on the game that you said is a masterpiece.
So you're trying to facilitate the game wasn't a masterpiece because the extra mode that they added in had a game-breaking bug that wasn't on the game itself, is what you're trying to get me at. So the game never had the so what you're trying to say is that the game never had the bug. So yeah, it was never game-breaking. It never broke anybody's game. It's what you just said. They just added Nightmare Mode in, which it was only in Nightmare Mode, and if it was never originally in the game, so then it never originally existed until they added that mode in DLC, right? Because they added it in DLC.
So now your new position is whatever the game is originally. Originally, before
that's what I've always said. That's what we've been talking about.
Okay, so the game originally. Hold on. So the game originally, as released, without any patches,
it only had a hard mode in it. It only had a hard mode in it, correct?
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to the whole sentence. It's a long sentence, so listen to it. So the game, as released, without any patches in it, is how we're going to qualify whether or not it is a masterpiece. Yes or no?
It didn't have any game-breaking bugs.
That's not what I asked you. See? That's not what I asked you.
There weren't game-breaking bugs in Elden Ring.
Hold on, Bob. I want an answer to this. It's a yes or no. Are we talking about games as they were originally released prior to any patches when we talk about whether or not it qualifies as a masterpiece?
It's your original play. I can't answer to that question. I can only answer to what I played initially.
Why can't you answer that question? It's a simple question. Are we talking about games
because
after
if
they
it
get
doesn't
patches or before they get patches? It's a very simple question.
I think it's irrelevant to whether a game can be a masterpiece.
Bob says it's irrelevant. What do you think, Gary?
And even like to the point of what Gary's trying to say, that tweaking balance issues, like definitely
the balancing issues are they're a totally different story, in my opinion. They're totally different story.
So are patches acceptable to be qualified as a masterpiece?
They are and they're not. Like there's no easy way to answer that question.
Yes,
because you're trying to get me to flip-flop on the whole idea of what I'm saying on Elden Ring, and they're two totally different spectrums.
I'm just trying to understand your position, and it's all over the place. Like you have no solid position. It's just whatever is contrarian to whatever point I'm bringing up. That's your position.
It isn't because the problem is because I've already made my stance and you've gone on a tangent on 17 different things trying to find one thing. Because if I answered this correctly, you have. We've already picked.
You make a statement and then I go, well, that game that you said is a masterpiece had that same thing. And then you have to give me a reason.
It doesn't because the balancing issues of Elden Ring are totally different than game-breaking bugs.
Balancing
they're totally different.
Bug, I guess.
No, but your whole point was there were no game-breaking bugs. First, you tried to say that there were game-breaking bugs that had to be patched. That was for DLC, which I was unaware of. Well, I knew that they had added DLC and that they added in the mode, but it's not something that I'm like super knowledgeable that the game.
You called it perfect.
It is a perfect game.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Let me finish. You called it perfect. But then you acknowledge it needed a patch day one to fix it because it wasn't perfect. Do you understand the point I'm making here?
There's no point there because that patch was already they already knew about it before the game was out.
You had to download the patch, Gary. That's
why because the game. You do realize that when they make these discs and they put the game on the disc, that the disc was made like 2 to 3 months in advance, and they're still working on. They're still working on that game, so there's no possible way they could have fixed that disc in time to put it on there.
Guess whose problem that is? It's not mine. I'm not the one qualifying.
It's not mine either.
I'm not the one saying that if a game gets patches, then now it's not a masterpiece. You said Elden Ring needed patches, which is why it's not
it needed patches because the game is broken, not game breaking broken, but broken because it's not balanced.
Okay,
there's a difference.
So now it depends on what the patch is.
No, that's what I said from the very beginning. That's what I've said from the very beginning. It's different. Those are two different patches. Bugs and imbalancing issues are different. People have bitched about this in fighting games for the longest time because they're constantly tweaking the game. They're constantly tweaking it. Yes, it's not a masterpiece if it didn't come out. And it's like, dude, if it takes you 10 years, then like nobody's going to be interested in Elden Ring 10 years down the road when Elden Ring 10's out and they're still balancing the first one.
I don't think there's
It
going to
wasn't
be
a
Elden Ring
masterpiece.
10 in 10 years, Gary. That seems like
Oh.
really ambitious.
Well, not in 10 years, but there's going to be I guarantee there'll be probably a sequel and probably a third release. It depends. It's not an easy cut and dry answer like you want. That's the problem. That's why I can't answer it.
What else
Because
besides
it's
Alien Isolation is a masterpiece, in your opinion?
Like I said, BioShock was a masterpiece. Let's go through the games that were masterpieces.
Was or is?
It is. It still holds up. It still holds up. I haven't played anything like on PlayStation 5 or
PlayStation
anything
4
like that.
or Xbox One.
Well, I haven't really played much of PlayStation 4 because I don't have one of those. I had a PlayStation 3 and I have very little content for PlayStation 3. Xbox wise, Little Nightmares was a perfect game. That was I don't know if I'd say it was perfect. It was pretty close. I'd have to revisit Little Nightmares, the original one.
Right.
That was close. That was probably like a 9. I don't remember the issues the game might have had, and I know there were a few. That game was near perfection. I mean, like you said, there's a lot of elements that go into it. And there are things you can excuse when a game is so good. You can excuse game-breaking bugs sometimes. You can
We're not ganging up on you. There's two of us. And I've been constantly telling Bob to hold on so I can make my point. Are we ganging up on you, Gary? Do you think we're ganging up on you?
I mean, no different than it was last week or it's been throughout the week. That's not that I care. I mean, I feel like you want to spin it so that you can say, well, you take. You're looking at Elden Ring this
that's
way.
Your problem. See, Gary, that's your problem. You keep.
It's not because that's what you're doing.
Hold on, let me finish. You keep trying to put on to me and other people what we think and what we believe and what we're trying to accomplish. All I'm trying to accomplish is to define what you consider a masterpiece, so I know what would qualify for Gary to be a masterpiece. So
there's a lot of elements. I've already told you there's a lot of elements that go into it, and the broken sides of games, depending on how they're broken. If it's a game-breaking bug, okay, that's in the game, and if they never patched it or never fixed it, yes, that would in turn.
Okay, so patches are okay then.
Yeah, patches are okay, but we're not talking about them needing to. They didn't have to touch Elden Ring. Have you come across anything in Elden Ring that was game breaking that you could not get past the point you're like, oh fuck, I keeps crashing at like 10 hours in at this particular spot at the tree that I can't get past. If it stopped me from playing the game and took me out of the immersion, then yes, it's part of. Then it's not a masterpiece. There's a highly flawed element in the game that they just didn't get to, and they didn't fix.
Not okay. So what you're saying, it's not okay that they patched.
I mean, it's going to be on a case by case basis on how good the game is. Obviously, you're going to forgive stuff, but if you can't play the game, then how are you going to make up your mind that it was a masterpiece if you're stuck on like 10 hours through and you can't get through the game? Clearly, I never came across that on Alien Isolation, so I can't relate to it. I do agree that like in its initial form, if there was something. Which we've agreed that there was no nightmare mode that was added, I think, in, like you said, DLC that wasn't there in the first place. So the only thing you had to go on was hard mode. If you were able to clear hard mode, then there was no issue with the game until they added nightmare mode, and then it didn't break the game. Because like we discussed days ago, that hard mode was the intended way to play that game. That was the highest difficulty at the time, was hard mode, because there's a novice, medium, there's novice, easy, medium, hard. And then you said they added in nightmare mode, which nightmare mode adds a few variety of things that they ramp up the difficulty on, makes it that much harder. But we're not talking about balancing issues. I think balancing issues are way different.
I think I figured it out. Elden Ring has now been banned from discussion on this panel.
No, because you're gonna want me to talk about it when I play it.
No,
because I'm gonna play it.
So in 5 years, when you play the game, we'll talk about it.
Oh, it's not going to be 5 years. It'll be within the next year. When that goes on Game Pass, I'll play it, and I'll tell you.
So then we'll revisit the topic when you play.
And if I rate Elden Ring a 7, is that an atrocity, Bob? If I rate it a 7, do you think it's higher than a 7?
I think it's higher than a 7, but that's my opinion. I think it's a 10 out of 10 game, a masterpiece.
If you rated a 10 out of 10, are you gonna be honest, or are you gonna just lie and say it's like a 9?
I already know. Like playing, it's not going to make a difference. I do know. I do know.
Can I ask you a question? How come when I ask a simple yes/no question, it's never a yes/no answer from you?
All right, ask it again and I'll answer it.
If you play the game and you feel it's a 10 out of 10, will you actually rate it a 10 out of 10?
Yes, but I will, but it's never going to happen. That's all I'm saying. I say, yes, I will rate it a 10 out of 10. But I can tell you right now, after watching weeks of that game, it's not a 10 out of 10.
I'm not putting forth a powdered toast. I'm not putting forth an opinion on Elden Ring. I'm just trying to get to the heart of the issue in Gary's.
How much time have you put into Elden Ring?
17 hours.
And has anybody watched Tony's first few hours of his? Is that the only one you have up, Tony?
It's the only one I have up.
Do you guys really think Tony just popping shots for 10 minutes at that big tall thing that's riveting? You guys really think that's riveting? Fuck. Can we go pull up the video, Tony? Show them what I'm talking about. You spent 5 minutes taking bow shots on him.
10 minutes to 5 minutes. What is it?
Okay, you're exaggerating here. That's pretty close. It's not like I'm saying 2 hours.
No. But Gary, you weren't exaggerating.
How many minutes did you? Okay, so pull it up.
Your point was it was 10 minutes. So
so how long did you spend popping shots off at him for? But honestly. I don't know what it is. That's why I said 10 minutes. Was it 5 minutes? Was it closer to 5 minutes?
I'm trying to look for it on the stream. It's probably closer to 3, 4.
Is that riveting? Is that what you guys find riveting? And a 10 out of 10 is taking bow shots for 5 minutes? That's what's riveting?
That's my gameplay style.
Exactly.
Other people would have went out there and fucking sorted it to death or hit it with
an axe. Big guy?
I don't know. He fought. I watched him bow shot this thing for a while, and it was just like.
It's right at the beginning.
I don't see the appeal.
When you go past the little guard outpost and then the fucking giant drops down.
Yeah.
I mean, more power to you. You took him down with popping shots from 200 yards away. That's great and everything.
That was to me. The first time I fought one of those big guys, the one which jumps down from the bridge, I'd spent ages on that boss taking pop shots at it, and it was well intense. And I was using magic. I was mainly using Glimstone.
I just don't agree.
And it was a really intense fight. And then once I got better, I'm farming those guys for experience points because they're so easy now to defeat. But it's like a learning curve for the game. You gotta learn certain aspects of the game to get better and develop. All games have a learning curve. And I just want to say, there's a difference between a game being a masterpiece, a perfect game, and a game can be flawed and still be a masterpiece. For example,
hold on, I lost you guys. Sorry, I had to go wrangle up the little guys running around. It's late. He's running around trying to get chips.
Let me just throw this out. A game can be a masterpiece and not be perfect. For example, I would consider Cyberpunk 2077 a masterpiece, but it's not a perfect game. There's lots of problems with it. It's got lots of I
never looked too much into it, so I wouldn't really have a good opinion.
It's got a lot of technical issues. I rated it 3 out of 5. But on a certain level, I would consider Cyberpunk 2077 a masterpiece because of its world it builds, the story it tells, and how engrossed I was in the game.
Yeah, the giant isn't even a boss, Powder Toast Man. But you know what? I didn't say reflexes, okay?
I didn't say a boss, did I? Because I didn't mean it was a boss. I just know that it was a big dude. Whatever the hell he was facing.
I suck at Elden Ring when I'm having fun. I'm 70 hours in, nowhere near. Yeah, I suck at the game too, and I'm having fun. I think it's a fun game.
Hey, I never said it couldn't be fun. I mean, Astro Smash could be fun too, right?
Yeah, I did say it was fun. I played games like that. Hater Smash is fun. I'm not going to sit there and play 400 hours of Hater Smash. But
yeah, I don't. That's the main thing is I don't get why people are putting over 100 hours in. I don't think I've ever put 100 hours into anything.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, Gary. You have to play it. Elden Ring, and I'm going to be honest with you. Elden Ring is the first game that I went to work. I was like, I can't wait to go home, play some Elden Ring.
That's the first
game
game?
has a hook. Yeah, in a
You
long
really
time.
are not a game player then.
I am. I play games all the time,
Well-
but there's nothing draws me in. Like this game is drawing me in.
There's
Like, I wanna play
tons of games that draw me in
What?
that other
Like,
people don't like.
Name 3.
I named a bunch during like the
Well, why
whole
can't
year,
you name
like
3?
Hunt
I just
Down,
said name 3,
Hunt
and you're
Down.
like,
I can just let me get out what I'm saying. I've named these games over the course of since I've been on the show. Hunt Down was incredible. These are all going to be retro titles because I do.
When's the last time you played Hunt Down?
Probably I want to say like 2 weeks ago. I popped it in and played a couple levels. I absolutely love the
So the,
was
the
the
draw
misconducts
has
like
wore
the
off then, right?
I beat the game.
So the hook has wore off then, right?
I mean, it's a short game.
Why
It's
is
not.
it? Again, it was a simple yes or no. Has the hook worn off? No, Gary, yes or no?
No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. Is that fair to say? Can I say that? No.
I'm asking you.
No.
Okay, because you said it's been.
I mean, because it's not a yes or no question. It's not a game I pop in every day to play because I've beaten the game. I've beaten it like 3 times.
My whole point of Elden Ring is that it draws you in. It's got
Elden Ring's how long is Elden Ring to beat on a normal average playthrough, Bob?
30, 40 hours. If you go straight for the, if you
accomplish every aspect in the game, and I have accomplished every aspect
of the game.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking like
150 hours
more.
So there you go. Like we're comparing Hunt Down here that doesn't have 150 hours worth of content in it. And I'll give you a better game, Atomic Crops, right there. I might have put over 100 hours into that game simply because you have to get better and better and better and better. That's why I don't like this. I detest the main argument that the only reason I don't like. A lot of people tell me like the only reason I don't like Elden Ring is because I'm not good at it. Play fucking bullet hell games like Enter the Dungeon or
Again, Gary, you're
the
putting
dungeon
other
and
people's arguments onto us.
No, I'm not putting. I didn't put them on you. I'm just saying.
Anger. You're holding on to it.
I'm not angry.
Not if you're going for different builds, Powdered Toast, man. There's like so many different builds you could build to go through the game.
Yeah,
so
like
weapons.
like Bob said,
the replayability of Elden Ring is massive, and that's a good thing.
I mean, the replayability of a lot of it depends on how you want to play that game. Like, I'm sure someone out there is still playing Hunt Down and it's been out for like 2 years and they still keep playing the game. It's whether it interests you or not.
For them,
but I will say but something like Elden Ring does have more content. Like, clearly, that's like Monster Hunter, right? You play Monster Hunter
I played Monster Hunter and I didn't like it. There was no hook. I was not waiting to come home and be like, let me.
And there are some people who think that's like.
We're not talking about some people. That was the whole point. I said me. I said for me.
Well, yeah, that's fine.
Played it. Before I played it, I had no interest in it. I played it. Now I'm like, you know what? I want to keep playing this game, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. If you play the game, your opinion may change.
I've played Elden Ring, and what I'm saying is I've played Elden Ring. I played it generally for the most part. For the most part, it's very close. It's very close.
Nah,
it's very close.
Nah.
Gary, have you ever slept with a dude?
It's a stupid question, Tony.
No, it's not. It's a real simple question. Have you ever slept with a dude?
No, I haven't.
You slept with women, right?
Yep.
So for the most part, you know, you kind of slept with a dude, right? So you kind of know what it's like to sleep with dudes.
So games we're equating games to relationships.
It's basically the same. You go. It's
we're talking about video games. We're not talking about having sex with dudes and chicks. You're way off base. You're trying to compare two things just because it's somewhat similar. That's like. That's a shit argument. It's a shit argument. It is.
It's a great argument.
It is. It's a bad argument. It's a bad argument because we're talking about video games. We're not talking about sleeping with chicks and dudes here.
Imagine what it does to your intestines. Wow, that was really out of context.
That's gross.
That's so out of context.
I've played Souls games. I've beaten the first one.
The point I was trying to make, Gary, is just because two things are similar, have the same basic function, have the same outcome, doesn't mean that they're going to be the same level of enjoyment, right? That was the point I was making.
No,
You have
for
no
me,
interest in
yes.
dudes.
For me, yes.
For anybody.
For me, no.
So-
I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about me now. For me, yes. The
So you
fact
might
that
as well
those
sleep
games
with
are
dudes then, right?
those
Because
games are
that's
too
your argument.
similar. No thanks.
Just
They're too
turn them
similar.
around, you won't know.
And that's
Make
why I
sure they
don't
got
find
long
it.
hair.
That's why I don't find it a game of the year contender. And I don't find it. Well, I mean, game of the year is different. That's all political, and we all know that. Like, if they're creating shit and that's the best, like, produced pile of shit that they have, then clearly, like, people will like that. That's fine. I don't really think. I think games they've lost their way, man. They just lost their way. They're not putting the love and care into these games like they were 10 years ago. It's just not
You're
happening.
saying From Software doesn't put love and care into their games, and they just shout out Elden Ring because it was easy.
You know what I hate about Elden Ring, Rob? I'm gonna tell you what I hate about Elden Ring. All the breakable vases that don't have nothing in it.
That's part of the fun, though, Gary. You're supposed to roll into them and smash them all. That's
I know,
fun.
but it's like always like
That's a hook.
I'm like, let something be in this one. Like just one of them. Just give me something in one of them.
Well, they
never-
did that like in
never-
Enter the Gungeon. You roll into all those fucking pots and shit, and you don't get one little pickup or anything in them. I don't know.
But
That's
you get the
After so
smashing
many hours
sound.
of playing Zelda and knowing that stuff is in pots, and then playing Elden Ring, and you're like, there's nothing in the pot.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I maybe I
sound
just fell out of
satisfying,
love
though.
with like current stuff because I just don't see what makes games like Zelda, like the new Zelda, good. I think it's bland and boring. A lot of people love it because it's an open world sandbox and it's got stuff like Skyrim. I think
Gary's a
that
top.
it
Confirmed.
I don't know. I just don't get it.
And that's fine. That's a fair thing to say. But
Yeah, but Breath of the Wild had innovative gameplay mechanics, man. Many.
I haven't played that yet. I have it on my shelf. I
Yeah.
haven't played it.
I think the dungeons are boring.
Yeah, but it ain't just about the dungeons and the gameplay. It's about all the little things you
That's
can do in that game.
what
messing
Zelda.
around.
I disagree. That's what Zelda is, and that's what Zelda's always been. And then they changed it.
Blinded wants to ask you about Metroid Dread.
Dread was good. Dread was good, but I haven't finished Dread. I got maybe 2 hours past the big fucking molten dude. And I talked to Blinded about this. Like, I liked Dread was good. Now, did I find Dread any different than really any of the games before it? I mean, they've been slowly introducing mechanics, but
Blinded says because he said Metroid Dread was bad looking game and sucked, then played it and enjoyed it. Busted.
When did I say Metroid Dread was sucked? I never said that.
Ask Blinded. He said
I never said that.
I think we talked about it.
I said it's the art. I said it's the art style. I'm not in love with the art style. I would rather have a pixel 2D Metroid game, and I think a 2D pixel Metroid game would be way better.
All right. Well, it's 5 hours and 11 minutes. It's 4 hours until I have to wake up for work.
And we got a show tomorrow. Can I be late tomorrow?
Tomorrow? You can be late, I guess.
Can I not show up tomorrow?
No. But it is, like I said, I got to get up in like 4 hours to go to work.
All right, everybody knows. We'll end this debate. Gary's right. Everybody else is wrong.
Gary is wrong and crazy. Hashtag Gary is wrong and crazy.
Oh.
I like this new format. Mike's like fucking internet blood sports for geeks.
We'll like to the death. We'll joust over this.
Blinded said he's calling you out. And Miko says reveal your sources. My sources. Secret sources.
I told you it's the girl from 31 Flavors that told everybody at school that Ferris was sick. It's the same person we got the rumor from.
This was a good stream, 5 hours. I'm sure I'm going to hear shit about it, about how I stayed up so late and I got work in the morning. And why can't I get any sleep? That Tony doesn't get any sleep. He's going to be very, very tired at work. But Master Sissy Marceau, yeah, Crimea River. I only need like 4 hours and I'm fucking perfect. Anything more and I get tired and I get lazy.
I think that's about all I get. 4 hours and then I just wake up. I'm not tired anymore.
Gary wins. He was the loudest. That's not how it works, Mike.
Yeah. I'll take it.
Gary
So you gotta
loses
do.
because his
You gotta
fucking
elbow
definition
your
of
way through.
masterpieces and perfect games is so wishy-washy.
It's not wishy-washy. You guys are just trying to pick it apart. That's what makes it wishy-washy.
Go back, listen to the stream, and you're gonna be like, shit, my argument was wishy-washy.
No, it's not wishy-washy. I'm
And
just
give
not
your
a
kid the
well-articulated
cookie. He
person.
wants the cookie.
He's
Give
not
him the
getting no
cookie.
damn cookie.
Give him a cookie. Everybody in the chat,
Say no
give him a
cookies.
cookie.
Say oof. Give everybody an oof. Yeah, that's it. Say your opinions oof.
Cookie for Gary's kid. Give it to him. All right. Love, peace, booty grease.